And I can't raid myself. Why can't I raid myself from my alt channel, guys? Huh? Did they turn off offline ratings so you can't do it anymore? Maybe? What do you guys think? Any nowhere have no knowledge havers? Any nowheres? I can't speak today. I can't listen to this song. It makes me laugh. Because they sampled Duda Brown. They sampled Duda Brown in that song, and I can't listen to it. Makes me laugh every time. Hold on, I'm tweeting that I'm live. I'm tweeting that I'm live. Okay, okay. I'm tweeting. I'm tweeting. I gotta spin the block, all the brevs. Okay. Tweet sent. Why does Zen keep having an eye patch? She posted on Twitter. But is it an asset that she's taped to the model? Because you can tape items and assets under layers now, so you can put it like under your hair. It's that, right? It's not like part of the model, right? Because it's like incredibly black. It's like 100% Photoshop black, right? So it's not. I'm just trying to figure out if she added it to her model like as part of an outfit, or if it's. I think it's just some item that she threw on, right? I don't know. What song was that? Catfish by Dochi. Actually, we're gonna go to the playlist. Okay, hold on. I gotta set up some shit. We got a like very small sponsorship today. Like they only asked for an hour of time, which is crazy because most asked for 2 or more. But it's a game that didn't have like a huge marketing budget, a lot going on. It's a game from Yogscast Games, and I was like, well, what if we just did like a smaller one? Because I still want to play your game. It looks cute. So we have our agreement on all that, which is nice. But I have to get my info on it. Let me make sure I have everything I need for it. Hold on, I gotta log into Atlassian to be able to see my information for my sponsorship. Yogscast Games has some interesting concepts in their published stuff. They really do. They do. So I've been wanting to try some of their like little projects. So this one came through and I was like, oh, okay. It's not Yog Ventures now. But a lot of their projects are interesting, so I was like, okay, let's try this one. Supposed to do it yesterday, actually. But I was a bit busy yesterday. What the fuck? Hold on. Oh, it's fine. Okay, when I put in the code on Steam that they gave me, they're like, here's your version of your copy of the game. The name of the game, when it's like, you've activated this, was really weird, but then it's still showing up as correct in my list. That threw me for a loop. Okay. Now I'm gonna get our little, things set up. So Yogscast Games has been publishing stuff, and right now they're trying to work with a bunch of new developers that they found. And this is one of the games from one of their new devs. So they are going to be having me play it today. It looks cute. Okay. Okay, I set it up. Let me let my mods know. Okay. Is it me or did everybody forget about the Super Bowl this year? I watched it. I've been spending off-stream time with my, like, just all the non-stream time I can with family members. And like I said the other day, like, they're going through some real shit, but even so, you know, I turned on the Super Bowl and I was like, let's just sit here and watch. let's just fucking chill. We were doing other stuff at the same time. Mustard! But I watched it. And I was laughing because my uncle my uncle was doing the every year in the Super Bowl, you know, the boxes, you know, that type of betting. You're betting on the last digits of each score being a certain thing. So he had like a friend he was calling up. He would yeah, betting pools. He was calling a friend every like 20 minutes. He's calling, he's like, you know what? I told you it would be zero. I told you it would be zero. You're not gonna catch up. You're not gonna catch up. And then he'd hang up. and then he calls a bit later. He's like, this stupid fucking guy. I can't believe. What was the point? What was the point? Why would you throw it with the intercept? Why would you throw it? I was laughing. He would just get on the phone and like he's like an old guy, you know, so just hear him complain. Oh, it was funny. It was funny as hell. It was so funny. I didn't hear what was going on. You need to rehash about family issues. Clear.
Heart, lungs.
Yeah, I
Nipples
mean,
big.
Heart, lungs.
Nipples big.
thanks for that. Very simply, it's a mix of a lot of things, but, you know, obviously, like, someone passed away. Someone really important passed away, and then there's a lot of other stuff also happening at the same time. So it's a weird time. It's a weird time for a lot of family members. And it's just the mix of different things that's, like, you know, complicating stuff. But, so I spent, so if I, like, cancel streams here and there, like, you know, but yesterday, yeah, Super Bowl was going on, hung out, whatever, but I was also, like, a lot of people can't handle doing this. So I was going into a room and going through possessions and itemizing and logging and, you know, deciding what's going to happen with some of it. And, you know, not the important stuff. We know who's getting what for important things, but for not important stuff, everything, you know, some people can't handle going through someone's possessions and, like, touching all of it, seeing, smelling all of it, bringing up memories as they see it, etc. So, you know, but I'm trying to get some of that stuff handled as fast as possible, because I feel like if you don't do it quickly, it gets left by the wayside, and it gets left to the people who care the most and who are most affected. And a couple of those people cannot handle it. So I'm trying to be there to help with that. And, you know, it's rough. Great timing, wonderful, great idea. But there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of, like, obviously I'm upset too. I was very, very, very close with this person, but I am physically capable of doing this task. And there's some people that are, like, most people in my family are really not, like, very emotional like that, but with this situation, they're, like, you know, it's rough. So I'm trying to take it upon myself to help where I can with that, so that some of them don't have to do it, because it just, you know, it's rough. It's rough. So I was just going through things and trying to get it done quickly, because, again, like, when you don't do things like that quickly, it's gonna be worse, I think, over time. It's best to do it while, you know, like rip off the Band-Aid, I feel. And to make sure that certain people aren't the ones who are going to be left to do it. And then also, the longer you take to do this, if you don't sit there and go, what are we doing with this? Okay, what are we doing with that? Okay, and just going through it, the more time people feel like they have, the more they're going to start holding on to things for no reason. They're going to take a person's sock and keep it because, ooh, it's their sock. You know what I mean? Like every little thing, they're going to start seeing all this sentimental value in it and holding on to it. It's going to get worse, right? I want them to keep the things that are actually important and not, like, dwindle and linger on all this stuff. So, you know, because I've seen that go any which way, and the longer you take to do things, the more people end up leaving people's, like, entire bedrooms and all their belongings set up like memorials sometimes, right? Like, stuff like that is sad, and it needs to, I think, not happen. It needs to be, like, handled. So, you know, so just sitting there, had my relative's cat hanging out with me, and I was just going through things and putting them in piles of, this is for you to look through, this is stuff I have deemed there's no reason for anyone to want this, you can still look, but blah blah blah. And I was, you know, after getting people to give cursory glances, putting it in bags, getting it outside, all this stuff. So, you've had to be an executive before? Yeah, it's they always choose the people that are level-headed and good at these things, but it's such a tough job. Thankfully, Thankfully, the person that passed, the close relatives are not grabby and greedy. And there may be a couple things that people are gonna like. This person wants that. That person wants it. No, it has more sentimental value to me. Like, how do you tell people no? You know. But this side of the family is there's no one like that. There's no one like that who's going to be greedy or try to grab stuff or like trying to get as much money as they can, coming out of the woodwork with their hands open, kind of thing. You know. Other side of the family has some people like that, most not. So like watch for. But this side of the family, thank God I don't have to deal with that. Holy shit! Thank God I don't have to deal with that. You got attached to a picture? I have some belongings that I took home. And some of them look so mundane, but like, you know, I had some stuff that I was like, if I don't have that, you know, random item number 3, I'm gonna lose it, you know? So I understand the like assigning sentimental value to like random little thing, but you know, I can't imagine like leaving stuff sitting there and then people start to like want every little thing preserved. It just gets to be too much. You had to make calls when your grandmother died and then plan everything because everyone was in shambles. Yeah, I was calling people, I was informing extended family, all of that. Um, I don't expect everyone to do it. I really just don't. So I'll handle that stuff. But yeah, that's kind of, if I'm seeing a little busy at any point, I'm doing that. Though it's mostly my early hours that I'm using for that, which you guys don't see anyway because I don't stream during those hours. They're work hours. But instead of getting some work done for stream stuff, it's gonna be that stuff. So it is what it is. It is what it is. One of your family members kept you from being an oil prince. Yeah, I mean this side of the family grew up incredibly broke, but then everyone was able to drag themselves out of it. Not that people have a lot of money, but they did really well, all things considered, considering most people don't move up out of their bracket, essentially, right? Stambo, thank you for the 5. Thank you. So, they're not getting really greedy, really grabby, whatever. Thank fucking God. So far things are going okay. And I'm going to keep them going okay. And if anyone causes a problem, I'm kicking them out. Plain and simple. But yeah, I'm going to be busy next weekend probably. I think I'll be able to stream Sunday, but I'm not 100% sure, but I should be able to. But yeah. Are we hating on today? You know, over time, I have less and less patience for fucking weirdos in chat. And I'm gonna be a hater. I've been more and more of a hater over time. For weird motherfuckers. We're always like so nice when moderating. And I'm just gonna sip the haterade more and more on people that, only if I feel they deserve it, obviously. But man, I've not been hating to my fullest potential. At all. And the other day I saw some people that like have been banned in this chat, complaining about being banned in this chat in another chat. I was just sitting there watching someone, I was lurking. And I looked up their usernames, I looked up their viewer cards. The stuff they were saying they were banned for, completely incorrect. Trying to absolve themselves, act like they did nothing. I was like, okay. I didn't say anything. I barely talked in her chat. 100 messages, like, per day. I'm like, what the fuck? Sure thing, pal. And then they were trying to, like, tell other chatters, like, to not, like, don't even bother chatting there. You say anything and you get banned. I was like, what are they? It was crazy. It was crazy. They were saying that just was, like, not even correct, so. I don't know. Alicia. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Sorry guys, I'm setting up one more thing for the sponsored game we're gonna play in a little bit. Not a little bit later. Rah, welcome, rah. It's like complaining one teacher about getting in trouble with the teacher. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Raiders. I was saying like, I saw someone in another chat. I was lurking, and I got that like red highlight because someone said my name, and I was like, what are they saying? And it was a chatter that's been banned here, complaining about getting banned here, and they were trying to say that they didn't understand why they were banned. They think they were banned because of X thing. Well, first of all, they said they didn't understand, and then they were like, I was banned because of X thing, but they weren't. They were banned for something that they did that was bad, and they were trying to pretend they did nothing. And I was like, what? And then someone else was like, me too. They banned me for no reason. I didn't even say anything. And then I looked, and they typed a lot, and it was weird. And I was like, what planet are you from? When they get banned in the other chat for bringing up a different streamer, that streamer wasn't even banning them. They didn't even care. They were like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that when the person was like, I got banned for nothing. I was like, what? If someone comes into my chat, it wasn't a friend of mine, I was just lurking in a different stream, but you know, when someone does that in my chat and they're like, I'll go ban in this other chat for something, and they start complaining, I ban them here. I'm like, shut up, weirdo. You know, well, I time them out, and we're like, hey, stop that. You know, but we're like, shut the hell up. Like, take it up with their mods. Why are you saying it here? You know? So I was also surprised that that streamer was like not moderating that. I was like, okay. All right. Have fun having these two in your chat. I banned them for a reason. You'll find out. You know, you'll see. It was weird. Before the sponsors at Oi Henry time? I think maybe we'll do the sponsor first, because the sponsor is they only ask for an hour of my time. They only asked for a little segment. So I think we'll do that, and then we'll go to Oi Henry time. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Wait, hold on. I gotta check one thing, and then I'll be on the screen. Okay, there we go. There we go. Did the thing. I did the fucking thing. You don't get how sponsors work yet? What do you mean? I mean, it doesn't work in any which way for you, because you're not the streamers. You literally don't have to worry about it. You just see someone playing games. And then when they're playing a sponsored game, you also just see them playing games. It doesn't actually change anything. The stream experience is exactly the same. It's exactly the same. Basically, they get budget set out for it. As a streamer, I'm starting, don't know how to use them for stream elements. Okay, really simply, games will have marketing budgets. Publishers usually are the ones that do this, and they figure out where best to spend their money. And one of the best ways to get the word out on their game is to go to a streamer or content creator who makes YouTube videos as well, and pay them some money to either run an ad in a YouTube video for their game, or pay them to play the game, which is what I do as a streamer usually. So they'll be like, hey, would you like to play this game? If you do, we'd like this much of your time. We'd like you to run a chat bot with a command, you know, that lets people pull up the link to buy it. And you play for this long, and maybe you have one or two talking points. They're like, I want you to mention these 2 bullet points about it, like describe the game, so people have the blurb, and that's it. and they pay you for that, and it's out of their generalized marketing budget. And doing that with streamers is a really good way for them to market, because they're not like throwing the ad at you in a way where you have to buy it and you feel pressured. You're not hitting like skip ad in front of an app you're trying to open. You're watching a content creator you already like, and they're just trying a game, and the game is the background. You're just watching the creator, right? So so it's effective because they're not shoving it down your throat. And then a lot of streamers will, you know, make a good amount of money doing that. And I personally prefer taking sponsors, because while I love people being supportive and I'll always take support if they want to help, I much prefer more of my money coming from sponsors, because at least I'm getting paid by some company and not some guy. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be like, oh man, I do need some more money, so I'm gonna try and squeeze blood from a stone and, and try to get people to gift more. Like I don't like that. But I could just take more sponsors. I like trying out games anyway. It doesn't change the content, but I get paid for it, right? Like, I literally do the same thing, but just make more money for it. Okay, I'd rather do that. So I am a fan of taking sponsorships for that. You know what I mean? But yeah, and then if you yourself are a streamer and you want to take them, you said you were using Stream Elements. You can take them if you. The thing is, if you're a smaller streamer, they tend to not go through with those sponsorships a lot of the time. Genuinely, like they want to sponsor people who will have enough viewership that they feel like they're getting enough reach out of it. So if you're a tiny streamer, they're not likely to sponsor you. You can try though. Sometimes they will. What they do is they usually set out X amount of budget. They go for some bigger streamers first, and then whatever leftover budget they have after doing that, they throw that at smaller streamers as well. So it's still possible, but you know. But yeah, use Stream Elements. Use those platforms. I will say their rates are not that good. They're okay. If you want better rates, you usually have to like get a manager who will sit there and negotiate for you and stuff. You've had that same view. I mean, if they have leftover budget, they want to spend it, because if they don't spend it, then they don't get that budget next time. So that's why they will do it anyway, you know? They will do it. So it's worth trying, for sure. A cynic would say they're exploiting the parasocial relationship. Viewers are more likely to trust something presented from their favorite streamer YouTuber. That's such a negative way to look at it, because why would you trust watching someone you don't normally watch and their opinion over someone you normally watch and their opinion? Like, endorsements and things, or someone saying, yeah, I like this game, it means a lot more when you see that person play a lot of games that you like, so you know you have similar taste. It's not even a parasocial relationship thing. Oh, I want to buy this game because my streamer likes it, and I want to do everything they do. It's more so like, I watch a content creator that plays games because they play a lot of games that I like, and I like their personality. And usually their taste matches mine a bit more. Otherwise, if someone's tastes don't match yours, you usually don't watch them, right? So already that's in your mind. And then they play a game and they go, oh, I like this. And you know, if you tend to like a lot of the other games that they play, and their taste, when they say something's good, the recommendation is usually good, then there you go, right? So I see it very positively. And I have that. There are certain creators where when I'm trying to decide if I want to buy a game, there's certain streamers I will go watch and see if they like the game. Because those people, whenever they like a game and they endorse it and then I try it, it's like 9 times out of 10, I like it too, right? We just have similar tastes. So I'll wait for those people to play it and try it out. But yeah, so it's a good thing. It's a good thing. Exactly, Bite, exactly. I know GEEGA's opinion of deck builders and roguelites can be trusted. Yeah, right. Like, so a lot of people come here because they know I'll play a lot of certain games. So they're like, I want to know if this deck builder is good. She plays a lot of deck builders, so she has a lot to compare it to in her head. So she can sit there and play and tell me if it's good or if it's shit. And I feel like I can trust it because she plays a lot of that thing. That's how most people will think of most streamers when they're, you know, playing something. Because if your job is to play games and try different games in front of people, it means you play a lot more games than the next guy. It means you probably have a lot of, you know, fact behind what you're saying. But again, it's about taste. So that's why I look to certain people. So said is one Co. Yeah, I like a lot of stuff that Co also likes. I'll say Barbarous King. and Dan's gaming. Those two as well. If Dan and Barb like a game, it's almost a 100% chance that I would like it too. There has not been a single game where the both of them have said, "Yeah, I like this, you should play it," and then I played it and I didn't like it. Not a single time in my experience. So so yeah, for them to especially, like, I look to them. And I feel like everyone's got that in some way, shape, or form. So that's why the sponsors tend to sponsor streamers, because it's better than just throwing out an ad. When I throw out an ad, I'm just like, doesn't this look fun? You should try it. Yay. But then when a streamer plays it and they like it, their audience knows if they have similar taste or not. So it's, you know, a lot more effective that way. It is. You got Fly Night because I played it and endorsed it. I'm not disappointed. It's really fun. It's genuinely really fun. I have a lot of fact behind what I'm saying when I say Doom 2016 and Eternal aren't Doom games. You shut your mouth. Yeah, they're not like classic Doom. They're still Doom. They're just not classic Doom. For sure. For sure. Ko and Dan will also tell you exactly what they dislike and the obvious. Yeah, yeah. And I like, that's the thing, right? It's really important to me to take sponsorships where they don't write in there in any way, shape, or form that I cannot say anything negative. Or I have to endorse it, like at the end I have to be like, that was a great game, you should buy it, I love it. Any contracts that have anything like that in them, I'll just never take. I either want them to say nothing about that, so it's open to interpretation, which means I can say what I want, or they specifically say, we're not going to do this. It's either, you know, but if there's any sort of clause in there that's like, you have to like the game publicly, and you have to, like, you know, say a million times that you thought it was good, no. Or if they have something in there that's like, you can't mention that it's janky. It's an unfinished build, so you can't mention that you don't like the jank or something like that. Like, I can't. No. Thankfully, most of them don't try it anymore, which is good. But they used to. I mean, like, they really used to. Fuck that. Yeah. It's just weird. It's weird. How's it even moral? It's not a moral decision. It's a money thing. Like, you know, that's really all it is. But I don't know. If they ever put stuff in there and like, you can't mention this, the moment there's a you can't do this, that kind of list in one of those contracts, I won't take them. I won't do it. But thankfully, like I said, most of them don't do that anymore. I haven't seen that in a hot minute. So I kind of think they realize that streamers don't want to do that. And a lot of the contracts coming through, I don't see anything of the sort. Then again, if I liked a game and then it had a thing in it I really didn't like it, I shit on the game, they could choose to not sponsor me in the future. Right? They could choose to do that, but that's fine. I accept that. I completely accept that. It is what it is. It is what it is. It's not blackmail, it's a contract. It's not blackmail when nothing's unexpected. When they hand you a contract that says you can't do that, and you go, okay, and you sign it, that's the streamer's fault, in my opinion. They give you a piece of paper that lays it all out. So, no thanks. No thanks. You can't blame anyone but yourself if you take one of those and then you're like, ooh, they're mad. No thanks. Nope. This game is your turn because there's no chickens, nor can you pet any. Yeah, I mean, I'll say stupid shit about, like, sponsored games that I play like that. This one, the one for today, again, they only asked for an hour at my time, so we're just gonna play it quickly after we're done chatting, but this one just looked cute. It looked cute. It's with this dev that Yogscast Games wanted to be working with. The one thing I'm not sure of is the translation. We're gonna see if it's okay, but it's translated. It looks like it has a bit of economy management, tower defense, a little RTS kind of mixed in. You guys know I like stuff like that. A little base building, a little fighting. But I'm gonna see. We'll see how we feel. RTS, yeah. Right now, it is a like $15 game. So before going into games like this, when it's a little $15 game, I'm not sitting there and thinking, this needs to be AAA quality, this needs to be perfect, this needs to be incredible. My thought is, if I pay $15 and I play it for a couple days and I have a great time, then I'm gonna like it. Right? So, we'll see. We'll see how we feel. Hi, Octo! Glad you liked my jacket. Yeah, it was good. It was good. It was beautiful. Agreed. Yeah, no, for me, we judge games on a different scale, depending on their pricing, personally. And more so, you judge the game without that considered at all, and then you look at the price and you go, was it worth it though? Right? Because if you go to a restaurant and you eat their food without knowing the price, the thing that's going to make you decide if it's worth it or not is after you hear the price, right? You eat it, it was really good. It was $40. You're like, ooh, was it $40 good? You ate it, it was not so good, but it was only $3. Okay, sometimes you're like, wow, that's great for $3, right? Right? So when I judge, especially if it's a sponsored game, right? When I judge if I like a game, I close my eyes, I put the price out of my mind, judge it, and then I open my eyes, look at the price, and then go, okay. You do $1 every hour you play to see if it was worth a purchase? Honestly, yes. That's a good way to do it. I personally think of it that way too. Dollars per hour. How many hours would I play this? And what's the monetary value here? And then on top of that, how fun were those hours? Right? But if it comes out to $1 per hour, I could play it for that many hours and have a good time with it. That's a great value. That's a great value. If I buy a game that's $5 and I only play it for 2.5, but those hours were pretty good, all right. If they're high value hours, all right. You know, so it could adjust a little, but yeah. Because then I think about other entertainment and how much that costs. I think about reading a book, which is usually assuming you're buying the book and it's not, you know, it's not a library thing. That's cheaper than games usually. That's great. I go out to see a movie. Holy fuck. The dollar per hour is so stupid. It's so stupid. It's so expensive for no reason. So, you know, I try to compare it to a lot of real life entertainment as well. Know what I'm saying? Compare it to Netflix. How much do you pay per month, and then how many hours do you watch of Netflix? Right? It's interesting. What about Dread? $40, not a 40-hour game, but it's great quality. That's the thing, right? So the baseline is dollar per hour. Not that it has to equal $1 per 1 hour, but I'm saying just think about the number of dollars it costs per hour, and then think about how good those hours were. If it makes sense to you, if you had a good time, there you go. There you go, right? So Balatro is one of the best because it's fun to play. It's not the most exciting, most fun thing in the world. It's just a bit addicting. But it's nice, calm, chill, semi-fun hours to pass the time. And then on top of that, you can play that game for hundreds of hours. So I wouldn't say that those are super high quality hours, but it's very replayable and you just like it and you're chilling. So it's incredibly worth, right? Incredibly worth. And that's, you know, that's how I tend to judge shit. Zort is a great one. I played Zort for 2.2 hours. Beat everything that's in the game right now. 2.2 hours. Okay? That game cost me $4. About $2 per hour. That game was so fucking fun. It was cinema. It was incredible. I see it as incredible value. incredible value. And there will be more updates later too, but we're not taking that into account. We're taking into account what I did and what I was capable of doing in that moment, right? Incredible game. Incredible game. But yeah, the $1 per hour thing is like, don't get hung up on that at all. I just start there. But it's more like, how much fun did you have? And there are more brackets, right? If it's between like $1 and $3 per hour of gaming, I feel like no matter what, it's a pretty good value. The moment it gets to $5 per hour of gaming, now it's got to be the most fun hour of your life, right? That's where it's like, hey, it's got to be really good. Civ 5, yeah, exactly. I feel like the dollar per hour metric is basically demanding devs work more and produce more in quantity for diminishing returns. Yeah, but that's not our problem. It's not our problem. It's people deciding if they want a thing. But also, people will just pay for experiences. Plenty of people will go see a movie one time, and they'll pay $16 for a fucking ticket, plus food price. And they'll be like, that was a great movie. Love that. Because they put so much effort into making that movie good. So, you know, I feel like that's why I don't want people to get hung up on the dollar per hour metric too much. But it is a good baseline. Renee, thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5. What was the AAA game that claimed that thousands of hours of content? But it was all just a grind fest. Yeah. Right, like, what is the content to? Do you like it? I don't know. I feel like when a lot of the hours put into a game are story progressing, doing actual new things, that's really good value. Whereas when the hours spent in the game are doing the same exact thing over and over, just grinding, nothing is changing, and it's not a roguelike, it's just like straight up you're grinding. That's fucking boring, and those are low quality hours, unless it's the most fun gameplay loop, right? There's so many factors in there, but there's a lot to consider. But at the end of the day, I'm just like, did I like the game? Yes? Okay, well then it was worth it. Lush, thank you. Thank you for the raid, welcome on in. We're talking about how do you judge if a game was right for the price. How do you judge if the game was good and factor price in? Because I was saying, right, if a game isn't that great, but it's cheap, then who fucking cares? I had fun. You know, it's worth it, right? We're going to do a really short sponsorship today before the main game. And they only asked for 1 hour of my time. 1 hour. Because it's a small $15 game, so. We're going to judge with that in mind. You think big release games should be $100 soon, probably? I think they should be. I complain about it all the time, but larger studios set a precedent for how much video games are, quote-unquote, allowed to cost. And indie devs get fucked. So basically, if a AAA game is $60, people expect indie devs to charge $40 or below, usually $20, $30, or less than that. Right? But those huge studios have big marketing budgets, they're bigger machines, they can sell a high volume. So they're able to keep their price lower than what it should be if they weren't selling that volume of that game. So really, AAA games should cost more if they weren't expecting large volume of sales. But they have a huge sales volume, so they can let their margins be a little smaller, sell a lot. Yay. Indie devs don't have that luxury. They're just a much smaller part of everything. So, in general, what you would be doing in another industry, when there's some person, let's say it's clothing, you buy something from someone who handmade it. They're one guy who makes a thing. Oh, I make boots. They take a long time doing this thing themselves, and they make it for you, and they give it to you. You're going to spend a lot of money on that thing because it's the idea of something being boutique, right? There's absolutely none of that. It's completely the opposite in certain industries, and one of those is in gaming, right? Oh, you don't have a team to crank out this work? Okay, well then, you know, get fucked, little guy. Right? And like, that person can't just make it cost a bit more for their cool project. People are not interested in the artistry of their project and letting that affect the price. They're just like, oh, well, AAA games are $60, $70, so I will only buy your game at 20 because you're one guy and you're an indie dev. Like, that's literally how they do it. So it's tough. It's really tough. And they don't have marketing budgets, so they can't. It's hard for them to widen, you know, how many people are even going to see their game and play it and try buying it. So it's rough. It's rough. But also, it's just how the market works. It is. Game prices not changing for decades has caused crazy price anchoring. Yeah, I mean, games should cost more. I don't want them to cost more. I'm not saying I want this. I'm just talking, you know, as a third party, like an outside perspective. They should have been going up in price. So the fact that they're now hitting $70 instead of $60 a lot of the time, people are freaking out. They're like, oh my God, they're getting more expensive. Yeah, no shit. Food has gotten so much more expensive. Houses have gotten so much more expensive. And games have not. We've been very spoiled with that. We've been very lucky, actually. And that's why gaming has grown so much, is because it's a cheaper kind of thing for the amount of time we spend on it, right? Yeah, it's $60 for like 15 years. Exactly. Coco Loco, thank you for the raid. But, you know, I'm more so surprised that it hasn't gone up by now, and I feel like it's gonna happen. Games were 60 since you were a kid in the 90s, and an N64 game was $60. Yeah. I mean, some of them were cheaper than that, but still, I think it's a bit crazy. You think digital should cost less, physical should be more? Yeah, I agree. I think since you're taking out that work of physically printing it, or printing, you know, the packaging and everything, and then having the actual physical copy of it and sending it out, whatever, I think it should cost less to buy digital, but they're never gonna do that. They're gonna just make physical cost more, right? Rather buy a AAA game than eggs these days. Yeah, well, that's extenuating circumstances, the egg thing, but yeah. Ooh, $8 a dozen for the normie ones, $12 a dozen for the bougie ones near you. Yeah, I was seeing the same pricing. The same thing, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. We'll see if it bounces back. If it does, we'll see how long it takes. Because the whole avian flu issue that was causing the egg prices to go up is still rampant.
Hey GEEGA, before we start, mind if I order lunch?
No.
I'd like ABECSPK
What?
with a cup of coffee and, maybe just a scoop of poop on there.
You tried hard to spell it out, and it... No one says SPK. No one does that. That's how I know you're not a New Yorker. No one says SPK. I had to think hard to figure out what you were trying to say. Nobody says that. Quality time, yeah. Yeah, it was a good try. No one says that. No one does. Apparently Nags does. What the fuck? No, you say salt, pepper, ketchup. You don't say SPK out loud. Maybe sometimes when they write it on the menu, maybe if they put it there, that would make sense, but you don't say it out loud. You know? I don't put ketchup on it, though. And I don't put salt on them either. And no one says BEC. Let me get a bacon, egg, and cheese, salt, pepper. No ketchup. You know, you say it like that. You say words. But when they write it on the menu, they might write BEC because it's, you know, because it's short and they have a packed menu. They do. Nags is an alien, he doesn't count. It's true. We were talking about me, Mike, and Nags going on a trip. And I was like, we gotta make a club. I want to start a secret streamer club. Not really secret, just secret in that some people aren't allowed in. I want to be exclusive. Okay. And I only want to allow New Yorkers in. Only New Yorkers. And only Italians. And if they're not Italian, they're allowed in if they grew up in an Italian neighborhood and they sound Italian and they know all the secrets. Okay? That's it. New Jersey people get a pass. Only if they're from the part of Jersey that is basically New York City. They're from like North Jersey and they have they're within a certain number of stops. Then it's the same thing. Just state lines, but it's the same thing as being in Queens or Brooklyn geographically, right? Just west instead of east. But yeah, we'll call it our little thing. We'll call it our little thing. It'll be great. Only New Yorkers who don't currently live. Why would we do that? No. Then so many of us wouldn't. No. Name it V Mafia? No. Why would I put a V in the front? They're not VTubers. Why do you have so much VTuber brain rot? You want to put a V in front of everything. We got to stop doing that too, you know? I think VTubers have to stop putting V's in front of everything that they do. Because what happens is they're like, hey, this is for us and everyone else get the fuck out. Right? And then they're like, I don't know, you know, I really don't have many friends that aren't VTubers. I wonder why. Well, maybe you make them feel unwelcome by only doing events for people that are like you and you don't want to let the other people in. Or so it looks like that, you know? We gotta stop doing that. VShojo, yeah, but VShojo is literally an agency for VTubers. That's different. That is, it has a reason to be exclusively that, right? But people make every little event and every little product and every little thing have a V in the front because some VTubers made it. But then they don't let other people in. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, I've been in Boston for 2 weeks now. It's just shittier New York. Yeah. It's just colder. It's just colder and less variety of food, and that's it. And the trains suck. It's true. I mean, some of the neighborhoods to live in are cute, but it just looks like Brooklyn. Straight up, when I just walk around Boston, I just feel like I'm in Brooklyn. It's the same shit. It's the same shit, dude. You love New England clam chowder? Yeah, the seafood up here is good. The seafood in the whole Northeast is solid, man. I'm a fish hater, but it's pretty good. Brooklyn with funnier accents? That depends on what you think is funny. That really depends. It does. All the good stuff here is just co-opted from New York, like Levant and shit. Do they have an Eataly up there yet? That's when you know. Let me see. Eataly locations. Flatiron, downtown Soho, Chicago, Boston. They have one. They do. They do. There you go. It's next to your hotel. There you go. Oh, they have one in Vegas too. Yeah, that's when you know. That's when you know. When they open a fucking Eataly. Eataly? It's okay. It's a place you can go to eat food and buy Italian American goods, okay? It's pretty good. It's not that good. It's highly priced. It's all right. Not bad. I'd say actually they run more Italian than Italian American in a lot of the food that they do, especially because a lot of it is more like Northern Italian and they bring in chefs from Italy, blah, 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 right? They're going for like the actual Italian experience and not the Italian American experience. It's pretty good, but it costs a lot. Why the fuck would I go there when I could go to like grandma's house in the back of middle of nowhere where some old Italian grandma will just make food for people? She's got a little storefront literally called Grandma's and you just go in there and you eat. Why would I not do that? Yeah, go to a place called Nona's somewhere. You see a place called Nona's, walk in there. Don't go to Italy, you know? Italy isn't bad at all. It's good. Like, it's good. The food is good, but it's just like, it's just so expensive. And we already have really good shit. Like, why did they need to make that? I don't know. It's bougie. It's for people who don't want to walk into the mom and pop stores because they're above that or something. What's your verdict on Buca di Beppo? Oh, I hate that place. They don't even have them in New York for the most part. Or like Italian Americans don't go there. It's terrible. Terrible. Awful. Awful. They closed the Italy in Copenhagen. Yeah, cause I'm sure just normal Italian restaurants exist there. You don't need this other stuff. You just don't. No, they don't have unlimited breadsticks, but their breadsticks are good. And they don't give you breadsticks with food, realistically. It's not that. It's just bread, and it's good bread. So it's fine. It's fine. Miss me with that Chicago deep dish trash? There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, hold on. Look, I'm not a supremacist saying New York pizza's the only way. I like it the most, but the other stuff is good too. I've said multiple times, Detroit style pizza is really good too. It's just its own thing. You shouldn't compare them at all. You just compare them to themselves. You compare places that do New York style pizza to other places that do New York style. You compare places that do deep dish to other places that do deep dish, trying to claim that one's better. It's not as different as apples and oranges, but it's such a stupid, tired argument, you know? You know what I'm saying? Just people arguing just to argue because they have nothing else to do. They got nothing to do. Detroit's pretty good. There's a thing in New York called Sicilian style pizza. They'll call it a Sicilian pie when you're like, what kind of pizza do you want? You say, give me a Sicilian slice. And it's like Detroit style. Detroit style is basically born from that. It's not the same, but it's essentially a bread on the bottom. It's a focaccia, but it's made with some of the same things that you would make pizza dough out of. It's similar. It has that malty pizza dough flavor, but it's made in the style of a focaccia, and it rises like it. So you've got this like dense bread bottom, and then from there you have whatever goes on pizza on top. There you go. And then they make it in a rectangular pan so you can get these really good corner pieces. That's it. It's very similar to Detroit style. And I love it. I love it so much. It's so good. It's just a lot of bread. And I fucking love bread. It's good, man. It's nice. Still can't believe the song played during the Super Bowl. Why not? They invited Kendrick and this was his song that went well. I expected no less. If he didn't do it, I would be like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? By experience, the best pizza served in a back alley restaurant in Italy, only known to the locals. If you like that style, yes, but it's not my favorite. Also, there's all this only known to the locals thing. The internet knows. Everyone knows everything. Okay? The difference is, are people trying to research because they really like food and they want to go eat in those kinds of places? Or they're just walking around going, oh, there's a place that says they have pizza, I'm going to eat in it in this touristy area, you know? Yeah, I mean, but bread makes you fat. Yeah, well, I need to gain weight, so I'm going to fucking try to eat some bread underneath my fucking pizza. All right? I've been on a journey for a long time. I've never weighed enough my entire life, so. And even when I was working out more and I had a lot more muscle, I still had a hard time bulking. A really hard time. So I will eat that fucking bread, okay? I will eat that fucking bread. Life is too short to care about bread making you fat? No. No. You should care about your health. It's not a weight and how I look issue. It's not a weight and how I'm perceived issue. It's a weight and how that affects my health issue, okay? You should care. But don't care within a certain range. You know what I mean? A little extra on you, a little less on you, who fucking cares? A lot extra on you, okay, you're gonna care later. when, you, when you have a health issue, you're gonna be like, fuck, I shouldn't have eaten that bread. You know? Yeah, care but don't obsess. Exactly. Exactly. But also don't care about it in a weight way as much as you care about it in an overall, am I doing what I should be doing for my health way? Like, am I going on walks? Am I sitting at my chair all day? Am I working out? Can I lift this heavy thing? Or can I not? Right? Care about that more than like, the scale says this, obviously. Yeah, are my levels okay? Right. Exactly. Exactly. So, you know what? I will eat that fucking bread. Because I do want more weight on me, so. I'm gonna eat so much fucking bread, actually. You learned how to make focaccia after you knew, or you knew that after the first bite you couldn't keep making it because it's forbidden knowledge. Yeah, dude. It's so good. It's the best bread. It's the best one. It's the best. It's so fucking good, and it's easy to make. It's really easy to make. It's terrible. Terrible. Hope Project Geek Gains is going well. I'm trying. I'm trying. I've always had a lot of trouble gaining weight. I have a very, 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 very fast metabolism. And even when I try to do less shit, try to sit around and be lazy more to maybe let some of this weight stay on me, I still have trouble. I always have. So it is what it is. Wet snacks, wet snacks. Garrick, did Sykkuno message you about playing a thing? He messaged me and said, you, me, Garrick, and +1. When are you free? I'm gonna follow up with him. Did you message? There we go. Wonder if it's a smaller person thing. I know a bunch of people that have issues like that. I think people highlight weight issues as an overweight thing always, but they don't highlight how much it is an issue to be terminally underweight as well. It can be tough. It can be tough. Arrival a lot. You want to play that other thingy? Yeah. Okay. I'm checking in to see if he's gonna get us a fourth. We should get a fourth, Garrick. We should just drag someone in. We should drag somebody. We should get someone for spice. High metabolism equals fast muscle atrophy too. I know. I've always had an issue with it. I know. Yep. Yep. It's rough. It's a lot to keep up with it. Tried out those hiking bars. Oh, trust me, I've tried everything, and I try to eat high calorie foods without, fucking up all my levels, but I have a lot of butter in my diet, a lot of fats, a lot of fats, peanut butter, all those things, and I do my best. You're 6'1", struggled to gain weight until you stopped working out and ate nothing but pasta and fast food for months. And that's the thing, is I don't want to be that guy. I'm trying to not be that guy. So I drink a lot of milk for the fat, literally. I try to keep myself doing some stuff, but it's fucking hard, man. It's hard to do all of that and still be gaining. The amount that I have to take in is a lot. And that's why you see me snacking on stream more. Because I think if I go throughout stream without eating, then that's too long of a stretch of time for me to not be taking in calories if I'm trying to gain weight, right? Like, it's just, I'm not going to eat food outside of that and have the calorie intake I need to gain. So I'm always trying to, fit something in, Dirty bulk is the way. I've been there before. When I used to work out a lot more, right? I was, actively doing certain sports and things, so I had to stay up above a certain kind of strength level. It was so hard for me to bulk, dude. Oh my god. I wouldn't always do it, but sometimes I had to eat like shit. I had to eat like shit. And I would try not to where I could, but man. Yeah, milkshakes. Ice cream every night, you know? Oh, it was so bad. It was so bad. I don't know, man. You have the opposite problem, you just don't lose weight. That's what I'm saying. Like, everyone has an issue, but it definitely, it's different for different people. Try eating less sushi. I heard this was help. I hate sushi. I am a fish hater. Certified. I love shrimp. Lobster's alright. I like lobster. Crab's okay. I cannot do oysters. Oysters are the bane of my existence. Anything that tastes like seawater, I will die if I touch it. I can't smell it either. If I'm in a store and I'm walking past an area and they've got fresh fish that they're like cutting, I hate it so much. So much. I just, it's like the one thing I can't do. I can't do it. And I've always been around fish markets and things, and I just, you know, you get used to it, but I hate it. I hate it. Is it anything that's fishy or just the raw stuff? Anything that's fishy, anything. You love fishy tasting fish? Yeah, I know. There's some people that love it. I can't. Ugh. You've been at exactly the same weight since your early 20s, only gone plus or minus 5 pounds that whole time. Yeah, I haven't changed too much. It's just, well, obviously I did when I got sick. I lost so much weight because I lost muscle mass that I was keeping on myself, so I'm trying to get that back. But up until that point, didn't really change much. Yeah. Really didn't. Oh, there was an oyster food truck near your work. It felt like the most sus food you could get from a truck. Yeah, who does truck oysters? What? Isn't that the most terrifying thing you could get from a food truck? Like, I would never trust that. Oysters from a food truck. That's like having a food truck and going, yeah, we have beef tartare. Anyone want tartare? You know, with a raw egg cracked on top. Holy. That sounds disgusting. Gas station oysters. I've seen that. I have seen that. For real. Truck oysters with my van burrito. Yeah, but burritos from a truck are legit. That's fine. Your friend told you about how he ate catfish from a gas station when he was on a road trip down south. Okay, hold on, though. Now, hold on. Fried catfish is sacred. Fried catfish is sacred. Also, it's fried, so it's very high heat, and they're frying that bitch. Like, they're really frying that bitch. I'll take the gas station fried catfish. Okay? I'll take that. It's the sushi where I'm like, ooh. I don't know if it was fried, he got sick from it, though. If they're not frying it properly, like, all the way through, yeah. But fried catfish in the South, I mean, I don't care if it's in the fucking gas station, whatever. Whatever. You once had a guy try to sell you steaks out of the back of his pickup at a random gas station. I think he was trying to kidnap you, all right? Why don't you get closer and look into this cooler in the back of my truck? Stick your head in and look, I have so many steaks, I promise. And he pushes you into the cooler and keypads that shit, dude. No way. No way. You'd fall for that? It's crazy what people will do. You know one of the things they've been doing here and there, not to a huge degree, but they've been doing is one of the number one places women especially get kidnapped from is parking lots. Parking lots. Because a lot of women will go during the day when there aren't a lot of people around to a supermarket. They park in the parking lot, they go into shop, whatever, right? Moms and shit. So one of the number one spots you gotta be careful is literally parking lots outside of stores. And something they do now is they see you leave your car, and if they see you leave your car, they'll start trying to leave either trackers on your car, or one of the crazy ones is they'll put some shit on the handle that is like a contact toxin. So you touch your door handle, boom, neurotoxin. You start like freaking the fuck out. You start. Some people pass out, whatever it is. Some people like they just lock up. That's a thing. That's a thing now. Can you believe that? And that isn't done as much as like just trackers, air tags, and everything, but that's a thing now. Yeah, they'll leave zip ties on things, so you look at it and you're like, what is this zip tie, huh? And then while you're distracted, they'll just nab people. Yeah, they set their game up. They did. One I heard of was a woman went into a Walmart, and some guy in the Walmart was asking her, like, hey, is that your vehicle? Like, is your vehicle or whatever? And it was like the description of her vehicle, license plate this. And she was like, yes. So got confirmation it's hers. She was like, yeah. And he's like, okay, well, they're going to tow it. And she was like, what? It's in a spot. And he was like, yeah, it's like parking for VIP members. And the guy was in like a Walmart vest. He was like, it's parking for VIP members, so they're going to tow it. And she was like, huh? And he was like, yeah, I'm just letting you know something. He was trying to get her to go out to her vehicle. And she wasn't sure about it. So she was like, who's your manager? And he was like, I am the manager, and I'm, informing you. And she like looked out and she didn't see a tow truck or anything just yet. So she went to another employee and was asking the guy about it. And he was like, I don't know that guy. It turns out the dude put on a fake Walmart vest, had a fake ID for Walmart, everything, and was trying to get this woman out of the Walmart so he could do something, whatever it was, something, right? You can only imagine. But it was like people are leveling up. Okay. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. America's just like PvP on at all times, huh? Depends on where you are. Depends on where you are. I'd say on average, no. In certain areas, yes. We're the most countries. I don't like making that comparison because America is the size of how many countries? And most of those states are the sizes of countries and have the populations of countries. And a lot of those states, you're not really gonna have to worry about that in majority of it. So I don't like the, ooh, America's so dangerous thing because, again, it's so region specific with certain things. And it's, I'm not, like, where I am, I'm not concerned about that. At all. Not concerned about that. Now, I do think Jerry outside, who has schizophrenia and is unmedicated and lives on the street, I think he's fine most of the time, but occasionally he looks at you, and well, if he makes eye contact and he's seeing demons right now, he's going to look at you and he's like, you're the demon! And he freaks out. Okay, we have our issues in our areas, but I'm not worried about the parking lot thing. It just depends. It depends on where you are. But there are also plenty of areas where you don't have to worry about shit. So much of the US, you don't have to worry about shit. Genuinely. Very, very little issue. So, I don't know. Jerry's a good guy. Jerry's well-meaning, yeah. I think Jerry is a good guy, actually. Yeah. But yeah, America's not like overall fucked. It's some areas are fucked and it brings the average down for sure. And then different areas have their different issues. So certain areas you might be likely to be the victim of a crime, but that victim is someone trying to grab a wallet. And then other areas, someone might actually attack you. But for the most part, not really, Some areas there's a lot of crime, but it is purely house robberies. It's people from other areas driving in and trying to steal something from someone's house, but they don't really go for people. It just depends on the locals of the area, honestly. So, yeah. You worked for retail for a decade. Everyone should know if you feel unsafe, ask for an employee to escort you to your car. They usually will. Oh, yeah. 100%. You can usually do something like that. You can even call local police if something's going on. And some areas, they won't have the bandwidth to do something. But if something is going on and you think you're being stalked, okay, call the police station. Straight up. You don't even have to 911 it. You could just look up the normal number for the local station and be like, yo, I think I'm being followed. Can you come by? There you go. There you go. But oftentimes people working in these stores will do it. Yeah. Yeah, they'd love to leave. Yeah, yeah. It's definitely the case. It's definitely the case. Some places are rife with those credit card skimmers, but that's hardly everywhere. Yeah, I've literally never seen one in person. I've never run into one of those. So, you know, it depends on where you are. You didn't realize the US is bigger than all of Europe combined with some parts of the Middle East? I'm gonna do something. Ready? Total US population. 334.9 million. Okay, total European population. 742.3 million. As of 2023. And that's all of Europe. Western, Eastern, the whole damn thing. Right? It's more dense. It's more dense. A lot of the US is covered in land that isn't really even populated. So it's basically take half the countries in Europe. Okay. Think of how many countries that is. And that's what you've got going on in the US. So of course it's going to be very different region to region. And then again, these regions are separated by a lot of land. Most people, yeah, they live on the coasts. They live on different cities on the coast. The cities have a lot of land in between them. And so because of that, the way people do crime, the way people are brought up in certain areas, whatever, the kind of flavor you've got going on there is going to be very different from the next city over because they're not that close. So, yep. It's just how it is, man. In US, we don't measure distance in miles, we measure it in time. Yeah. Because genuinely, if you ask people, hey, how far away is this place? They don't know the actual distance. Most people in the US cannot tell you how many miles away a certain place is or approximate at all. It's only time-based. It's only time-based. How far is it to go from here to here? Oh, it's 20 minutes. Right? They do it like that. Because when they have to drive somewhere, it's, you know, you decide if it's a yes or no based off of how long it takes you, because some places are so fucking far. And yeah, most Americans won't really like judge by distance because they never have to think about it. It is car culture. Yeah. It is. Without one common language, it feels strange to lump half of Europe together. Yeah, well, without one common anything culturally between cities, you know, it does feel a bit weird for people to lump every fucking US city together. I feel very different from people that grew up in cities on the West Coast in what I'm like and what I value and what I think life should be like in general culturally. It's just so different. And yet everyone in other countries will be like, you guys are the same. And I'm like, huh? Huh? Imagine you grew up in Western Europe. Okay, let's say you grew up in Spain and someone else grew up all the way in, I don't know, fucking Romania, and you happen to speak the same language. Are you going to be similar? No. There is more similarity, at least, than that comparison in the US because we do have the same laws. Maybe federally some of the education standard is the same. But a lot of other stuff is very different. Very, very different. So the things that make people similar are just like federally mandated things, really, right? It's stuff like here's what you're required to learn in school minimum, and then the states set their own things above those minimums. So every state is different. There's a lot with that changes. I will say there's more similarity in the TV channels that are broadcast to you, right? You get a lot of similar channels no matter where you live, you know, on what coast or whatever. Now, it's different for local news, obviously, local channels, but in general, you know, you're going to get the same TV networks. So there's some cultural similarities because of that. But the way people are, the way they behave when you go to a town of people that grew up, were born and raised in a spot in the East Coast versus West, it's going to be different. Right? It's going to be different. You were forced to take Texas history in 3 different grades. You know how much I had to fucking learn about Northeastern Native American history? Do you know? Do you know how much I was forced to learn about the Iroquois Nation? They're not gonna make anyone outside of that area learn that shit. You know how much I was fucking taught about the Iroquois? Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy. I've been to their structures. I've been to the longhouses, yeah. Right. There was a lot dedicated to a lot of that stuff, and you know, you're not gonna find any of that in other spots. But that's just one tiny example. Obviously, that doesn't affect the culture that much, but you know, you learn different things, for sure. So even then, SoCal is pretty different from NorCal in a lot of ways. Yeah. I think it depends on how geographically separated you are. I think someone in New York will know a lot of people in New Jersey because driving between the two, really easy. It's very well connected. But someone in North Virginia is not going to know a lot of people in Southern Virginia. Why? Because while it could be similar going from like New York City to like, you know, South Jersey in distance, it's more geographically separated by mountains and all these things. There aren't a lot of towns in between. It's really just Nova's built up, and then some random cities down in Virginia are built up. And people don't travel between those areas very much. Typically, people who live in North Virginia know people up in DC and around it, right? They're more likely to have a friend in Baltimore than they are down in another spot in like Richmond or something. So the culture is more off of what's accessible to you, where people tend to drive between, where people tend to move so that they can be accessible to family and friends back home, right? That's what's going to keep it more interconnected. So, and that's kind of how the cultural centers, I feel like, seem like they built up. So yeah, people in New York and New Jersey have a lot in common. They know a lot of people in Connecticut. They know a lot of people even in Boston because people travel between the two cities for work and stuff a lot. But they're not going to know a lot about the people in the same state, in New York State. They're not going to know a lot about the people in Buffalo. Because fucking Buffalo, New York is like middle of fucking nowhere, far out. Culturally, they're just going to know people up there from like the Great Lakes area. And they're going to have more in common with them if you go north. So, you know. Kind of like how part of Canada is literally just French. Yeah, literally, though. It actually is. But yeah, so you have those cultural centers, and it's the same way, you know, you kind of have that in Europe with a bit more country-based separation, right? There's some countries that have more separation between them by language, right? So you've got Switzerland is a great example. You've got this French-ass part of Switzerland to the west. You go to the northeast, everything's incredibly German. You go south, and you're in, like, the Engadine Valley, it's completely different, you know? They have that within these different countries and stuff, but U.S. has a lot more of that. If that makes sense, for anyone who's not from the U.S. Just a lot more of that. Is the Northeast about to be one long strip of urban sprawl soon? It almost is, basically. There's some areas I feel like they won't get built up more because the people that own the land already. But if you want to go from Boston down to Philly, you can just take trains the whole way up and down. It's pretty much already like that. It is. There are also a lot of mountains when you go, if you're doing a point A to point B straight line between New York and Boston. There are a lot of areas that are a little hard to build on, so it won't be one complete strip, but yeah. You love German Texas. In the Midwest, too, there are a lot of random, like, very German towns. There are places called Germantown, literally. There's so many towns named that all across the Midwest. So many. And there are just all these little communities and, you know. Your mom is from one of those towns, yeah. Yeah, it's a lot. Sorry, we came over there. We, you say. You're not part of the people that went over there. You're not part of them. They split off. They split off years ago. It's funny because there are even differences between people that immigrated at different times, or people whose families immigrated at different times. So you've got a good example is there are a lot of German families that immigrated 1800s, mid 1800s, and a lot of them went out further west, right to the Midwest, came in through New York, and then moved out and settled. And that is like one group of people. Then years later, a lot more German immigrants coming through in the 1900s. And it's very different because those people stayed in Germany for a much longer time and then came over. They have like very little in common with the Germans that came earlier, that became German Americans from that era of immigrating. So sometimes when you meet someone who's American and they say, "Oh yeah, I'm German American, I'm Italian American," like they're putting, you know, ethnicity first, so you understand probably what cultural basis they come from. They could still be really different from someone else who says that depending on when their family immigrated over. And most people don't really say that. They just say they're like American or whatever. They don't really say the cultural thing unless their family was more recently immigrated. Yeah, the Chinese community in New York is so much different from the Chinese immigrants coming in now. Yes. Yes. It's so different, the families that have been in the US for longer versus the ones that are freshly coming over. Yeah. Completely different. And a lot of my friends always were folks whose parents were from another country or grandparents were from another country. And I kind of was always used to that. And at some point I realized how much just being one extra generation down changes people a lot. A lot. There's a lot they do and don't know. And it's not tied to language. I know people who their parents came from another country, forced them to speak English, didn't want them to like focus on their language. They don't really know how to speak much, but the cultural difference is insane. You know, it's insane. Yeah, you do naturalize quickly, and it depends on the family. Some families force that faster, and some force you to not naturalize. They want you to retain more of it. So it's interesting. It's very interesting. You talked to an Amish German speaker. The German dialect was almost medieval, very hard to understand. Yeah, they always call it Old German. They have a couple different words for it depending on where they're from, but they'll speak. They call it Pennsylvania Dutch for some of the versions of it, and they call it Pennsylvania Dutch, but it's not actually Dutch, right? It's a type of Old German. It's very weird. I had a friend who also, you know, was from Germany, and he really was interested in that, and he did like a school project based around it, how well he could communicate with these people. And he went to a bunch of Amish towns and was trying to communicate as part of this project. And he said it was one of the weirdest experiences of his life because, yeah, it was like almost like us speaking, someone who speaks Old English, right? He said it was bizarre, but the people were very welcoming of it. They thought it was funny, and they were interested in learning, you know, or talking to him, attempting it. But they ended up just using English, you know, after a while. They love confusing Deutsch with Dutch. Yeah, I mean, it comes from that, but I think when most people say Pennsylvania Dutch out loud, they know what they're talking about. They know it's not literally Dutch, but some people also will hear that, not know what it's about, and go, oh, so it's their version of Dutch, which, you know, isn't it? But there's a lot of that. Your friend is first-gen American. He took an American name, but he's using his family's root name, spelling / pronunciation. Yeah, I something that's interesting, too, is there's some people that have a last name that their family brought over. And then someone else will have the same last name that their family brought over, but because their family immigrated later, the spelling is different. So sometimes you can tell an era that someone's family moved to the US during based off of how a specific last name is spelled. That's one way to do it as well. But oftentimes that also could be people just spelling the name however they want. Because, yeah, you'd have someone at Ellis Island sitting there and going, okay, name, and the person says their name, and they just write down what they hear. So, you know, it depends. It depends. The oldest spoken version of American English is a place called Smith Island off the coast of Maryland. It's the closest way to the original Pilgrims spoke, and their cake is amazing. I watched a little YouTube video about that. I watched a little documentary on that place. Some old guy that was just living there brought another dude around. It was cool. It was cool. And that happened with yours? Yeah. Yeah, I know quite a few people that have interesting spellings. Your family has 3 different spellings of your surname and none of them are pronounced like how. Yeah. Yeah, I've got some family names that are kind of fucked up from the whole experience. Especially people immigrating over a bit later, you know. Change that, because you'll meet a lot of Americans with a certain last name, and then someone else will go, oh, my last name is this, and they'll be like, it's not the same, and they're like, no, it is, we just came over later, you know. There's a lot of that. A lot of Asian families took on American names to blend in better. Yeah, I have a lot of friends who have that. Their native name is their middle name, and their parents call them that thing, but then their American name is their first name. So on documentation, it says that. But my best long-term friend, her name is she has like 3 different names. So each of her sets of grandparents have a different name for her. So she has 2 middle names, and it's each of those. And then she has a first name that is her American name, and she only uses that with people that are strictly American. But with a lot of friends that come over and know her parents, like me, I just call her by one of those other names. So it's interesting. Does it ever get confusing for her? No, she's used to it. Completely used to it. Yeah, you always thought it was weird that people called your mother Sue when that's not her name. I found out a long while ago, one of my grandfathers, kept... So his birth certificate said his first name was something. And then other documentation said his first name was something else. And then other documentation later on in life said his name was something else. And it's all kind of similar. They sound like variations of each other, but they just kind of wrote down whatever, and it just was always like that. So it's really hard to find any information on him if I try to look through things, because his name kept changing. He literally had like 3 different legal names. And whenever he would have to do anything, he would have to go through hoops to be like, no, this is me though, I promise. His birth certificate didn't match any of his other documentation. So funny. So funny. You use your first name in public and your middle name is used almost exclusively by family and friends. Yeah. I have various other names that I've been given by various family members that they will call me instead of my name like all the time. It's always like that. Always like that. Your great-grandfather's birth certificate was handwritten and that changed his name too? Yeah, well, that's how they used to do it. That's how they used to do it. You'd have the baby, and then the person working in the office, one of the nurses, would sign off on it. And you know something that they do is a lot of people have a name ready when they have a baby. They have a name ready. So you have the baby, and the nurse is like, what's the name? So I can write it down when I mark the crib that they're in and say, this is this baby. And they'll write it down. If you don't tell them a name yet, you say, I haven't decided yet, they'll just write male or female. They'll check the sex of the child, and then they'll write male or female, and then your last name. So if your last name is Smith, they'll write female Smith, and they'll just put that on the thing. That was my case for a while. I was not named when I was born. I was not named for a little bit. So initially I was just female. My name was just female. That was all. Yeah, female Smith. It was like that. I wasn't named at first. There were so many names thrown around that different people wanted me to be. Why did my music stop? Give me my music back. Spotify keeps doing this. Fuck it, I'll just open another thing. Animal Crossing music it is. But yeah, legally my name, I didn't have one. I mean, they don't make your name female legally. They just don't give you a name, and that's what's written on the papers until you decide what they are going to file you as. BGM. Oh, yeah. Rain sounds. Yes. Yeah. Nice. That's gonna be the BGM. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Did you dodge a bullet on some of those names? I would say I did. I would say I did. Well, I think a lot of them were actually really great. And I did end up with a lot of them anyway. Because so many people call me different things. So it's no different. It's no different. But actually my mother did not know. She wanted, so my mom was crazy and she didn't want to know what gender I was going to be, the sex of the baby, until I came out. She wanted to be surprised. So she had names picked out for both. And she and my father were convinced that I was going to be a boy. Completely convinced. And, you know, as she was carrying me, she was like, yeah, it's another son. I guess I have all brothers. Yeah, it's another son. So, I learned what my name was going to be if I was a boy, and I was like, fuck, that name was so good. The name was so good. I was like, damn. It was not going to be Greg, no. It was not going to be Greg. But it was cool. And then later in life, I named a pet that name instead. You are your dad's favorite son? I am. He says I'm his favorite son, so it's all good. It's all good. Exactly. Now I want to know. Not telling you. Not telling you. You could take some guesses. You could probably tell, but actually I could tell you. Who fucking cares? There were three. Thing is, I can't say it was definitely going to be that one because there were three potential boy names that it was going to be, and that was the front runner. But there were two others that were very close. It was going to be Nucky. No, it was not going to be Nucky. My name was not going to be Nucky if I was a boy. No. No. What do you think it would have been, guys? Take guesses. What do you think my name was supposed to be if I was born a boy? No, it's not Giovanni. It was nothing like inherently Italian. No. Scarpo. That would have gone hard. Boris. Xerxes. That is some shit that my mom would say. But no. Scarpo does go crazy. When do you got it? So far. When do you got it? Anyone else? Anyone else? Legolas? No. Nope. He said probably something elitist like Wolfgang. You think that's elitist? That's what it was going to be. That's what it was going to be. I was going to be named Wolfgang if I was a boy. That was going to be my name. I was like, what the fuck? He said elitist. I actually know several Wolfgangs, so. But yeah. And then I named my cat Wolfie. I named my cat Wolfie later in life. Deep lore. Deep lore. That was gonna be my name. There were two others that went crazy too. Actually, they went even harder. They were more obscure though, and my mom was like, I didn't want you to get picked on for having like a name that was too obscure. So if you're a boy, we were probably gonna go with that one because it wouldn't have been as weird. I was like, okay. Is Wolfgang very German? It is. It is. Yeah. Wolfgang wouldn't cause that. It's at least more normal than the others. Wolfgang's so German though. My mom didn't want to have a kid and be like, it's my son Tony. It's my son Giovanni. She just did not want that. Okay? I cannot begin to describe how much she did not want that. She was like, no. So, you know. Helmut would have gone crazy. Helmut. Yeah, no, she just did not want that. Yeah, Louis. Good old Louis. No thanks. Your dad's an insane person wanting to name you oh, how do you pronounce this one? Tecumseh. What the fuck? Oh my god. As a German, you only associate that name with grandpas. That's what I said. I was like, that's kind of like... a little older. A little older. But not too bad. Not too bad, but a bit older. But my mom likes things like that. She likes very classic older names. And they do cycle, yeah. But keep in mind, we had a pair of lovebirds when I was younger, and my mom named them Oberon and Titania, okay? So that should tell you what kind of person she is. So I dodged several bullets with some of my naming schemes. Is your mother a reader? What do you think? What do you think? What do you fucking think? It's all she did. She still does. But I thought it was so funny that she named them that because they had a falling out. They had like a major falling out, the two. But it was a good name for the lovebirds. Not to spoil if you haven't read A Midsummer Night's Dream, not to spoil, but you know. But those lovebirds loved each other. They were famous for having lover spats. Yeah, exactly. So it was a good, you know, duo name for them, but still. Wahlberg, Otto, Frederick, Willem, Hildegard, and others are definitely names we associate mostly with grandparents here. Yeah. There was another name that she wanted that wasn't in the top 3. That was like crazy. She really likes a lot of Arthurian stuff. Okay. And one of the names that she really wanted to name me was I can't remember what it was, but it was the name of one of the swords. And then there was another one right next to it that she really liked that was not Arthurian. That was also like, I'm trying to look it up. It was an old like Turkish name. Let me try. I'm going to try to find it. It wasn't Excalibur. I think it was Calibur. It was Calibur. I was like, you should have named me Galahad. That would have been better. Oh my god, it was... Another name that she really liked was Tamerlane. Now, Tamerlane, Emir Timur, was a conqueror, okay, in the 1400s in, like, I believe, like, Turkey, the Mongols, all that sort of region. I have to look it up. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, born in Uzbekistan, so it's very Central Asian. And she was like, oh, that'd be such a cool name. Yeah, Turco-Mongol. Okay, yeah. Sounds about right. That was another name that she was like, oh my god, that would be such a good one. And I'm like, what? That's a lot. That's a lot, Mom. I don't know. She knew you're gonna grow up to be a general. She just likes reading. She just likes reading. Breaks down to being Lane, which isn't so bad as a kid. Tam or Lane. Yeah, both work. Both work. For sure. And I always think about this stuff and I'm like, that's crazy. Who would name a kid that? But then I think about it and I would probably, I'm never gonna have a kid, I don't think, but if I did, I'd probably be sitting there and being like, oh, I shall name you Galahad. Like, I know myself. I would do the same shit. The same thing I complain about with her, I would do the same shit. I named my cat Wolfgang, you know? And it could have been a lot worse if I didn't choose that one, so. Who knows, man? How are all the Khaleesi kids feeling nowadays? Oh, I hate it. I hate it. All the little girls named Daenerys. It's not even a very common historical name. It's just some book character. I don't know. I don't know. It's like calling your daughter Meg and they find out her proper name is Megatron. Yeah. I actually knew a Megara. I knew a Megara, but people would always call her Meg, and she would get so pissed. She'd be like, call me Megara, because she didn't like the name Meg. She hated it. Because everyone thought her name was Megan, and she's like, it's Megara. I don't know. Daenerys sounds good, though. I don't like the way that name sounds at all, actually. Personally, I don't like it. I think Daenerys sounds ugly. For a girl, especially, I think it's an ugly-sounding name. I don't like that. Personally. I name you Frog Detective. Me with my son Batman. Megara isn't the worst name to be called. No, it sounds good when it's all together. Just when it's just Meg, you know. Name your son Night King. This is my son, Moon Knight. I don't know. I just think, you gotta consider that kid's life. I think having a slightly more unique name is a really good thing because it's memorable. And I think being memorable actually truly helps your kid in life. I think you genuinely get a leg up in small ways by having some sort of really unique name. But then when it's too unique or it's a little weird, it's like the vibes are off, I think that has the opposite effect. So you gotta be careful with that. You gotta be careful with that. I don't know. King GEEGA. Yes. Number of parents with the surname of Head who named their son Richard is too high. Yep. You're first to blame because everyone remembers you in a group? Yeah, but I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing. Peeps remember you because you're kind, apparently, but you have a boring name. Yeah. Now imagine if you had a really unique name. I feel like it would be a little different, right? Your name is your mom and dad's names combined to make yours? Okay, did it... You don't say what it is, but did it turn out weird? Did that come out good, or did it turn out really weird? Because I feel like that could be really good or really bad. You have an extremely normal and common name, and you could say you excel at being forgotten. That's what I'm saying. There's too many Kevins and Michaels. What are the most common names nowadays? What are people naming their babies now? Let me see. Most common baby names. Let's go 2020. Let me see. Okay, for boys. All right. I'm going to say a name, and you're going to rate it 1 to 5. You can tell me what you think, 1 to 5, on boy names. 3 is totally neutral to it. 4 is kind of like it. 5 is very much like it. 2 is kind of don't like it. 1 is really don't like it, okay? Number 1, boy name, Liam. Liam in 2020. Give me a number. What do you think about Liam? Oh. It's pretty neutral, pretty split. Between, like, 2 and 4, especially. A lot of 3s. Okay, all right. Similar one. No, we're not polling everyone. It's going to be 5,000 polls. Now, what do you think about the name Noah? A boy named Noah. How do we feel about that? 1 to 5. Oh, we like it less. There's a good number of 4s, but a lot more 2s and 1s now. Ooh, why do you dislike Noah? What are your takes? I think Liam's a 2. I think Noah's a 3. Too religious. I like biblical names, depending on which ones they are. I like a good Luke, you know. Don't love a Jedediah, you know. Like, really, it depends. It depends if the name is, you're just like, oh, that's in the Bible. It's also a common name. Or if you hear it and you're like, you have that name because your parents love the Bible, right? It's very different. Noah's highly reliant on the last name. It's quite neutral, yeah. Yeah. Okay. 1 to 5, let's rate the next one. How do we like the baby name for a boy? Jackson. A first name, Jackson. How are we feeling about that? Whoa, a lot of 1s. A lot of 1s, some 2s. Overused? Well, it is the most common. We're going through the list of most common, so we can't use overuse as a complaint here. I think I don't like last names as first names. That's how I feel. It's okay if it's a last name that doesn't have son in it sometimes, but when it has the son in it, the whole point is that that is a surname, and putting son at the end, I'm like, that's a surname. Jack Jackson. I'd be like, all right, you're Jack and you're Jack's son. Okay, you know, I'd get it, but I don't like it as a first name, personally. It doesn't sound bad though. Jackson is one of the names that I like more than some others. Jack and what? Okay, that one, yeah, I'm not a fan either. All right, number 4. This name. From 1 to 5, how do we feel about the name Aiden? Spelled A-I-D-E-N is apparently the most common way. Ooh, a lot of 1s. A lot of 3s, too. So we're, like, middling on, like, a 2. Oh, Caden. If I meet, like, an adult Aiden, it's fine. But every time I meet some mom, and she's like, this is my son, Aiden, and he's, like, 3. I don't know why. I don't like it. I don't like it. Aiden. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the name, and I feel like it's become, like, the basic bitch name. Right? I think it has become a basic bitch name, and it sounds more basic bitch to me than Liam, Noah, or Jackson, which were all more common in 2020 than that one was. Aiden is like someone wearing Uggs. Aiden came out of a woman who wears Uggs. Probably. On average, because it is the 4th most used name in 2020. Hi, Jaden. Hey, Jaden, you're safe. You got the J in there. We're going through the list of most common baby names in 2020. All right, next name, guys. How do we feel? Scale of 1 to 5. Again, 3 is neutral. 5, I love it. 1, I hate it. How do we feel about the name Elijah? Elijah. For a boy. Elijah. Rate it. Ooh, it's more split this time. I'm seeing a lot of 1 and 2, but then I'm also seeing a healthy amount of 4 and 5. Surprisingly, 5s, which we haven't seen for the others. Eli is a shortened name. Slaps, though. I do like Eli as a nickname. Eli is a good nickname. I'm feeling you on that. But Elijah's not bad. I think it depends on the last name. Elijah Wood is a good name. If you're like Elijah blah, 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 and it's really long, I feel like it would start to piss me off a little. Elijah. Yeah, good nickname. Yeah, yeah. I'm down with I'm down with the name Eli. It's not bad. I just like the letter E to start a name off with. I don't know. It's nice. It's nice. It feels good. It feels right. All right. Here's one. 1 to 5. How do we feel about the 6th most used baby name in 2020? Grayson. Grayson. How do we feel about Grayson? So many ones. Oh no. I don't like it. It's a 1 for me, guys. You already know I don't like last names as first names with things that make it clear as a surname, like son in it. Who is named Gray? I don't know many people even named Gray. Are there that many Graysons? I don't think so. For people with that as an actual last name, I think, yeah, they like Batman. Trust fund energy. It gives me the Aiden, like, basic bitch name energy. If I meet a Grayson who's over 20 years old, I'll be like, oh, nice name, because it's before that trend. But I feel like if it happens now, I don't know. I don't know. You're going with the tides to get to this name, right? Gray Grayson. Yeah, it should have been named Graybeard. Okay, wait, let's scroll. Let's scroll. Let me find more polarizing ones. Okay. Here's a classic one. You're having a son in the year 2025. How do you feel about the classic name from 1 to 5? Alexander. Alexander. Someone has a baby and they name them Alexander. How do you feel? Wow, that's very popular. Okay, a lot of 5s, a lot of 4s. Yeah. I think you can't go wrong with that name. I think you it's a classic name. A lot of people have it as a name. I think you can't go wrong with it. For me, it's not the Alex part. It's just the fact that it has an X in it and it ends with Xander. All right, like anything that ends in that, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Can't go wrong. Can't go wrong at all. I like a good Alexander. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad we're in agreement there. How about... Ooh. Wait. The 49th most popular? I'm surprised that this is even on this list. Okay. 1 to 5. You're having a baby in 2025. And your wife or husband or whomever is like, I have a name for it. I've decided to name it Maverick. How do you feel? 1 to 5. I'm going to name my son Maverick. You don't like that one, do you? Is your baby a Ford? I named him after my Maverick truck. I love a damn Maverick. You don't like the name Maverick? Yeah, this is my son F-150. I'm sure there's an F-150 out there. There's gotta be. You really don't like that name, do you? Ooh, you know, some people are saying that they don't really like biblical names or things that remind them of that. But I got one for you. It's 2025. Your sibling just had a kid and they're like, this is my baby. Their name is, and they look you in the eyes and they say, from 1 to 5, Malachi. They named their baby Malachi. Your new nephew. How are we feeling on that? More of a split, more hot and cold. I had more 4s and 5s. For sure. Better than Bob. Sounds like an evil warlock. Malachi in his wizard tower. Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. It's better. It's better. It's not too bad. Not too bad. Not bad at all. Let's do some of the girl names.
In a previous job I had, there was a truck driver called Adolf.
Ooh.
He was born in 1945. What was his parents thinking?
In 1945? Hey, okay, to be fair, there were a lot of people at the time that did not know just how it was. I'm just gonna say. We're not gonna get into it, okay? We're not gonna get into it. Hindsight is 2020 is all I'll say, okay? Hindsight is 2020. In 45 you would know. Information took a lot longer time to be spread and understood. Okay, and also, it was a super common name at the time. Super common name at the time, but, you know, people read newspapers. And they did legit live under rocks, yes, in the 40s, many of them, so. You know, I'll excuse it. Now, later on, but yeah, hindsight is 2020. All right, let's do some girl names. We're gonna do the same 1 to 5. The number one name, this has been the number one name for a while, and I don't know why it's so popular. Not that I dislike the name, just like why this one? Number one baby name in 2020, Sophia. Sophia. He said tragedy with an E-I-G-H at the end. My daughter, Lovely. People liking Sophia, but it looks like it's leaning neutral. Sophia versus Sophie. Sophia. It's always got the A at the end now. Yeah. I think Sophia is nice. I think it's nice sounding. I agree, it works well when they're a kid and when they're an adult. But I feel like I hear it so much that I'm like, hey, we don't need more of these. I just don't know why it's the number one. It's the number one. It's been the number one for a while. Sophieigha. So true. Okay, we'll go down a little bit. Wow, I'm seeing a big trend. Almost all of these names end in They end in A, specifically the sound. Number 2 name, Olivia. 1 to 5, Olivia. Olivia. You know, a girl was born in the 2010s or later if her name ends in Very 2, very 4, more 4s. In Poland, every girl's name ends in I mean, it's the feminine, it's just a feminine identifier for a lot of words in a lot of languages too, for those that have feminine masculine. It seems like that's always been a thing in a lot of languages, to just name girls with at the end. I just feel like in good old 2020, so many of the names have that compared to before. Chatters and chatterinas. Yep, exactly. Okay, how are we feeling about number 3? We're gonna go a different direction. This one does not end in How do you feel about the name from 1 to 5? Riley. Riley. How are we feeling about Riley? Way more split on that. 1s, 2s, 4s. 5 only if it's from Boondocks. Okay. I feel okay. I think the name is cute. But I feel like this name, if someone's like, my name's Riley, I assume they say like, my name's Riley, and they're gonna, you know, go catch they're gonna lasso a baby cow at the rodeo. And they'll be like, look, Mama, I did it. I went to the rodeo and I lassoed a cow. That's how Riley sounds to me. Yeah, it sounds like a horse girl, right? Your son's called Riley. It's different for a boy. Where this was specifically for the girl version, right? A girl named Riley. For a boy, it is a different vibe, completely different vibe. But for a girl, I just called a cow, Mom. It's me, Riley. That's just how it feels to me. but it's a cute name. Like, it sounds cute, so I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it at all. Oh, what is this? It takes a turn. It takes a turn. Oh. Number 17 on the list. 1 to 5. How are we feeling about the name Everly? Everly. Yeah, I didn't think you'd like that either. That name is rancid. You're telling me that's 17 on this list? What in the hell? You said, I'm just confused. Me too. What is that? Everly, like those darn hills. Evelyn is better. Evelyn is nice. Everly? I didn't even know that was a name. Raise your hand. Hand emoji right now. If you didn't even know that was a name, because I didn't. I've never heard of the name Everly. Me when I'm playing League of Legends. What the hell was that champion's name again? What was her name? Everly? I don't want to see her again. I don't like when she jungles. A good number of you, okay. This is not just me. I've never met someone with a kid named Everly. What in the hell? How about number 32 on the list? Number 32 on the list. You have a sister, hypothetically. She has a daughter, and she's like, oh my god, I had a baby. I named her Scarlet. Your niece's name is Scarlet. How do you feel about the name Scarlet? Good number 4s. You said you chose a stripper name, ma'am. Do you really think that? Can she please not? Why not? 4, because you can call her Scar. Scar's pretty good. What if she's the Scarlet Bitch? We have to play the song. We have to play the song. It's time. You're so right. Where's Ocean Kelly? The Scarlet Bitch. Yeah. You're so right. All right, we're gonna play. This song is called Multiverse of Cuntness. There we go. Oh, yeah. Every time, the Scarlet Bitch. I think of this song. I think Scarlet's not a bad name, but I feel you. It's a little characterized. Okay. I'm thinking you're gonna be in a movie. I'm thinking this is a name for a character in a book. I'm thinking, it just feels characterized. It's not even a bad name at all. It just feels like that, right? All I'm saying is 2 chatters have cars named Scarlet. You got a point. It's almost main character type. It kind of does. I think names that are words give that a lot of the time. It's more a word typically than it is a name, and then someone gets named that thing. I feel like a lot of them have that energy. Like when you name a girl Fern. This is my daughter Fern. That's something I would also name like an Animal Crossing villager, right? There might actually be one named Fern. It just feels like that. It's probably made popular by Scarlett Johansson. Yeah, for sure. Gonna name my kid Orange. Me with my son Orange. Orange would be a great name. Actually, I had a friend we used to call Orange. We used to call him Orange because he had this outfit that he would wear when he was younger, and he had these bright orange shoes and these orange pants. It was like an orange track suit thing. He just loved it when he was little, and we called him Orange because of it. Because he had a little bit of that accent too. Be like red, blue, green, orange. he sounded like that, and he would be like, I'm wearing my orange pants. And we were like, can we call you Orange? And he liked it. So we called him Orange. Orange. It was ERNJ was how we spelled it, Orange. And we called him that for his entire life still. Orange. It's kind of like Earl, you know, Orange. I love that name. I'll start saying that when people are like, what's your MBTI? Orange. I got Orange. Okay, how do we feel about this name? Again, it took a bit of a turn. How about... Guys, I can't with all these names that end in L-E-Y. They just add it to fucking everything. I'm skipping those. I don't want to see them. We're skipping those. I don't want to see them. I don't want to hear them. All right. Now, what about this name? Very similar to the last. It took a turn. It did. 1 to 5. How do we feel about the name Violet? Violet. Ooh, you like that one. We like Violet, on average. We like Violet. 1, because League ruined it. Yeah, but they don't call her Violet for the most part. They call her Vi. Violet is pretty good. I think you hear the name Violet more than Scarlet, because Violet is also a type of flower, and girls always get named things related to flowers. That's always been historically a thing, right? So I think that makes a lot more sense to me. Scarlet is more so just the color, right? So that one I've seen a bit more for sure. Violet also feels characterized. A little bit. A little bit, yeah. All right, what do you think about this one? And I want to know what you think of when you hear this. 1 to 5. How do you feel about the name Emery? E-M-E-R-Y, Emery. How do you feel about Emery? Wow, we hate it. So many 1s and 2s. Some 4s. For a girl, yeah, for a girl. Now, it's not spelled the same way, but yeah, I just think about an emery board. I'm like, an emery board, you know, to file your nails with. That's what I think of. I don't, or really, it's a type of file in general, but like, I don't know. Is that just a play on Emerus, the alternative name for Merlin? I don't think anyone would know that. I don't think anyone's naming their kid this, going like, oh, yes, Merlin's other name. You know? I don't think a single person's doing that. They're just going, I'm going to name my daughter Emery. Emery. I think a lot of the girl names on this list suck. Also, you don't have to vote on these or rate these, but they got Sophia, Olivia, Riley is the first 3, right? Then we got Emma, Ava, Isabella, Aria, Aaliyah, Amelia, Mia, Layla, Zoe, Camilla. Camilla's not bad. Charlotte's not bad. Eliana, Mila, Everly, Luna, Avery. I don't like the name Avery. A lot of these I'm like... They all sound like girls that read Twilight, right? They're all giving me that same vibe. Some girl in your class in 2010, whatever fucking year, is reading Twilight. What's her name? Probably one of these. Right? That's how it feels. That's how it feels to me. I don't know. I don't know. Not a fan. Not a fan. Ooh, we can do Social Security Administration actually has a list of most popular birth names by year. You can see the top 5 names by state even. What's the top 5 in... How far back can we go? We can go back to 1980. Jennifer. Jennifer and Michael. Don't we fucking know it? Don't we fucking know it? Jennifer, Jessica, Amanda, Michelle, Melissa, Nicole. Michael, Christopher, Jason, David, John. Don't I fucking know it? I know all these people. Me too. Okay, let's go up to 1990. 1990. What do we got? Similar. Jessica, Ashley, Brittany. Oh, God. Samantha. Amanda. Yeah. Them for boys. Christopher, Michael. Michael's always on there. Joshua, Daniel. There's that many Daniels from 1990? Tyler is on there for North Dakota and Utah. Amanda. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. But I do know a lot of these. All right. 2000. This is when the U's started. Hannah, Emily, Kayla, Sarah, Madison. Madison? That many Madisons? We gotta stop with the son names. Olivia. That's where Olivia started. Oh, God. So many of them. Hannah Montana. Yeah. Madison was popular for a while. It still is, apparently. Okay, then boys in 2000. Jacob. So many number 1 Jacob for these different states. William, Joshua, Michael, Matthew, Nicholas, Zachary. It's a lot of like standard biblical names, to be honest. It's all actors' names, right? Kinda. William is a proper name. William is good. William is good. That's another classic one. It's not as strong as Alexander, but like it always works. I don't know. What is this, Utah? No, this is across all the states. Utah in that year, specifically in 2000 specifically, their top 5 was Jacob, Joshua, Ethan, Tyler, Zachary. It tends to be similar across all the states, though. Very interesting. Very interesting. What names have the energy? Not the same energy, but like that timeless, always works kind of energy as Alexander. Like it'll never go away. What names work like that? I think William and Michael are up there. Oliver. Elizabeth. Elizabeth will never go away, yeah. Joseph. Dookie said Adolf again. Ooh, Victor's a good one. Yeah. Muhammad will always be there, yeah. Nathaniel. Jimothy, yeah, like Jimothy Shit Penis, our favorite. No, Nathaniel has that energy, right? It's a strong name. It feels classic, but it doesn't feel so classic that it's a grandpa name. My name is Nathaniel. Wait, I love that video. You know that one? Hold on. I love this kid. Hold on. I like to dance. I'm gonna play the audio. Ready? It's from Yo Gabba Gabba. I like to dance. I'll put the link if you want to see it. This kid dances so well too. I like to dance. And he dances a little. Fucking Yo Gabba Gabba is such a shit show. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad, but man. He does sound like the corn kid. I love cone. I love cone. You see him? You see him moving? I'll drop in the Discord so no one loses it. Can we... Oh shit, can you cut that out? Make that a sound alert. My name is Nathaniel. I like to dance. I love the way he says dance, man. It's so good. Holy. He looks like he's in pain. No, he's acting cool. It's a good name. Archibald. Okay, unironically, one of my favorite names that sounds old as fuck on purpose is Baldric. Love that name, Baldric. I like any names that end in Rick, R-I-C-H, or R-I-C-K. Any names that end in Rick. I don't like the name Rick alone the same way I like a name that starts with it. Baldric, Ulrich. They're all good. They're all good. Frederick. Yep. Yep. Pickle Rick. Godric. Yep. Yep. Patrick. They all work. They all work. I've heard Patrick too much, so it's kind of worn off, but they all work. You just think of Blackadder. I love the Blackadder, dude. My name is Baldric. Anything ending in Rick, though, is solid. Geegrick. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Elric, yep. Henya Rick, classic. Classic. Right. Right. But I think that's why Alexander works so well, is like the ander at the end is nice. Okay? Same thing with the Nathaniel. It's not Neil, the Nyo at the end. Solid. Yorick is a great name. Yep. There are a lot of names that are out there, but they tend to have a lot of the same suffixes, right? So when it's a suffix that you hear a little less, or it sounds stronger, I feel like it's nice. It's nice. Dander. Yep, yep. Warwick, uh-huh. Uh-huh. When I was naming my cat, one of the names I thought about him for him was Warwick, but I also liked League, and I didn't want to name him a League of Legends name. But Warwick is not just a League of Legends name in my head. But I figured that when people would come over and I'd be like, this is my cat, Warwick, they'd be like, oh, from League of Legends, and I didn't want to experience that, so I didn't name him that. Same with Yorick, right? When I think of Yorick, I think, alas, poor Yorick. I don't think of League of Legends Yorick, but same idea. People are gonna be like, oh my god, from League of Legends. I love League of Legends. It's excellent for a bit of noblesse. Yeah. Yeah. Me constantly suffering from noblesse oblige. I'm going to name my son Warwick. Me always in exquisite agony, suffering of the nobles. I will name my son Warwick. It definitely has that energy. It definitely does. That's why I didn't name my cats anything like that. I was like, ugh, they're gonna think it's like a league thing, and I don't want it to be a league thing. Hubert. What old names do you like? Oh, Podrick. Yeah, Podrick is wonderful. Processor, thank you for the tier 3. Podrick is so good. That's what I'm saying. Everything that ends in Rick just works. Siegfried. Bort. Bort's great. You like Eleanor? I agree, yeah. Edgard. Garfrick. Good old Garf. Elma Clementine. I don't think I know anyone like young named Clementine. You like Constance, but you hate Connie. I agree. I don't like Connie either. I agree. Rosemary. You know how many Rosemarys there were and Mary Roses there were? So many. Bjorn. I think Bjorn's made a comeback. I think it's made a comeback. Igor. Igor's great. It's good. Boshena is a great name. It actually is. Yeah. Yeah. Toby and Tobias are really good. I had a friend named Toby, but I don't remember what his full name was. But he was from Africa. And his full name, it started with Toby, but it ended in something crazy. And he never even would say it because a lot of kids would have trouble saying it. And he was like, I don't want to deal with that.
My name is Nathaniel.
Can we dance?
Can we dance? There he is. There he is. My name is Nathaniel. Holy fuck. It's so good. It's so good. You want to give Thomas a comeback? No, there's plenty of Thomases and Toms. You like that name Eric? Very old, still used. Eric has never gone away. That's one that just Michael as well. Like just never gone away. Yeah, Toby Tobias is pretty solid. Toby Lerone. Wait. Wait, that's a great character name. Excellent character name, Toby Lerone. Bjorn has made a comeback. Viking weebs and metalheads are dragging that and Thor up like we're raiding again. Oh, I know. Or Eric spelled with a K at the end because they love Vikings or whatever. Dude. So many people doing that. Theodore kind of slaps. I think Theodore is great. I think it's great. I like a lot of old early American founding father kind of names. But some of them are just... They just sound too old. I think they need more time to pass before people start bringing them back more. Love a good George. Franklin, yeah, Franklin's good. Benjamin, I think, is still somewhat popular. I think there's a good number of Benjamins out there. Otis. I like Otis. Yeah, it's a good one. Dad's called Petrus. It's quite old too, biblical even, I guess. Oh, yeah. Bennett is actually a great one. I think you don't really hear that name very much. Bennett Foddy. Like, everyone's heard the name. But I think, yeah, it's not the most popular. Cletus. Has somebody said Reginald? No one said Reginald. I think it's because there are a good number of Reggies. Still. It's not gone. The name's not gone. Eustace and Ethel. I like those. You have a friend named Xerxes? Really? That's one I'd be wary of naming a kid, because I think there will be a camp of people that absolutely know how that's pronounced, and then there will be a lot of people that will mispronounce it every time. It's in my body's Reggie. Yeah. Walter's a good one. Even just Walt. Walt is solid. Darius. I knew several Dariuses. I think that name... I think a lot of people in the hood had that name. So certain people thought the name was gone. It was not gone. It was alive and well in the hood, if I'm being honest. Always has been. Like, straight up. But, you know, that depends on where you grew up, I would think. Hannibal's not bad, but I don't love it. Aloysius is great. Aloysius is a good name, yeah. Like the top laner. Like the top laner. You had a favorite book as a kid called Freginald. It was Fred and Reginald together. Freginald. That's terrible. That's awful. You like Ishmael as a biblical name? Yeah, when I hear Ishmael, I think of Moby Dick every time. You're about to say all the Dariuses you've ever known are very much not white. Yeah, it's hard to say it. It's hard to find the right way to say it. I think there's a reason why many of you haven't heard this name. I don't know how else to say it. Maybe we grew up in different places. Perhaps. Maybe. You had a redneck friend named Jet. I think the name Jet alone is there, but probably from Jethro a lot of the time. I think Jethro is still good, which one of my favorite names actually, but I think that's very southern. Jethro's a solid one. Very solid one. Gabriel's good. Name my kid Mephistopheles and plague yo ass. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You know what I love? You know what name I love that nobody loves? A name that I love hearing, that I don't know anyone who loves this name the way I love this name. A good old Pasquale. Pasquale! A good old Pasquale. Not Pascal. Not Pascal. The type where you pronounce the QU, okay? Pasquale. 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 Not Pascal. It comes from the same root name. Not the same name. Good Pasquale. That's a good one. I don't know anyone likes that name, though. Yeah, good pizza place name. We're gonna go to Pasquale's and eat some pasta. Yeah. I like that one. I always did. If someone in your family named that, yeah. Yep. Gaetano's nice. Gaetano's a great name. Yep. That's a favorite. In my GTA character's backstory, there's a character named Gaetano. Because I love that name. Solid one. Ooh, Chester. You know where I hear Chester a lot? Cats. So many people have these orange cats and they name them Chester. So in my mind, it feels like a cat name. Right? Wyatt is one that's been around, actually. It's one of the most popular names the past few years. Can't like Chester because it reminds you of Chaz and Chet. Oh, I can't stand the name Chaz. I can't stand the name Chaz. It makes me think that person automatically is a surfer from the West Coast. Chaz. I don't know. Chaz it up. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. It's not one that I like, no. You like Chaz as a woman's name? I don't think I've ever heard of a woman being named Chaz. Is that a thing? Leonardo's good. We like good old Leonard, all right? Leonard. L-E'-Nard is a favorite. I have known a Leonard in my time. And then I laughed so hard because one of my friends made an alt character in GTA named Leonard Knox. I was like, oh shit. I like that name. Leonard. It's just a shitty Leonard. That's really all it is. Chasman. That's right. Chasman. You're wary of anyone named Chad, Chaz, or Brad? You hear it and your hands just ball up instantly. Oh, they would use Chaz for Charlotte or Chastity short. I guess so. Leonardo, Donatello, Raphael, Michelangelo. Raphael's a good one, though. That's actually a personal favorite. Raphael's solid. I would often, in video games, when you have like a pet, I would name it Raphael a lot. Historically. Yeah, I'd be like, yeah, this is my Palico, Raphael. Rat is short for Rathu. True. How common is Brad as a name in the US? I mean, everyone's met a Brad because there are Bradleys. There's a good number of Bradleys, but I think not incredibly common, but common enough. Bradley's a pretty big one. Moderately common, yeah. Yeah. Raphael's fine, but if you name your kid Lucifer, suddenly angel names are bad. That's what I'm saying. Oh, okay. Can't have a little Lucy every now and then. Fine. I think Fur at the end, F-E-R, is a great way to end a name, but Jennifer really ruined it. The number of Jennifers we got at one point, you know, I just am not a fan. I am not a fan. I'm all right. Yennefer. Yeah, Uriel, Sariel, Uriel, Michael, Gabriel, archangels. Yeah, yeah. But you don't meet many Uriels. I just think of Uriel Septim. Uriel's good. But you know what? I think Americans, not Americans, I think English speakers hear Uriel and they think of urine. So that's probably why they don't name their kids that often. Not really. Not really. Ooh, up until 1987 in Belgium, you were legally required to select children's names from a list of approved names, which were mostly the names of saints or derivatives of saints. Wow, that's so limited. That's so limited. There are certain people from certain countries, you know, they immigrate over to the US, and sometimes you can just tell by what their name is, their first name, what country they probably immigrated from, because that is the case. Either it's approved names or just that certain names are so common in certain countries. And I mentioned this before, but if someone is from Bhutan or Tibet, I think specifically Bhutan more often, there's a high chance that guy's name is Pema. P-E-M-A, Pema. I cannot tell you. Now, New York has seen a big influx of Bhutanese residents recently, and Tibetan as well, but Bhutan especially. I cannot tell you how many Pemas I have met. And every time I'm like, are you from Bhutan or Tibet or Nepal sometimes? And always it's a yes. Every single time. And I've met entire families where like 5 of the dudes are all named Pema. I'm like, okay, this is going to get confusing. The name is fine. The name is nice. But how many of them are you going to have in one family and then I have to remember which is which? How did they remember? I don't even know. Met more Tenzins from that region. Tenzin is very, very, very popular as well. I feel like it's a much more limited name pool than people realize. Yeah. Yeah. How many years before chat starts naming their kids Glorpulon? Yes, one of you is going to have a kid and name it Glorpus. It's going to happen one of these days. 100% going to happen. There's no way it won't. No way it won't. You're a fan of you can't name your child some things. Yeah. You went to school with someone named Yair, which I've always thought was cool and unique. You know what name I really like? I really like Yago. I really like the name Yago. I always have. And then Aladdin came out and they named the parrot Yago, and I was like, uh-oh. Uh-oh, it's over. I-A-G-O, Yago. That's a very classic one. And you know, the fucking parrot got named Yago, and Patience Yago. He says that to him that one time. He goes, Patience Yago, and it's over. It's over. No, not the fucking hollow. It's not being VTuber pilled. It's the name that is a classic. If you ever read Othello, okay? You ever read classic literature? You ever read Othello and you learn about the main antagonist, Iago? No. You're gonna be like, oh, it's that Hololive guy, or oh, it's that parrot. No. No. It's from Othello. It's one of my favorite stories. Can't read? Fair. That's why you're in chat typing right now. Yup. Yup. But hey, that's a classic one. That's a really good one. Ah! Wrong video. Daniel. I like to dance. I like to dance. Yeah, I think Iago and Othello are solid names as well. Solid. Othello, like that board game? Yeah. Do you know why the board game is named Othello? Do you know why?
My name is Nathaniel.
Can we
I
dance?
like to dance.
Okay, so Othello is the main character of Othello, all right, a Shakespearean work. Now the thing is with Othello is he was a Moor, and he loves this woman Desdemona, and one of the big plot lines is that he's not supposed to be with her because he is one of the Moors, right? He is the Moor of was it Venice? I want to say it was Venice. And that is just a major plot line there. And the pieces when you play the game Othello, one side of them is black and one side of them is white, and it's sort of a play on that being a major plot line of what that is, you know, the difficulty and sort of the fighting between the characters there. I'm gonna have to explain Moors. Do you guys not know what the Moors are? Wait, hold on. This is a major part of history, especially European history, which is better studied than most other areas of history. Do I have to explain that? Does that need to be explained? Huh? Okay, they were inhabitants of Sicily, Spain and Portugal. I think where else? A lot of the islands and things in the Middle Ages. There were people who invaded, and a lot of them were North Africans. They were darker skinned. But they were primarily Muslim. So when you go to Sicily, for example, and you see a lot of Muslim architecture there, it's because they were invaded by the Moors a bajillion times. Yeah, the Iberian Peninsula. And sorry, I left out Andorra when I said Spain and Portugal, which is, you know, I know a huge, how could I? Yeah, the Iberian Peninsula, including all countries within it. No, but yes, Portugal. So when they invaded Portugal and Sicilia, you know, that was their whole thing. That was their whole thing. They left a lot of architecture there, and people would be like, "What's this from?" And they'll be like, "That was from the Moor invasion." So one of the major plot lines were there were a lot of Moors that settled and lived in these areas, and especially Italy had a good number of them settle. They did not push them back out. And so a lot of literature from that time or about that time has to do with strife between the Moors that invaded and people that were left behind to live there versus people that were native to the area. So Othello kind of focuses on a lot of that. Anyway, so then you have the board game, Othello, and the pieces are black and white when you flip them. So it's actually a major reference to that, but a lot of people don't know that. They just think it's some game. And they see the name, and if they recognize that as something Shakespearean, they're like, "Oh, that was a story," but they don't realize like that there's a direct correlation to why it's named that. Hi, Milky. Hi, Milky. Because there aren't a lot of specific stories where that is the focus, that is the major point of strife. Before a lot of American literature, it's really specifically focusing typically on modern tellings, whereas that one is, because it's an older game, you know, it's focused more on something more historic. You thought it was based off of checkers? No. No. Moors has the same root as modern day Mauritania, northwestern Africa. Yeah, most of them were, I mean, you always hear about like the Somalian pirates, blah, 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 but yeah, it was northwestern Africa, Morocco, Mauritania, etc. It's interesting. It's very interesting. Yeah, surprise, the casual mass is losing the nuance. I mean, unless you teach someone that specifically, why would they know that? Unless they read into every little thing. Why is the game Othello named Othello, right? Like, unless you're a serial Googler, I don't think, I don't expect anyone to, like, have these factoids that gain you nothing in their heads. Only thing that popped into your head was Morse code. Well, it's M-O-O-R. So it's a right? Those board games have some neat history. Yeah, especially older ones. Older ones, but also a lot of people that make board games nowadays really like history. They're big nerds typically, so, that's just normal at this point. Sorry, I think you're the 33. Did not know that they were called Moors in English. It was a specific time period and a specific region, and that's why you say the Moors. You don't just say people from North Africa, because that is spanning across time. But the Moors specifically is rooting in that time period and those civilizations that they came from. It's the same way you'll call certain people the Ottomans, and you won't talk about any modern day region. You'll say the Ottomans because you're talking about, that specific time period. Say Moors in Portuguese. Yeah. Right, it carries across in certain languages, but when you're speaking English and you're saying the Moors, you're talking about specific civilizations of people more than anything. Yeah, some people did just keep it in Europe. Yeah. In America, no one uses that word unless they're specifically referring to like a time period and a civilization as well. Yeah, the Ottomans known for their furniture. Exactly. Exactly. But it's interesting. It's interesting how certain groups, like you're saying in Europe, a lot of languages they'll keep using this sort of word, but then in America there's no use for the term at all, American English, unless you're talking about that group. It's very interesting. I made my couch footrest. Yeah. Yep. Or people don't say Persians anymore unless they were from, the Persian Empire. But then there will be some groups where they'll still refer to certain groups of people as Persian. When you're saying like, oh, what ethnicity are you? Some people just say Persian because of how many times lines keep being redrawn, right? Like Persian rugs. Said refers to himself as Persian. Yeah. So a lot of people will say Persian to refer to the ethnic group instead of Persia, specifically from Persia, because the amount of times things have changed, right? The amount of times country lines and ownership and all of this have changed. It's just not worth trying at that point. Same thing with people saying Anglo-Saxon and all that, right? It's just tough. It's tough to make it make sense. Can anyone place Prussia on a map? I'm sure a lot of people can't, yeah. Not nowadays. I know Turkish people refer to themselves as Ottoman, bunch of LARPers. I mean, if that's what they ethnically are, if they're tracing back to that, they could say that, whatever. They could fucking say it if they want. That's fine. Contemporary Iran has more. Yeah, exactly, right. Like the ethnicity has changed a lot as people have moved around areas. So, Yeah. Prussia was a short-lived thing. Why does this blanket keep moving? There we go. You have a bohemian great-grandmother. It's all, depending on, especially if you're American, depending on when people in your family moved over, they might say like, oh, I'm this, I'm that, and that place might not exist anymore. So then if you say to someone, oh yeah, I'm this thing, you're talking about your ethnicity, they'll be like, where's that? What is that? They're trying to think of everything in the framework of modern day countries. It's interesting. Hard to pinpoint a population with a quote-unquote pure ethnicity nowadays anyway, and that's not a bad thing. I don't think you could for a very long time. It was just a little bit more sectioned off. Obviously, it's more globalized now, but I think for a very long time, there's so much intermixing of everything, so people trying to act like stuff was all one are a little crazy. A little crazy. A little bit insane. Pomeranian is just a dog breed, dude. I can't. There's some dog breeds where, yeah, there are actually quite a few that are named after areas that they're from, and the number of times, or oh my god, I told you guys right a long time ago, I had a Pyrenees. And anytime you say something, 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 the Pyrenees, and you're referring to the area, the mountains, people will be like, oh my god, like the dog? I'm like, no, the dog was from the area. He's from the region with his little thumbs that let him climb up backwards up the mountainsides to watch herds. Wow, that's why it's called that. And they'll be like, oh my god, you mean the dog? Every time. So many people do that. Yeah, Labradors as well. Yeah. The Danes. I think more people will... Well, actually, will they? I was going to say I think more people would hear the Danes and be like, ah, yes, I know what that is. But now I'm not sure. I'd have to test that one. I don't know how many times I've said the Danes out loud to people and they've gone, the dogs? Because how many times would I say the Danes? I don't know. You had 2 Newfie dogs growing up. Yeah. All Asian dogs will translate to place dog. Oh, I know. I just think, people are really bad with history. On average. Most people, I don't think, take a large interest in it. Or they do at the time when they read about it in school, and then it leaves their brain. And that's okay. Because I feel like it's the type of thing that you're not going to remember unless you keep reading about it. You keep getting interested in it. If you take interest in something once in high school, your chance of remembering it when you're like, you know, in your 30s, 40s, not that great. Right? Not so great. So I don't blame people for forgetting this shit or never having learned it, because there's so much to learn. When would you even learn this shit? School didn't teach you properly. School didn't teach most people properly, but I also don't think people should be relying on school to learn a lot of this. To be honest, I think in school you have just enough time to learn what you have to learn. And then outside of that, I'm not going to lie, it's on the parents to educate their kids. With everything beyond that. However, what parents have time to do that nowadays? And that's why people don't know things. So maybe people will, you know, with the information age, watch more YouTube. Kids watch documentaries, maybe. Yay. To learn shit, but instead they're like, my name is Nathaniel. I like to dance. I'm gonna watch Yo Gabba Gabba for 100 hours. This is my son, Timmy. He loves Yo Gabba Gabba. Sorry, I'm like standing up and I'm adjusting a thing, so I'm a little... Sorry if my model's tweaking. Sorry if I'm tweaking a little. My name is Daniel. They're watching YouTuber influencer slop on their iPads. Dude, oh my god. The number of times I've seen, like, kids doing the iPad kid thing, and they're not watching kids content, but they're just watching some makeup video or something. Right? Like normal influencer shit. I went to this place and I went shopping and they had a giant chocolate sculpture. I'm gonna buy so much chocolate. Like it's just, it's cool, but how many times can we watch that? You know, I don't know. It's not good. It's not good. All your cousin's kids watch queso. Now, to be fair, queso is very funny. To be fair, queso is really funny, but they're not learning anything. That should be balanced. And the thing is, you should watch stupid shit like that to develop a sense of humor. You should. That's important. That's important too. But if that's all they watch, then I don't know. Ew. He's not complete brain rot though. No, he actually says words. Okay, he says words. There's some streams that are brain rot because they don't say anything. They purely are reactionary and they go, what? No way. Oh my god, what? No. Whoa, what? Right? There are actually people that they don't chat, is this real? They don't do anything. They don't say anything, but he at least says words, so, you know, yeah, it's not complete brain rot. So, Queso's not a bad one for them to be watching, to be honest. I like his vibes, too. I think, he's a good role model for a kid wanting to know what vibes to have, how to interact with people, etc. So, I am not mad at that, right? I'm actually glad he's very popular with the kids. I am. So Case is funny, but you had to have a long talk about fat jokes and fat phobia in context. Oh, with kids. Dude. I had to, we were talking about Queso at one point. I just brought up there. I was like, they were like, who's your Oshi? Or like, who do you watch that like you don't know? Somebody you watch a lot that you don't know. And I was like, oh, I've been watching Queso here and there. And immediately someone in chat made a fat joke. I was like, brother, please. I was saying something about like big stream and they're like, yeah, he's big, all right. And I was like, what? Now, here's the thing. I think you can joke about practically anything. I'm not going to say types of jokes entirely are banned. I'm not going to say you can't make certain types of jokes. But number one, it has to actually be funny. And number two, if that streamer has said 5 billion times that they cannot deal with it, they don't want to hear it anymore because they're tired of it, then don't. Now, maybe they haven't heard him say that. Okay. But it's not like, yeah, it's low effort. It's not actually funny. It's overdone. It's literally all he hears. And I'm like, I feel sorry for him for that, right? That's the kind of stuff where I'm like, come on, man. Come on. And then you go to his chat. And there's so many people just saying shit like that constantly. And I do see his mods getting rid of stuff because he's... Like, it depends. Certain things he's totally fine with, and then other things, depending on how you say it, they'll get rid of stuff. So I'm like, okay. Clearly there's an amount of this that he, or certain genres of this that he likes and doesn't like. Right? So to be honest, many fat people, don't give a shit being called fat. Right? But you don't know that until you know them. Right? So, best not. He encourages the jokes. He does, but there are also lines that he set up. And really, really what he said is like, let's at least be funny about it. Or if I make the joke first and then you're joining in on it, that's fine. But if I'm playing a game and we're not talking about anything relating to that or food or there's no joke set up and you just come in and say it, it is no longer a joke, right? That's really like his point there, which I think is really valid, especially when you have a big chat like that and they'll just keep going. It just has to be funny and like there has to be a reason for the setup. If he made his character eat and then you're gonna make an eating joke, okay, like it's relevant, like eating was the trigger there. You didn't just look at him on the screen and go, I've decided to call this person fat. You know what I mean? Like it's clear what the train of thought was. So when it's not on topic, it doesn't come from anything other than you clicked onto stream, he's gonna feel that. Right? That streamer, whoever it is going to be like, this person clicked on my stream and thought to say that. And it just, that's the part where I'm like, First joke I made to GEEGA was a height joke. Yeah, and that's the thing is like, when you are short, it's all you hear about when people try to make a joke and they don't know how to make a joke about it. They're just trying to say you're short and they'd say something that is maybe poking at it and then laugh. Now, if there was a good setup, if I were in a store and I reached for a thing and I was like, can you get that to someone else? And then they made a short joke. That was totally the topic. I don't think anyone is really going to be bothered by that, right? But when you're just sitting around and someone just decides to come out of nowhere and try to like say something deprecating about it for no reason, it's not about the thing that they're talking about. It's the fact that they just thought like, I'm just going to randomly insult this person, right? It's not the context. It's just the fact that they were like, this is a good thing to do. Because then you're like, what did you drink? What did you eat recently that you're feeling like this? Like, what the heck? What triggered that? What is that? Yeah, it's a vibe check thing. Exactly. So, if there's tact involved, I think you can joke about practically anything. I don't think anything's off limits. Or like the worst is I wouldn't say it's the worst, but one that's pretty bad is when someone just sees like a picture of the Twin Towers and starts laughing. They're like, haha, that was so funny. And I'm like, where's the joke? Now, if you have a whole ass setup and you make a joke about it, I'm going to be like, if the setup was good and then punchline, okay, you can do that because it's about the joke. But dude, when people just see a picture and they laugh, I'm like, what? Now, maybe I'm a little biased. You know? Some people have memories of things. Some people don't. That's fine. But when they just see a picture of it and they're like, ha ha, I'm like, what? Okay. All right, pal. I remember seeing a clip of someone who I was like neutral toward do that, and I was like, all right, well, now there's no chance I'm ever messaging this person. I was like, what the fuck? All right, pal. And they were probably born after and don't think it's real. I think it's definitely a different impact on people that were born after it, yeah, or that don't remember it. And then especially depending on where you're from is a huge thing. I mean, realistically, it's a small fraction of people that were personally affected, so I don't really expect many people to feel like personally tied to it like that, you know? But if you were an adult at the time or a teenager at the time and you understood the significance, you're sitting there watching the TV that day, like, I think you know, you would have a tie to it in a way. Although some people were just like, woo, I got to go home from school, so you know. Most everyone was affected by the aftermath. Oh yeah. In some way, shape, or form, but more so adults. For sure. Absolutely. You usually only try to make jokes. Yeah, that's the thing, is like based on other people's humor is the big thing, right? Some people will be like, you can't joke about that, like, period. Even if you have a good joke set up on some sort of like issue, historical event, something like the way someone looks. Some people, you will try to joke about a thing, and even if it's the funniest joke ever, they can't allow it. Now, I'm not one of those people. I'm like, all right, that's too much. I don't know. I'm a very you can joke about anything and everything kind of person, so long as it is so clear when you tell it that the joke was, you know, the joke itself and not like, haha, this terrible thing is funny, right? Thanks for the laugh track. Now they're going to use it every 2 seconds. I'm going to be talking about cities and the distance between them and the train lines, and they're going to be like, ha ha, so true. Right. And it's going to be poorly timed every time. Yep. Great. Can't wait. One of my favorite things about sound alerts and people using bits to play sounds, whatever, is the poor timing of it every time. It's so horribly done.
Ha ha ha, so true.
Exactly. Yep, like that. I feel like when people play sounds, 9 times out of 10 the timing is off, and then I always feel bad because I don't mind that. I'm a streamer. I know there's a delay. I get what they were doing it to, like when they were saying it, what they were timing it for, right? So I get that. So I'm not like mad about it. But I feel bad because then chatters will apologize and they'll like, it'll be timed poorly and they'll be like, I am so sorry. And I'm like, don't apologize. Like, we all know, okay, that there's a delay, but they always go, oh my God, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. Yep. Or this one. People will play this when nothing funny was happening for the past hour. We're watching a tragic cutscene in a game and it's all heavy stuff, and someone will come into chat. They haven't chatted all day. They'll play it as their first to-do when they come in. There are people who do that straight up. They click on the stream and play a sound alert. They don't watch, so they don't know any context of what's going on. And I've seen that so much, and I'm like, at least wait. Maybe there's a better alert, but some people just like to hear it. It's funny as fuck, though. It's so funny every time. So it amazes me how Zen's chat can time sound alerts so well sometimes. Well, number one, they play sound alerts every few seconds. So, I mean, or TTS as well, right? So some of them are going to be timed well.
Sandwiches.
That one's my favorite, by far. But on top of that, when I'm going to give you the secret sauce, she'll see in the chat that someone is playing a sound alert, because you see it. If you're looking at your chat, you see them. This person played this for this many bits. You'll see that message. And then a couple seconds later, you'll hear it. So she'll see it, and then she'll gear herself up to do a related thing. Yeah, she'll set up the bit. She's always done that. Same with TTS. If someone goes cheer 100, so first off, a lot of times she'd see that and go, so first off, and then it would get said. And you can tell by the where she looks and the fact that people don't see it. I'm like, come on, man. It doesn't ruin it. It's still funny every time. But I don't know. She's doing it right in front of you, man. It's still impressive because it's hard to do that, you know? I think that makes it cooler, the fact that she's actually having to do that. But so many people in the chat will be like, oh my god, that dude's timing was crazy. And I'm like, not always. Sometimes she just set it up. You know? Yeah, she's the the best mime on Twitch. My favorite mime. She have to mime her mouth talking to the TTS? No, you can set up mouth tracking to work off of sound. So you can set a sound source, which is her TTS playing outward. You can set that to go through the model, and it moves about based off of that. Usually what she does is you can have it set to blend, so it does both. When you move your mouth, it goes mah, 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 with you. And when you make sounds like a voice, it goes ah, mah, 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 and it'll blend the two in between. You watch Mimes and Bald Men and my beloveds. Me too, I watch Mimes and Bald Men. Well, the thing is, because of that, you can watch her and you can see her mouth moving and no sound is happening, so you know she's speaking. And then the actual line happens, and then you see the mouth move with that. So it's nice because then you can tell when she's saying a long thing. You know she's not sitting there just being silent. You know she's talking. So it doesn't feel bad to sit there and wait because you know what's happening, right? For sure. She says she does mime a lot, especially when live reacting. Yeah. Well, she'll say a thing, and then the TTS will say it, and then she'll, like, physically move as if she's saying the thing. She'll, like, not do the movement when she's actually saying it IRL, and then move when it's being said, you know, so that it comes off as more natural. It's a lot to... I just feel like it's a lot of mental load. It's a lot to think about. Oh, we summoned a Moon fan. You think we can summon him? Type his name. Just type his username. I think we can summon him. Sometimes it works. Because, like, I think he has Chatterino open and has a tab because he's always in the viewer list. So, there have been times where someone says his name and then he'll just type something and leave. And I was like, maybe we should have, like, a summoning ritual for him. We make a circle. We do the Moon summon. But I don't know. It depends. It depends. Sometimes he's up by now. Sometimes he isn't. Let's see. Let's see. Cannot tell if awake yet. Cannot tell. I can't tell you. I opened a Discord for that group of friends to see if anyone's in VC. I can be like, yo, is he awake? But the first thing I see is a TikTok that someone shared. And the thumbnail is just some guy in tighty whities. It's an old guy in tighty whities that go from the bottom of his ass all the way up to above his natural waist, facing backwards, and he's wearing socks. And I have no clue what the context is, and I'm not clicking on it. What the fuck is that? Ugh. I hate this Discord, man. They talk about things in VC and then someone will share it and it's almost always like the worst shit you can find. And so every time I go there, it's just terrible. Ugh. Twitchman, Twitch new outfit. Dude, we need Twitchman. We need a reason to bring back Twitchman. Why do we bring him back? What is the context? What do we do? How can I bring Twitchman back? Oh, he just started streaming. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I only found one gif of him on Discord. One Twitchman gif? That's fucked up. Just one. Summoning circle. He can be used for more than that. A hype guy for your next Twitch podcast. Oh, yeah. If I do an event like a Twitch Rivals or like something like that, I have to have him on the side, and every time we talk about Twitch, he goes, Twitchman, Twitch, and he poses. We need it. Or I could have him do my next merch promo. That's true. That is very true. Okay. Twitchman, Twitch. I'm gonna try and force them to make him official. I'll be like, you know what you guys need? You need a mascot. You know, Discord has Wumpus. You guys can have Twitchman, and then I'll just show them Hi Guy. I'll save all of their marketing issues, their marketing woes. I'm carrying on the iPad at next TwitchCon. Oh my god, wait, I could have him dress as Twitchman for an event and then do an IRL stream, and then we all walk around with him and he says Twitchman, Twitch, and nothing else. Oh my god. Oh my god. Didn't they have like the Grass Lord? Does anyone remember the Grass Lord? I don't think anyone remembers that. Do they? The what? Yeah. Okay. You don't remember this guy? No, you don't know about that global emote? You're not a you're not a Grass Lord fan. Dude. You've never seen it before? See why it didn't catch on? I think he's great personally. Yeah, he's not very marketable. He's still around though, I will say. He's around. This is the guy that everyone's trying to touch. Yeah, he has like they posted about him on the Twitch Twitter account. I remember there was like a series of tweets about him. Yeah, here's a tweet. There's someone, a streamer, I guess, pledging loyalty to him and taking pictures of it and posting it. And they retweeted that and said, Grass Lord is pleased. Who else will take the oath and be knighted this weekend? Everyone's trying to get knighted by the Grass Lord. This is one of those things that Twitch did last year, especially, that I just haven't seen anyone interact with. They just made their own thing and they're like, haha, he's so cool. Let me see if I can find a picture of him. He actually looked pretty cool, okay? The costume they made for him was legit. But does anyone know the lore of how this came about? I don't actually know. I just remember seeing pictures of the Grass Lord because they kept posting about him on Twitter, and I was like, what are we doing here? Look at him, oh, he's so grainy. That's the Grass Lord. It's show your love for nature with the Grass Lord emote. They I don't... Why did they do this? It was added last September. New global emote. What is the point? I think it's like the go outside and touch grass thing. Maybe? Maybe? See, I thought this was like a... I just thought it was Ass Lord. Now, maybe that's my brain, you know, thinking about what would we find funny in the 90s, right? I thought it was just Ass Lord, and that was it. That's what was funny about it. And then they made it grass. That is literally what I thought it was. And you know what? Even if it's not, that's what it will be in my head forever, and I don't think I'll ever see it any other way. I wonder if Mike knows about this. Hey Mike, type Grass Lord in your chat. Did you know that this is a global emote? Do you think it's about nature? Or do you think it's just an Ass Lord joke? We'll see what Mike thinks. We'll get his opinion. Do we know of any Twitch lore scholar? Oh my god, what if I ask my partnerships manager? Go, hey, why Grass Lord? Wow, wait, look at this combo. Wow. Oh, it doesn't show up layered on the left here. Wow. That's good. I like that. We give him some eyes. Anyway, I don't know what the fuck the Grass Lord is about, but I kind of want them to keep doing this. And surely one of these will pop off, right? One of these days. The DPT social team. Is it the department? Or why does it have a trademark? Helped Twitch debut Grass Lord at TwitchCon, combining social and experiential marketing into something delightful but economical. What the fuck is that? Who paid for this? Someone paid for this, right? This has to... There's no way this isn't... What... Someone thought this was a good idea, approved it. Someone hired an artist to make an entire emote out of this. Someone from staff maybe did it for free dressing up as him. Someone maybe got paid to do it. I don't know. Oh, okay. Mike says that's a guy who was walking around TwitchCon 1 year. That was last year. That's what... It's a conspiracy, I tell you. Twitch made him, and for what? Why does he exist? Dan Undercover bossing. He just goes around. I'm talking about this in my chat. I'm lying, but you can call. I'm just messaging him midstream and he's thinking I'm not live. No, I'm asking you so I can relay to my chat. Maybe we'll ask him.
SpongeBob.
Okay,
Hey Giga, what's up?
what's up?
So you got a little thing going on? Got a little
Yeah.
yeah. What's tripping you up right now?
All right. I was talking to my chat, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Hey, what the fuck is this emo?" Because someone in my chat types all caps "Grass Lord." Grass
And it showed
Lord.
up for you, right? Like it
Yes.
showed up when you did it. Okay.
Yes, and it's a thing.
Yeah.
And I remember it because
Yeah.
I remember seeing tweets on the Twitch Twitter account
Yeah.
saying, like, they're quote retweeting people who are taking pictures with him, and they're like, "Have you met the Grass Lord?" Which means this is Twitch endorsed in some way.
I'm gonna show my. I got this in screen share right now. I'm gonna show them. Because
Yeah.
I remember this, and I remember. You know what my deal was with this?
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know what that is, and I kind of don't care because I'm just gonna like ignore that.
Right.
I'm not gonna look into whatever that is.
That's
And
what
I
I was
kind of forgot about it. But now you're pointing, and I was not aware of this global emote. I have not seen this
Yes.
before. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like their own thing, and that's where I'm confused. Like, what the fuck is it? Who?
Like what are they going for with this, right?
Yeah,
Like,
what is the point of this? Who is
Yeah.
Grass Lord?
forced industry plant meme, basically.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
who it's for. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I don't know what it is. I don't know who it's for. I don't know who the guy is. Where did it start? Is he a guy who streams and he was walking around? Maybe he's got a Twitch account. You want to dig into this for a minute?
I'm looking.
Grass
I'm looking up the top tweets related to him right now. It's tweets, people getting knighted, people just doing hashtag Grass Lord.
Hey, Giga, why don't you just go ask the CEO who you hang out with now?
Oh, my bestie, who
Yeah.
I totally gave only prepared questions to for sure, real and true according to the internet. Yeah.
Chad Giga was in a stream with Dan Clancy,
Yeah.
Rainbow Six.
I should ask him. Maybe I'll
what's
ask him
he-
that in the follow-up. Maybe I'll ask him about the conspiracy of Grass Lord, and I'm going to ask him the real questions, okay? And I'm going to hardball him, and I'm going to be like, I need to know.
You gotta grill his ass, like put him under
Yeah.
a lamp. And be
I
like,
need to
"What's the deal
fucking
with
know."
the grass guy?
Who is the Grass Lord? Who is
Who
he?
is it? Who is he?
Who's under the grass?
Lord? It is weird. Like I got it. It's because again, it was like I didn't think about it for more than 2 seconds because I was like, okay,
Yeah.
I don't care. I'm too busy for that shit. I don't give a fuck. But now that you
Right.
bring it up, it's like, oh my god,
It's
you're
really
right. What the hell's
confusing.
going on?
And the
Yeah,
thing is,
yeah, yeah.
do you see some of the pictures people have that they took of themselves after meeting him?
Yeah.
They're holding this badge. He was knighting them, and then he was giving them this like medallion thing, which means they paid for an item to be custom made.
Yeah, like 3D printed maybe, or
Yeah,
whatever.
and painted and everything. I'll send you a picture.
Yeah, I see it. Okay.
Yeah. He was handing out these medallions. So what? Who paid for this? Is what I want to know.
And what was the end goal? Like, what's the end game of this, right? Like, what's the point? Like, where does this...
I don't
do you
get
think
it.
I'm formulating a theory.
Okay.
It's a play on the touch grass meme, but it doesn't make any sense.
I think it's probably a play on it, but it's so
Yeah.
poorly done by like marketing team folks that are like, you
Yeah.
know, no friends, 35 plus that are
Yeah.
also disconnected from the internet. Okay. People
Yeah.
who recently started working for Twitch and reconnected and were like, hello, I too am a millennial and I also played N64 when I was a kid. Right? I think like that's what it is.
Backwards cap. But
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
because again, like, because we're sitting here like confused because whatever they're going for is not clearly coming across.
Yeah.
Like, whatever they're trying to communicate here, it's like, it's just like I'm just sitting here like, what the fuck is that? What are you trying to do?
Yeah.
They failed. Well, I mean, hey, this is one of those devil's advocate. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They got us talking about it, didn't they? It worked, didn't it? Because we were sitting here theorizing
Yeah.
about the grass man.
But no one did at the time. We're doing this as a posthumous,
This was like a
Right.
year ago. Yeah, this was actually like 8
Yeah.
months ago. This is San Diego. Yeah. I remember seeing
Yeah.
this guy walking around. Yeah, and I'm like, I don't
Oh,
care
you
about
did?
that. I don't. Yeah, I do
Well, that's-
remember seeing him.
that's the thing. So, okay, I found their initial tweet about it. A new global emote has sprouted on Twitch. Show your love for nature with the Grass Lord emote. Available now for all.
Is there a bunch of people replying to it being like, what? What is this?
520 likes, 24 replies.
Uh,
People with pictures. Someone said, what strain? I can't believe we got Grass Lord before GTA 6.
yeah, all right.
Yeah, they think it's a weed joke. Or they're like, is this touching grass? You know what I think?
Guess? What?
Let me tell you, this is my conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Someone on staff
Yeah.
is of a certain age, okay? They're perhaps an older millennial.
Okay.
And they think that Ass Lord is really funny. No
Just
context.
the word ass lord.
Yes,
Just that.
they think Ass Lord is the funniest shit they've ever heard, and they were like, how can I make this happen?
And I make a global emo.
Yeah, they made a shitty OC and they sold it to someone higher up as a nature thing. Oh, touching grass, all the kids are gonna love it. And then there's just one guy laughing alone at his desk because he thinks Ass Lord is hilarious.
It's that, and you know what? And
I think it's that.
He had the seniority to like force this through, even though it
Yeah,
didn't make any
yeah.
sense. And everybody around him is just like, man, this isn't funny. And he's like, don't care. I
doesn't
can do
care.
it because I'm old and I'm maybe not the CEO. Like we don't want to speculate that Dan himself
Yeah.
had something to do with this.
Right,
but
right.
whoever it was like senior at the company. And it's like, God, because this happens in the corporate world all the time, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Where I feel like I have examples of this, like specific examples of this on the tip of my brain, and it's driving me crazy.
There's a good amount of stuff like this, and I think, I'm really hoping that it was that. I'm really
that's
hoping it's just some guy who's like, you know what, Ass Lord's so funny. It's probably some guy who played Ultima Online, okay, and his character's name was Ass Lord with a bunch of X's around it, and that was it. And then he'd run around and go, I'm gonna get your ass, and that was his whole brand. And now he works for Twitch.
It's so like not funny that it wraps around into being funny again.
Yeah.
Primarily because like you're laughing at him. You know, I hope this is I do hope this is the theory. Like I hope this is what happened.
I think
just
it's
a
real.
fucking a boomer who's like, yeah, asshole. It's almost like I hate to bring him up, but it has Musk energy. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
it does. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question for you though. Do you think that he has to like you think he manscapes with a lawnmower, or like how do you think he like what do you think he does? Do you think he puts lime in there?
No.
How does he?
He's got like the old-fashioned push mower.
Okay. Yeah.
He's got that and an edging tool.
Do you think? What does he use
And
that
he's
for?
got to do his edging, all right?
Does he have a weed whacker?
Yeah, he's got a weed whacker. He gets in there with the weed whacker and does his edges.
I kind of hate him. Like at first I had no feeling about it, but now that you like made me actually think about this, it's like kind of pissing me off a little bit.
Yeah, I don't like him.
Wow. You think he has like gophers running around in his butt? Like what do you think he's got going on?
I bet he has ticks.
Ticks.
He's probably spreading Lyme disease. Everyone thought they had to be worried about COVID at that event? No, Lyme disease.
He is like getting awfully close to people too. That's definitely jumping range for
And some people are like,
ticks.
oh my god, I'm gonna give Grass Lord a hug.
Nah, don't hug the grass lord. Nah, don't do it.
Yeah.
Are you like me where if you see grass that's like ankle height and you're wearing like if you're wearing shorts, you just like I will just cross the street. Like I will walk.
Yes.
I will go a mile out of the way to avoid being anywhere near grass.
Especially in the Northeast, the ticks are so bad. I won't do it if I don't have like tall socks and full pants and everything. No.
But I feel like those little bastards, like they jump on and then they'll find their way in there.
Oh, they do.
Like,
they crawl up.
Yeah.
Crawl
like
up.
even with jeans on, I'm just like, you know what? I gotta get out of here. I won't be anywhere near this.
Yeah. When I would go hiking a lot, I would do pants. Socks under the pants that go up, the pants go over the socks, and then another pair of socks or like a thing just around my ankle that would go over the pants and socks so that they could not get in. That was like the only way.
Wearing like 3 layers of armor at that point.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, that's because they, you know what it is like. Okay, yeah, they have disease and everything, and obviously, Lyme disease is going to be a
Mhm.
pretty big inconvenience. Obviously, understatement.
It can
But
kill you.
also,
Yeah.
I hate. I don't want these little fuckers touching me.
Yeah.
I don't want them biting. I hate them. I hate them so much.
They're icky. They're icky as hell. And I just, if I see one on me, even if Lyme disease weren't a thing, I'd be
Yeah.
like, ugh,
Yeah.
you know. And I just, ugh.
Like, I mean, find me the guy who loves ticks. You know what I mean? Like, you
Yeah,
know, I'm gonna but at the same time, it's like I feel extra.
Right.
Like I'm gonna not go camping because of ticks.
Yep.
Like you got people
Yeah.
outdoorsy types. They're like, oh, it's a tick. You just get it off, and then you just no, I don't want that on me in the first place. No,
They
no.
pluck them
No,
off, and
thanks.
I'm just like, oh, you're using your hands for it. And like I've done that. I've done that because when you
Yeah.
have one on you, you have to, right? I
Yeah,
get
you
it.
got to get it off.
But oof.
So I was watching this again. It's just like we're like definitely. We'll get back to Grass Lord, but I saw this documentary
Yeah.
once where this woman was
Hmm.
like a researcher, a mosquito researcher. I guess she was like researching diseases that
okay.
mosquitoes spread. Like she was
Yeah.
doing like legitimate research, but her thing, like she was talking to the documentarian.
Yeah.
I don't remember what this documentary was. It was like about weird jobs or something, I want to say.
Right.
And she's like, I love mosquitoes. Like,
Oh.
they're my favorite animal.
Oh.
I love them. She lifts up her sleeve.
Mhm.
I think it was her one of her biceps had a massive tattoo of a mosquito.
Oh
on
my God.
it. And she's like, I love when they bite me and they like take my energy and everything. And she's
What?
describing it, and you're listening to her talk about it, and you're like,
She's a
Yeah,
freaky motherfucker.
yeah, something's not right here.
Yeah.
Something's not right.
Yeah.
And then she demonstrates what she does at her job, right? Because at her job where I guess they're researching the mosquitoes, they obviously have like an absolute fuckload of mosquitoes that
Yeah.
live inside of like an enclosure, basically, right?
Right. Right.
And they're breeding them and taking care of them and everything. And she's like, time to feed the mosquitoes. And what does she do? She's like, this is my favorite part of my job. And she opens up like a hole in the glass and sticks her
Oh.
entire arm in there up to her elbow. And then you just see like hundreds of mosquitoes land on her and go crazy. And you see her face and
hate
she's
that.
like, this is shit. She's like, yeah, this is great.
This
And
is the shit, man.
And she's like getting off.
Yeah. That's what it is. She's getting off.
I
She's
heard
a
they
freak.
suck.
I heard they suck. Some of my
It's
chat
like-
said, it might sound weird on the ticks thing. It might sound weird, but I heard pantyhose keeps them off of you.
Pantyhose keeps the ticks off you?
What a convenient excuse. Oh, I'm going hiking later.
Yeah. I'm going
No.
hiking naked.
Just in my pantyhose. It keeps the ticks off.
Mosquito. Hold on. I want to see if I can find evidence of this person existing. Because now that the more I think about it, the more I'm like, was I in a fugue state? Like, did this ever really happen?
I feel like
because
I've
this
seen.
is so insane.
No, I've seen the clip of,
You seen
of
what I'm talking
the
about?
arm thing. Yeah.
All right, I'm looking for articles. Oh, thanks, AI overview. There isn't much info about a girl who loves mosquitoes right now. Yeah, thanks, man.
Thanks.
I don't know, Google. I like saw her on TV once. Can you
Oh.
help? I saw on TV. I'm literally gonna put that into Google. No, I don't know.
But
I
you might-
can't find it.
You might get like some sort of result where it's someone asking on Reddit, has anyone found this video? Like if you ask like
Maybe.
that.
Look, has anyone in chat seen the thing I'm talking about? Like, please tell me who's Mike streaming with. This is GEEGA, Mark,
Hi.
the general, everybody's
Yep.
favorite mid boss.
I will kill the
And-
grass lord.
And what you're gonna do is you're gonna go follow GEEGA, or I'm gonna there's a link at there's supposed to be a shout out. There it is. You're gonna follow GEEGA, or there's gonna be big problems. All right. We're gonna send the grass lord after you.
I too am shouting you out.
Well, you're gonna kill the grass.
You guys are gonna follow Mike, or I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna fucking kill you.
If you want to take out the grass lord, I say we just send some like
Yeah.
some gophers. Yeah, just some gophers in there.
Yeah, what's his mortal enemy? I was gonna say honestly, like a nice cute rabbit would just sit there and just chew the
Munch
fuck
on
out of
him?
his beard. Yeah.
As long as they're not treating, as long as he's not like treating himself, because if he's treating himself, he might have like some chemicals in there that might
Right.
hurt the animals.
Ooh, salt water. We could throw salt at him.
Have you ever been to Florida?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. Have you seen like the lawn crabs that they have? It's like
Oh my god, yes.
they like live in the grass and they make burrows like under your lawn and like fuck everything up. And they're these
Gotta give him
they're,
crabs.
Like, kind of cute little crabs. Let's give the grass lord crabs.
Yeah, we gotta get him crabs, little long crabs. Yeah.
What did happen with the CEO though? Like, what was the deal with it? Because I just remember seeing it like I never got to ask you about it. Like, how did you end up in a stream
what I
with,
did?
with Dan?
Oh, it was
What was that?
they've got this podcast thing where they talk about Twitch related stuff called Patch Notes, and I've seen a couple of them because they'll sometimes announce they'll talk about like new features and stuff. Yeah, it's a podcast.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's not an interview like one way or the other way. It's just a podcast, and they have segments on it. And they were doing one podcast where they were going to talk about VTubers, and they wanted to bring a VTuber on to talk about VTubing, and it's mostly for their usual podcast audience, which is people that like don't know a lot about VTubers. It's like normie Twitch audience, right?
Yeah.
So so they
It's
had
his channel.
someone. It's not. It's the Twitch channel. It's the Twitch
Oh,
channel.
it's the Twitch
Yeah,
channel.
it's not his
right,
personal
okay.
channel.
Yeah.
So they had someone for it. I don't know who. And then like not too long before the actual thing, they asked me. They said that person said they couldn't do it, and they were like, my partnerships manager, I think, recommended me maybe.
Okay.
It was just like, she might be available. and they asked, and I was like, I guess so. What day is it? I'll push stream back, whatever. So
Okay.
so I said yeah, and then that was it. It was just like, hey, we just need someone to come on and talk about VTubing. That was
he
it.
cool? Like I briefly met him a few times, but
He's okay. Here's what I think, because I'm someone who's worked in a lot of business.
yeah.
He's very much a standard corporate business guy, very much so, but with the difference that he actually is trying to get to know the community. He's a bit hello fellow kids, but I do appreciate him
that's-
trying. But at the same time, like, I think more than any of that, that doesn't matter. He's a standard corporate guy. But I think he's more like strong on the PR side than someone who probably sits there and does a lot internally. Is the feeling I
He
get?
definitely inserts himself in. I mean, I think the fact he's doing a podcast is evidence of that. But when
And it's
when
not
I'm-
always him. He has other people on there. I think the other person who's with us, Mary, I think she does them more often because she's like the community head of community, head of something like that.
Mary Kish.
Mary Kish, yeah. So I think she is the one who like brings people. I actually don't know.
She's kind of like
They have a few people on staff for
whispering
it.
in his ear and getting him to.
I mean, yeah, I
here's-
think she's just dragging him on. It's like here are the topics. Here you go.
When I go to these conventions, right, and I end up in like parties and stuff,
Yeah.
he's always there. Like there were
Yeah.
a couple of times where I was at a party at one of these conventions, and I'm like, you know, it's not it's nothing to do with Twitch. Like obviously the parties ends up having a lot of streamers and people.
Right, but it's
in
one
the
like
industry
outside
there.
of the convention
But
kind
it's
of thing.
Yeah. It's
Oh.
like not a Twitch party, and on there, and I'm like half drunk talking to whoever, and
And then he's
all of a
there.
sudden the CEO of Twitch is just there. And it's like I guess somebody invited him, and I mean,
Yeah.
what do you do? Like, okay, how old is this guy? Right? He's like,
I think
in his late
in
60s
his
probably?
mind it's like, oh, this is all networking. Like this is the Twitch community's
Maybe,
here. But then in a lot of the streamers' minds, it's networking sometimes and also just friend hangouts sometimes. It's a blend. So for them, it's like, ooh, ooh.
But from his perspective, right? It's like, I mean, you're a CEO. Like, I think
Yeah.
you're done networking, champ. Like, I think you
That's
can
what
hang
I'm
up
saying.
your networker hat. man.
I feel like it's
you're
cool
good.
to be very PR forward, very front facing. Because the last CEO, no one ever saw him. That was a guy that everything he did was internal. He didn't care if anyone saw him, any of the streamers or anything, right? Like it was the total opposite. So it's nice to have that, but at the same time, I'm like, do you spend all of your time doing this?
Like, I remember
what
seeing
about
him,
your
like-
staff? Are you hanging out with your staff?
I remember. I remember seeing him at one of these parties,
Yeah.
and it's like late. Like, it was like 3 a.m. I'm not kidding. It was like
Yep.
3 a.m. I'm smashed, and he's just there, and he's walking around. I don't know if he's I don't know if he's drinking or anything,
Right.
but he's being like a social butterfly and walking around talking to people. And again, it was a gamer subs party. So obviously,
okay.
gamer subs is like, I mean, they're just close with Twitch. Well, I don't know if they're at the top.
Yeah,
close,
but they
whatever.
tend to have a guest list that invites like
Yeah.
any staffer. Yeah.
But point is it's not a Twitch party, and
Right.
there he is, and he's talking to random people. I saw him. I'm like, hey, I'm shit faced. I'm like, hey,
Oh my
Dan!
God.
And he's like, hey, we point at each other, and that's like literally it.
Yeah.
But he's like, I mean, like that's definitely past his bedtime.
I know.
Right. And I also imagine the
Right.
guy's got a lot of responsibilities. I mean, hey, it's the North America convention of his entire company
well,
that he's the CEO
What I
of.
think is, I
Right,
think he's just whole assing. Like, I think he's decided that his purpose is to be front facing, right? Is to see the streamers in the community. And I think he's just making that his number one priority above everything else, which I don't necessarily think is always good. I think at times it's definitely good. But it seems to me like that's, especially with an event like that, he's going to only put time into that and let other staff do any other shit. That's how it seems
I
for
bet you
me.
he wishes he could do it more.
Yeah.
GEEGA?
Yeah.
GEEGA.
Yeah.
Grasslord is basically the same height as Dan Clancy. And I don't believe I've ever seen them in the same place.
This is what I'm thinking. Someone in my chat said it earlier. They were like, what if it's Dan? Yeah, they were like, what if this is Dan's OC and he's undercover bossing? And he's the grass lover.
Yo, seriously.
I have to ask
because this is so fucking baffling. That would actually make this make sense. If
Yeah,
you told me
yeah.
Dan Clancy was under there, then I would be like, okay, you know what? Now everything else falls into
Then it
place
would
if
make
that's
sense.
if that's Dan Clancy. Like,
Yeah,
straight up.
because why does this exist? Who is this for? Who's entertained by this? If it's just one guy, who would it be? Probably the CEO, right? You would think.
Yes.
This is his little project, his little baby that he thought would go over so well.
It makes too much sense. It makes too much sense. So wait, you're gonna meet with him again? You said you're gonna talk to him again.
Probably. He said we could, and he said
Did
we
he?
would.
So because he wants more Vtubers on his podcast. Since he wants
I don't know. I don't know if he does, because here's the thing. Here's the
Yeah.
thing. I feel like the more he invites on, the more chance he has of someone just sitting there and bitching him out.
Yeah. If I was him, I'd be like really paranoid about the vetting of the people that come on.
Right, and the thing
Right,
is, I
like-
was asked like super last minute, so I know for me at least, they didn't do any major research here. They were just like, who could we get? And the people that the person I think that was supposed to go on, that wasn't me, that said they couldn't. I think that person would have done it. Like, like I don't
think
know.
so?
And they were just nervous. Yeah.
I wonder if anybody has bitched him out like live. Like, you think it's happened?
Not really, because I don't think he does live stuff often. And that's why I wanted to go in and be very neutral with it, right?
Yeah.
Because,
I'd be
like-
too scared to bitch him out. I wouldn't bitch him out.
No,
I'd be terrified.
it's not that. I mean, I could have done it and hit a sick clip and gotten so many views, and people would have been like, yeah. Like, there would have been the most annoying people rallying behind me, and then some very well-meaning people rallying behind me, right?
Yeah.
But what would that have done?
Yeah.
Nothing. It would mean that he would
no.
never bring any VTuber onto anything ever again. That's what that would have, you know?
See, chat. GEEGA is smart, and like GEEGA actually uses her brain and like thinks before she does and says things, which is like such an alien concept to me.
I think a lot of people think the impulsive choice is like the good one because it would feel good, it would feel cathartic, but you can't. You need to keep the door open.
You got to keep
And
the
like
door
you
open,
have
absolutely.
to push. It's so annoying to do, and it's frustrating to do, and I think it's probably frustrating to watch. But you have to push 1 millimeter at a time into like annoying questions. You can't just get on there and fucking grill them and then be like. I said to my chat, like, people wanted me to whip out an AK and blast him with questions, and I'm like, that's
No.
that's,
They don't know.
that's
They don't
you get.
know what they're talking about.
If it was only my reputation on the line, then I wouldn't care. But like, it would mean that he wouldn't invite any VTubers onto anything. I can't do that.
No. No, you see, like, she's smart. So when you press him about being grass lord, you got to do it like just 1 inch of grass.
Oh,
you
that.
just got to do it like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. One leaf at a
One
time.
little clip, one little clipping at a time.
Just maybe just mention Grasslord. Be like, I wonder who it is. Check his reaction. You know.
When do you think the Dan Clancy is gonna want to have like guys who like yell about cock on his podcast? When did you think he's gonna want to do that?
You know, I feel like at some point he's gonna start running out of options.
Yeah.
And and perhaps we're gonna have a battle of the cum guys. That's what I think. That's what I think. We're gonna... First VTubers, next up cum core streamers. Who can we find?
Chat's gonna be like, Mike, scream cum at him. Scream cum at
Ask
the
him about his
CEO."
cock.
Yeah.
Ask him about his balls. Yep.
Yeah, I would just be too afraid to fuck with him genuinely. Like I'd
Really?
be like, yeah, because I mean, he's got the power. Like he could just be like, I don't like that guy, and he could just make me go away if he decides like if I embarrassed him or like upset him in some way.
At
or,
the
like,
same
annoyed
time,
him, he could
I
just-
don't think people should be too worried about that because the community is so outspoken and so loud. Like you don't even have to go in and hardball. They'll fucking tear him to shreds in the aftermath. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
right.
And like everyone
just-
will get that out of it no matter what you say to him. Because no matter how you ask him any questions or what you say to him, he's going to give the same answers. And everyone will react the same way. That's just how it's going to be. So like, you know, you don't have to be the one to necessarily do it.
There was one point where I think it was 2023. No, because that was in Las Vegas. This was 2022.
Yeah.
San Diego TwitchCon 2022. I was going down the escalator, and he was going up the escalator, and we passed each other.
You kiss a little.
And I was like,
Just a
"Hey,
little.
Dan, you're the man," or something. I said some dumb shit,
Right?
and he was
Right.
like, and he like side-eyed me, and he was like, "Yeah."
Oh.
I feel like that was the first time he had ever been made aware of me.
And ever since
And then the second time, I think, was the Gamer Subs party.
Oh, okay, okay.
And now it's like, I wonder if he's aware of me. You think he's aware of me?
You think he thinks about you?
If he does, it's not something. It's not good. It's like something. It's like, what was that? If he
I
is
wonder
thinking
if he
about me,
thinks
it's
about me.
in terms of like, what was that guy's deal? Like, yeah, that guy was cringe and weird.
Yeah,
what
like,
was his deal?
Was he about to kill me? Was he about to go on a coked up rampage? Just
That's what
tearing me to
Chad
shreds on
thinks
the
that's-
escalator?
Well, he's okay. Let's dive into the drug usage that this guy might or might not be doing.
Okay.
He does give hippie vibes,
Yes.
and he is up late. But I don't think it's coke. I think it's like an energetic weed. Like he might be smoking weed that's giving him energy, like a kind of like an upper kush, like a kind
What do you
of.
think about Quaaludes?
Quaaludes?
It's the Quaaludes. I feel like
he's the age for Quaaludes.
he is.
Like, he
Well, I
would've had-
think,
yeah.
you know, have you ever watched one of his streams?
Like twice, really briefly.
He
yeah.
gets on his keyboard, his piano, right? And he just starts playing music and singing and taking requests.
does
It's basically
music.
like karaoke. And I look at that and I'm like, that's a guy who wishes he was at Woodstock.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, that's the exact vibe that I get.
Yeah. Yeah.
He might not, and again, he might have had a couple of tokes like pre-stream, you know, to kind of unlock his creativity
Right.
or whatever, you know.
Yeah, someone in my chat, he says he's 100% a microdoser. Yeah.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense because guess
Yeah.
what? That microdosing shit has become huge in the corporate world, right?
Yes.
Like, you know, it's like, well,
It's
yeah,
like
I
it's
mean,
like they're doping for sports. They microdose before they go to work. Or mid work.
or like, you know, and another thing I've been hearing a lot about too is you got CEOs and like, you know, like higher up execs that get talked into going on like ayahuasca retreats and stuff.
Yeah.
Right. And then they come back and it's like they're useless because the
They're a
because the
changed guy.
ayahuasca just like has a permanent impact on your brain function.
Yeah.
And you're just like you can't pay attention in meetings anymore. Like I've seen Twitter threads about this.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Straight up.
but he could be on that like really really small micro dosing of like psilocybin, LSD, like unlocking his creativity, but also his business.
It's probably like that plus like a quarter of a pill of Adderall, right? And that's probably the cocktail. And then he hops up to the party at 3 a.m.
And maybe a shot of gamer sups.
Yeah, just a little for performance enhancing brain shit.
I was watching one of his streams, and he was making a big deal out of the fact that he was trying to stream on Starlink.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Because I guess he was on. Okay, he was in what I believe was a vacation cabin that he either is his or he has access to, and I guess he brought a streaming setup with him.
Right.
So he could do his little music stream in this cabin, which I guess was in the middle of nowhere. So he got a Starlink set up.
Yeah.
So he could do the stream, and it was non-stop melt.
Yeah.
Utterly unwatchable. Complete. But PSA
I've
for
seen other
anybody
people
hearing
do that.
this, you cannot stream on Starlink.
No.
You cannot stream. You cannot live stream off Starlink.
No,
It will not work.
The upload speed is shit. The thing is, what it's
okay.
for is to keep you mildly connected to the world. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not for that. But when you're accessing a network through normal means, okay, you're accessing the internet. Your ISP is sending this upload of whatever you're doing to like a billion different places. So whichever one is like good right now is the one that's being seen on stream, right? And if that one shits out for a little bit, another version of this is going to be shown. It kind of just does it like that. Starlink is like, beam me up, and you send a little boop 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 to the satellite, and it sends a little boop 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 back. And if that fucks up, it fucks up. That's how it works in layman terms. It's just like it's not meant for that. It's not meant to be good.
It was kind of hilarious to see the CEO of like the streaming corporation sitting there trying to do a live stream and just melting constantly. Like straight up just melting, like his face just melting, and then getting like this like we'll be back in a moment, like error screen coming on. It was like my chat. It was like my IRL streams, but like 50 times worse. And
with your fucking 10 modem backpack.
Yeah, that which by the way, that thing is a paperweight now.
Oh, I know.
Because the company doubled the price of the fucking subscription, so it's like it's too expensive for me to actually use anymore, which is like really sad.
I heard all about it.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with that thing now, but in any case,
crazy. I was talking to my chat about it. I was like, who can afford that? The top 10 IRL streamers.
Yeah.
Everyone else who's like a medium-sized streamer.
Guys, that's for like queso and shit can afford that.
Yeah.
And I don't even think those guys do IRL content. Like I know some of the OTK guys do. They do IRL content like that, and they'll easily be able to afford that.
And they probably share one or two backpacks between a bunch of people, right? Like I would assume, instead of having it all, like they each have one.
Yeah, because they're a streamer org. Like they're saving money on that thing. Because here's the other thing too. Like none of them are IRL streamers. Like you ain't gonna go out and IRL. They're not gonna go out and IRL stream like every single day. They're just kind of doing it once in a while when they get a goofy little idea for like a bit or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
10 customers doesn't sustain a company. You're right.
Yep.
I have no idea what they think they're doing. I genuinely don't know.
It's crazy. I can't imagine most streamers that do the occasional IRL thing. They don't all own their own backpack at this point. A lot of people started renting them.
Yeah.
From different services because trying to have your own is just it's so expensive. There's just no way. There's no way.
In a completely unrelated question, GEEGA, do you want to buy an IRL backpack?
I'm okay, actually. I think I'll be good. I'll just take out my phone and mobile hotspot myself to Starlink and
May I interest you in a $4,000 paperweight?
Oh God, I'm good.
I think the other value proposition for that is if it's somebody who all they do is IRL stream.
Yeah. If it's how you make your money, it makes sense. But if you're doing like 2 IRL streams a month maximum,
that's what I'm doing.
Is it even going to pay for itself during those streams?
It's not. No, it's not. It's a total in the red.
Yeah.
Why don't you use it more to make it worth the money? Because I don't want to. Like the whole concept was like
Change your content
bought,
to make sure you don't feel bad about the purchase of this backpack.
yeah, but like again, well, it's this. The backpack was so. When I go on like trips, if I go somewhere, I can kind of use the backpack to almost subsidize the trip in a way.
Right.
And honestly, it was working like that until they told me that the price was going to go up. And then I went and looked at and then I went in there and like I was like, listen, guys, can I be like grandfathered into the old price? And they were like, oh, but you this is the price you originally agreed to pay when you bought this in 2022. And I said, it was actually early 2023.
Yeah.
And I said, what do you mean? No, it's not. And the guy went and got the link in the Wayback Machine. He Waybacked me to prove to me that was eventually going to be my price that I was going to pay for that.
Oh, okay. So it was whatever price for how long, and then it would move up.
Yeah, basically, because the reason that I was told why I was paying half of what my package cost was because they hadn't figured out something on their back end yet, since they're a newer-ish company, that there was something in their back end that they hadn't figured out that was preventing them from charging me that. So in other words, I was paying the rate that I was because they're a cool company. Does that make that's what basically they told me. They were like, oh, it's because we were like doing you a favor for the past like 2 years, basically.
Wow,
And
thanks so much. What
I
the
don't
fuck?
know. I don't know. It was technically it was on the website.
Yeah.
I knew I guess it's on me for like not paying attention.
Right.
Or something. I don't know, but
it sucks either way. Whether
We're
you
looking
know
into
or
other
not, the
options.
pricing is what it is, right?
Yeah, it is what it is.
So
It's gonna and there's no, because again I went in there and tried it. I was like, hey, it's me. Can I? No, none of that shit. No, none of that.
Jesus.
It's me, Jabroni Mike. Maybe I. Nah, they're not going. They're not biting. They're not biting. No.
You would think.
No, that's meaningless to them. No, I don't have that kind of weight.
And it's
I have
crazy
other
because
kinds of
someone who
weight.
would probably be like someone who makes buku bucks.
Yeah, that's
Right?
the funny part. Like XQC could go in there and be like, no, I'm not going to pay this. I'm not going to pay this much money. You're going to give me a discount, and they'd be
They'd
like,
be like,
yes,
oh my god,
XQC.
yes, please use our product.
You know what? XQC, have it for free.
Yep. Yep.
Like straight up, just here's a free backpack. Use it to help promote our company.
And they'd
Rev,
see
thank
you,
you for the rib.
and they're like, shut up, you piece of shit, and they slap you with the backpack. You should be thankful.
Actually slapped me in the face with the backpack, which weighs a lot, by the way.
Yeah.
All right, so I have they bruised my eye socket. I want to shout out my buddy Rev Scarecrow. Thank you so much for the raid. Man, you have to wait an hour and 57 seconds before giving Rev Scarecrow another shout. Oh,
I took the shout out. Sorry, Rev, you can't have it. It was mine.
Here's the funny part, Giga.
Yeah.
They said they gave me that message and then gave him the shout out anyway. Huh?
Wait, it worked anyway.
You gotta tell Dan Clancy about all this shit. You know what you?
I'll use my direct line to him to tell him about this fucking.
Here's what you
shitty
really
ride.
gotta bust his balls about. Why do half of my audience not get Twitch notifications when I go live? Have you experienced this?
Oh my god, yes.
What is that shit?
Yes. I know that there is a thing where if someone doesn't watch you for X amount of time, the notifications get turned off. But I have people who have the notifications turned on who never see them. Not once.
It makes sense. It tracks with my experience.
Yeah.
How many people in chat have experienced that here? Or you get the notifications late, like an hour late, 2 hours late.
Yeah. Like not even a couple minutes, but like literally halfway through the stream sometimes. I don't understand.
So you would think that this would be something that they would be able to figure out. Like, I mean, it's just notifications. Like, listen, I ain't in tech. I ain't in this industry. I ain't in. How hard could notifications be? Genuinely, to figure it out. And this too. To me, if somebody's getting notifications and they're genuinely, they're like, you know what? I'm annoyed by this. I don't want these notifications. Just give them the option to go and turn the notifications off. Don't decide for people when they want or don't want notifications, right?
Yeah, I think it should be a manual on and off. It should be just like Discord, Yeah. And I would love a level of notification. Let's say you could favorite some streamers, which you already kind of can. Remember they changed the sidebar so that you could like favorite people and put them at the top?
They did, right?
Why don't they use that feature? You do that, and when someone you have favorited goes live, it has a huge thing, okay? Giant red something. They're live now up on the top left. They get moved all the way up on your sidebar. Yeah, fucking the starts playing, you know? Something. And then you have the normal notification for everyone else, and they can turn it off if they want. You know. I'm gonna tell you why that can't happen.
Yeah. Because the guy in charge of those decisions is microdosing LSD and methamphetamines and going to fucking.
He's doing ketamine off the koala care changing table in the bathroom.
At the game
and then going to work.
At 4 a.m.
Yeah, exactly.
He's ripping lines of K off the koala.
Yeah.
Which is bad because you know that has poop on it.
It's for the koala ketamine, man. It's I'm telling you, it's yeah.
Man, I know there's poop on it. It enhances it.
It's the flavor. It adds the flavor.
I think I have a favorable opinion. I think I like him, and I think like I don't love him, but I think I like him. I think a lot of people like him. I think his favorability rating is high.
You know what I think?
Right now, higher.
I think he's pushed some really good features, and they take too many turns to get to a good point, but they do get to a good point, right? The shared chat thing, stuff like that.
Yeah,
I think
Twitch has been in worse spots than it is now. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Overall good. But what I think is he'd be better as like president.
Okay.
President, and then he's forward facing like he is, and he's talking to the community, figuring out what streamers want, and then relaying that. I think a CEO. I think they're different. There are two types of CEOs in this world. There are ones that do what he does, and then there are ones that do what the last guy did, what Sheer did, where they just are like totally internal. I think they need both of those things.
Yeah.
And they just have one right now.
They should make him like, you know, the Duke of Monaco or some shit, you know, where he's just like he doesn't
and straight
really
up
do anything or make any important decisions, but he's kind of like he's the front facing, like almost like a mascot or
and he's still very useful because the whole point is connecting and figuring out what the streamers want from someone who gets to talk to the executives, not just some lower down guy whose ideas are never heard. Like, you need that role. And if all the other C-level people and VPs and presidents and whatever of every little thing are doing great, then great. But I feel like, from what I know from staff and former staff, everything, I think they need both.
You know what I think they should do? I think they should just make me the fucking CEO.
I think so too. I should be the president.
Like, this just seems so obvious. Like, me and you should just run this entire
Clearly.
Like,
my background that I never tell specifics about clearly means that I should definitely be hired in like that. I agree.
This nebulous kind of smudge on your resume that looked like somebody, like an ink smear, like the printer ran out of ink or something, right?
I would love to work in product. I think I should be hired.
What was the first change you would make if you were the CEO of this website?
If I was the CEO of this website, first change, I could push through anything.
Yeah, anything you want.
A list of fucking UX fixes, UI UX fixes.
Okay, you have a whole laundry list here, huh? You have like a whole list of grievances. Like you're gonna Mike Martin Luther this shit.
Yeah. Yep. I would Martin Luther this shit. I think number one. Actually, you know what I would do? I'd fix up the analytics dashboard. That would be my first plan of attack. It's not for all users. It's just for the streamers.
Yeah.
I would fix that shit, and I would, sorry if this scares some chatters, I would start collecting better demographic info on people. Because I can't see what age range my viewers are.
That's
I
true.
can't see what their gender is. All stuff that YouTube tells me so that I know who I'm being viewed by, so I can make better
is
decisions with my content. The streamers need that.
Yeah. I have that information. I just I don't have the raw data, but
Yeah.
it's obvious to see that my whole audience is gay babies. So
Oh,
I
yeah.
have that so that's easy. I can we market like diapers and
Right.
everything. So
You can make a lot of assumptions, off of what
Yeah.
you know from
you
how
can
they
make some
act.
assumptions.
Yeah. I make a lot of assumptions too.
Gender,
gay babies?
gay, age, baby.
I have gay millennials.
Yeah.
Interesting. Which is basically the same thing.
But yeah, no, I made the analytics page overhaul.
Mm.
Yeah, definitely long time coming. I feel like
Yeah.
they've done it in the past, but they did it bad. Right?
Yeah.
Like they did it like shit.
They keep doing things. I think their own analytics people seem to be good at, well, I'm not gonna say good. They know how to make a dashboard function,
Yeah.
but there's a disconnect. They don't know what data is actually useful to us. So they're like
Yeah.
displaying really well a bunch of stuff, and then like streamers who don't know anything about data look at it and think that these numbers are important, and they're not.
So you think age is a really important one?
Yes.
Right.
To know your
So
audience, 100%.
Okay, so just thought exercise, right?
Yeah.
By the way, thanks for. I'm loving this conversation right
Yeah.
now. If you thanks for hanging out with me. If you had the age ranges of your audience, what would you do with that information? Like, what would you do different? I guess is what I'm asking.
I think
what would you?
so far I've done a good job of tailoring things, tuning things, so that
Yeah.
the people I think I have, are happy.
Yeah. Okay.
However, in recent years, I realized I had more younger viewers than I initially thought, and they were there for a while, and I could have realized that earlier.
Right. You would have put up the subway surfers in the bottom left corner earlier. If you
Exactly.
had done that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
For me, it's actually merch items.
Oh.
That's a big thing. Choosing merch items is wildly different for different ages. The content, not so much. I would really like to know that for that reason. So I can
what would
picture
you
them
what would
using
you
stuff.
want to sell like so what so let's say you found out you had like a 90% like early 20s audience. What kind of merch would you sell them?
Oh, then we'd have to go so different. Straight up just school related stuff always. When you're doing apparel, the designs are wildly different between like older and younger audiences. It's the way it looks. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you had boomers, you'd want to give them like
Very low key stuff.
yeah,
like-
like nothing too like flashy, bright, right? Like it's down to like the way designing apparel.
Literally, yeah. Yeah. That's the kind of stuff. Someone in my chat said
You know what
polo shirt.
You know what I think would go hard? Like a
Yeah.
GEEGA onesie with the poop flap in the back.
I've been talking about I want to get rompers.
A romper?
I wanna-
That is a romper, right? That is,
Yes, but rompers are usually shorts. They're a little fruity.
that's even better.
Mm-hmm.
A
I've been wanting to do
romper.
one for so long.
Because if you get a romper and then you put a poop flap in the back,
Yeah.
you can waffle romp.
Oh, I was gonna say they could watch my stream from the toilet the whole time, but still be warm. I was thinking about the feeling. Their well-being.
I would buy one of those rompers in a second.
Oh yeah. No, I'd have 10. I would have 10. I would wear them every day to stream in.
I'm already signed up for a romper.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want
It's
to know
the
what I
dream.
would do if I was the CEO?
Yeah.
First course of action: push Grasslord out to every single viewer. Like Grasslord stream. First of all, we put him in front of a camera. We get him streaming. We put him on the front page
for a month. Yes.
and we just like pirate every single Twitch channel on the website to only show 24/7 Grasslord.
Ooh, okay.
Right?
I like that.
Chad, we're talking about this guy. And then we just basically steer the entire company into a fucking iceberg and just go down with the
Yeah.
ship. What do you think?
Honestly, I would love that. I think it's about time. Think of the
Steer the
media
entire
attention.
company.
Thing is, I think if you do that, the media attention would be huge, and it would circle back, and then you could be like, "Oh no, we're in such a bad position. We need to sell." You can find a big
Yeah.
company for a buyout, you make out
Yeah.
with the money. Boom, not your
And
problem
just
anymore.
that's the dream of every like company, right? Get bought by a bigger one and just like betray everybody, whoever works
Yes.
for you.
Yes.
Yeah, and made you successful.
Like the current
Just absolute
Amazon
betrayal.
ownership. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That literally
the
is
company.
the tech dream. That's what most startups go for. They're not trying to run their company forever. They hire people that really care about the company, and then like one or two people at the top are like, I can't wait to sell this. And they try to
Yeah,
get the highest valuation possible and sell it off.
That's such a
Yeah.
upsetting fact of life. Like that is, isn't it? Like Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
You don't think so? Or you think that's just the way the cookie crumbles? Deal with it.
Yeah. I'm more of
Life
that
sucks.
mindset.
Deal with it. That's more of your
Go
mind?
make your
That's more
own
where
if
you're
you
at?
complain so much. I'm one of those.
Go make your own company and sell it to Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all right.
People always go, oh, so they just made and sold it off. I could do that. And I go, okay, do it.
I do it, yeah.
Do it then. Yeah.
Good luck.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the goal is to just not work, right? I think for most people,
Yeah.
the goal is to like, well, you do have workaholics out there, but I think for most people, the goal is like, yeah, play golf on a yacht forever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, which I
Or
you know, noble
not
goal.
have to work, I think, is the thing. Some people will
Yeah.
keep work on the side, but they don't want to feel like they have to do it.
Yeah, right. I get to a point where it's just, oh, I'm working, but it's optional.
Yeah.
And just kind of like sit around and just act like an asshole all day. That's,
What would you think okay, let's say you got a lot of money. You had, you know, you're making $1 million a year. You're just getting a check from some random oil prince, and you don't have to do anything anymore. Anything you do is purely by choice with your life. What do you do all day?
Watch TV.
Nice.
Watch TV
Yep.
and drink beer.
Yep. I think I would still stream. I'd still stream. I'd stream 2 times a week, and I'd only play games, and I wouldn't talk much.
Yeah. The real answer. Okay, I'm saying that to be funny.
Yeah.
I don't. This is the really funny part. Like genuinely, I don't think I would do anything different than what I'm doing right now.
Yeah.
Except what you're saying. What you're saying, it like streaming maybe a little bit less.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Like
But
I'd
only
just give
slightly
myself like
less.
the full weekend or something,
Yeah.
and go
yeah.
see like family every weekend. That would be the difference,
Oh,
and I'd get like
yeah.
a huge house.
Yeah. That I think. For me, I feel when I've talked to Chad about this like endlessly because we do the on real estate streams like me and Fred.
Oh yeah.
Where you've seen that stuff, right? Where we look at the real estate listings. Are you like a house like person? Like you like real estate? Are you like a real estate like enjoyer?
I love looking at stuff like that. Yeah.
Do you want to come? You want to come on one of those streams with me and Fred?
We should do it.
You want to do it
do it.
because they're so fun.
Yeah.
Like because that's something I always loved. That like I always like looking at houses and real estate listings and shit.
Yeah.
But and
I'm
Fred,
down.
Actually, you know what? Like fuck Fred. Do you want to just replace Fred?
Okay. Yeah, fuck that guy.
Fred's gonna because Fred lately he's been on this gay cow thing. Every time I try to talk to him, he's like, moo.
Yep, moo. I saw it.
And now it's like it's getting like really hard to talk to him. Like I don't know what his fucking problem is. So no, but seriously, like, the three of us should do that. I do think you would really enjoy that. Like and we find the wildest, stupidest fucking houses too. But sometimes
I'm
we
so
find
down
some
because
really cool
sometimes I
shit.
do that literally as a pastime. I just look at houses and I try to. I'm like, what are the housing prices like in Kentucky? I just do that.
Yeah,
I'm down.
just for the fuck of it, right? Well, we do it more towards like. Yeah, I mean we do look at the prices and they don't like the whole listings and everything, but the main thing that we do is we just kind of take tours and we'd be like, what was wrong with the people that lived here, basically, and it ends up being like a psychology thing sometimes, but like because the listings that people send in sometimes are fucking bonkers.
Oh yeah.
Where you're like, what were these people like trying to do? You know what I mean?
And you know, you think of the typical stuff like, oh, carpeted bathroom, you know, et cetera, but there's a lot worse stuff in some of these houses.
We've had like one of the ones that immediately comes to mind was like every square inch of this, it was like a McMansion, and every square inch of the McMansion was covered in Christmas decorations.
Oh.
And there were Christmas decorations there were like statues of Santa and the reindeer in every fucking corner of this house to the point where it was insane. Like it was psychotic.
Yeah.
It was psychotic. Like shit like that, right?
I've seen some bad stuff. Bad stuff.
There was one of the recent ones was like the entire house was covered in mirrors and all of the furniture was covered in mirrors. Okay, not the couch, but like
I've
there was a piano
seen stuff
covered
like
in mirrors.
that, and it's like lots of mirrors, lots of chrome. It looks very like a late Austin Powers movie in a way. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That sort of aesthetic. A lot of like aqua teal colored bathrooms and wall paint. Very gross.
If you are like just kind of looking around and you see some wacky real estate listing, just kind of put it in a little like document.
Yeah.
Like put the link in a little document, and then when we do this, you just whip them out and be like, "What do you
Check
think
this
of
one."
this?"
Yeah,
and just like
I got
fucking
you.
flashbang us with some insanity, you know.
I'll keep the list going.
For me, my thing was always like, my house. If I ever get a house, it doesn't need to be like massive in the sense of like square footage. But what I want is like I want to have like banger amenities in this house. Like my thing is like I want like a home spa.
Ooh, I mean that's the thing. So for me, I didn't want something big. I wanted something small and nice. But that doesn't seem to exist. I found small and shitty or big and nice. And big and nice was out of the price range. Small and shitty was just like going to be really hard to deal with because then I'd have to buy it and fix everything and that could end up being way more expensive. It was so hard to find something that wasn't huge because I really don't need a lot of space.
Yeah.
And even now, like, they're not huge, but I have like some extra rooms and stuff that I'm like, what do I do with these? Like the way they're laid out and situated, it's a bit awkward.
It's not useful to your life.
Yeah, exactly. Which is kind of why it wasn't the most expensive, but yeah.
Like buying a streaming backpack and just placing it in one of those rooms and just letting it, and then like maybe that, I feel like that'd be a really good use for one of the rooms. It could be storage for a $4,000 streaming pack.
And then I just have a room stream
from
and the stream pays for itself because people will donate bits to the room stream.
You don't even have to stream with it necessarily because that would be like prohibitively expensive.
Right.
So you could just like let it sit in there and just kind of exist in there. And then I think it's just, it helps the room now make sense in the house.
I've thought about it, but I think it would be really annoying to have to go in there and dust the backpack every 3 months, which is why I'm kind of not considering it right now.
But no, I mean, so the other option is like you buy a small shitty house, and then you just dump boatloads of money into it to try to get it to be the thing that you want it to be.
And you uncover all these hidden issues that you basically have to tear the house down for.
Yeah, it's like, so we were knocking a wall down so we could put in your sauna, Jabroni Mike, and we found a fuckload of black mold. So fuck you. Now we have to knock down the entire building, and you're gonna die.
We're gonna fumigate your house now. We're gonna put a tent around it.
That's gonna cost $40,000.
Yep.
So have fun, and it's like at that point you're like just go buy the big nice house at that point, right? That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, but that's assuming you could even afford it, which for me was like not.
You're not gonna.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Fuck, dude.
I make enough money to get something, but not that. Like definitely not that.
Yeah.
I think this is why streamers keep doing streamer houses.
This might be why. This is why they do it.
Yeah, everyone perceives that you make more money than you do.
So imagine that though. Like, okay, so let's say you got to get a streamer house. But let's say it's like, you know what? We got to do a streamer house. I gotta have streamers, basically as roommates. I gotta live with these other fucking streamers. You got to pick 5 of them. Who you picking?
Ooh.
Yeah, who you gonna pick?
Oh my god. I'm assuming that they all don't have significant others. It's just I'm just grabbing that person alone, no matter what.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's just them.
And I can make them move wherever I want to make them move.
Are you saying like you can kick them out whenever you want?
No, I mean like I don't have to move to LA because I chose someone from LA who wants to be in LA, right? This is hypothetical. They'll be wherever I want. Okay.
Yeah, it's wherever you want the house to be. Yeah. And the
Who
person
would I
that they can move, they'll move to wherever you want, whoever it is. Yeah.
Okay. I can think of the greatest streamer house right now.
Okay. What do you got? What do you got?
Me,
Yeah.
you,
Okay. All right. All right.
Nags. Okay.
It's gonna be a really like greasy house now. Now this house is gonna be like. there's
and
gonna
one
be
of us
grease pouring
brings
from the
like
windows.
our aunts or our mom who's unemployed, and she cooks. Okay. You got
the
any
Sunday
others?
sauce.
Yeah.
I think at that,
And
if
then-
if this is what we're going for, you gotta put Vinny in there.
Yeah, we Viddy.
Yeah.
Viddy. And you know what? May. Fuck it. My friend May. We put May in
Okay.
there. That's the 5. Yeah.
May. Who's May?
Mako. You know Mako?
Make a Fox? Is that?
Yeah.
That's yeah. I never met him, but I've heard
Yeah,
him. Okay.
she's got the
Did she do the Mambo Italiano?
she's got that Bostonite flavor, so it's not the same.
Oh, a little bit of little
And not
diversity
not
there.
not
Okay.
really like the Italian flavor, but still
Yeah,
close
yeah.
enough.
All right,
You know.
all right.
She'll be the odd one out.
Chats keeps talking about putting Joel in the streamer house, like Varg Skeletor Joel.
They just
But,
want their favorite Power Rangers together so badly.
That's what they want, but they're not thinking about how like because he's from Sweden and like everything would just smell like rotten fish all the time. It'd
Yeah,
be
I
disgusting.
couldn't do it with the fish eggs, with the fish on the paste on the toast every morning. I couldn't do it.
You know about that shit, right? The
Yeah.
calf key or whatever the fuck it's called.
Yeah.
That is nasty. By the way, I had it.
can't
It's
do that.
absolutely it's rancid.
It's disgusting.
Chat, let me put it this way. I think if it was like if I had to live with Joel or die, it's death.
Yeah.
It's death. You just kill me.
Well, because otherwise
But
it would
there's
smell
no
like
shot.
death every day. What would be the difference?
Yeah, I would just want to be dead every day. So I just actually I'm dead.
Mhm.
Like I don't. Yeah, I choose to. My life's over either way. So I just choose death.
Yeah. That's fair.
Imagine every morning he's just like, Baldy, time to wake up, Baldy, time to wake up, Baldy, Baldy, wake up, Baldy. Every morning
I
for the
would
rest of my
lose
life,
my
just put a bullet in my head. Because the guy's he's obsessed with calling me bald. I don't know if you've seen any of this. I don't know if you
Oh, I'm
caught wind
aware.
of it.
I'm aware.
He's like not okay in the head. And it's just
yeah.
I don't know.
He's
But,
unwell. He's unwell.
But we did raise $25,000 for American Heart Association the other
Okay.
day, so we found a way to
So he's
put
all
his
right.
derangement to good use.
Mhm. What would your house be? Your ideal 5?
See, that's just like I can't think.
There's
Of
so many people I
anybody.
could choose.
I just like, you know what? Because here's what it is. Here's what it is, right? Like,
Mhm.
there's a lot of people that I like, and
Right.
I think I could live with, but what I'm always afraid of is like, if I live with them, then I'm gonna get to know them in a way where I'm gonna not like
changes.
them. I'm not gonna like them anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't
Yep.
like. I'm so afraid to live with people, or like spend
Proximity
that
does
much.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, if I want to continue liking these people, I don't think I should live with them.
Okay,
But-
so then become a hater and pick people you don't care
Right.
if you like them
The
or not.
worst. That's actually the play. I have to pick people I fucking hate.
Pick
to
people
live
you
with.
just don't even know, so there's nothing to change because you don't know them.
It's gonna be like XQC Hassan.
I was gonna say I'm picking
yeah, let's
queso. Immediately, all right. Streamer
Queso,
house.
why is the fridge empty again? Queso.
We're doing queso. We're doing Oh man. Oh man, who do you even pick if it's people you don't know?
Aiden Ross.
Okay, for the spice, you gotta have some spice in there.
Yeah, he'll definitely. I think you know what? He'll keep things interesting, not in
Right.
a good way at all.
But you know, it's the spice of life. Oh,
Yeah.
you know how I would put in that house with those two?
Don't say Asmongold.
No. Do you know Chiblee?
No, Chiblee? No, who's Chiblee?
Chiblee. You would like Chiblee. You should watch Chiblee. I would put Chiblee in that house instantly.
Chat knows Chiblee.
Yeah, you
Chiblee's
know Chiblee.
VTuber?
Nope.
Chiblee. I have not. Yeah,
Just,
I've not.
he's
I've
just
not
a
heard of
guy.
He's a guy.
I think Chiblee would really not get along with either of those people. I think he'd get along with Queso, but like they'd have nothing in common, and I think that'd be funny. And then and then I don't know if you know this guy. Do you know Burn?
No, I don't know Burn.
Burn is
Burn like Burn?
yeah, he does like a lot of role play. He does a lot of D&D stuff. Weird with voices. I'd put Burn in there just to make it weird. He's the kind of guy that'll like crawl into your room and like tickle your toes at night and do a weird voice just to be funny. And you'd be like, hey, that was weird. And he'd be like, no, it was funny. Yeah. That's my nightmare house. That's my nightmare streamer house, guys.
The nightmare house?
Yeah.
Chat called him Northern Lion's Nepo baby. Oh, they're talking about Chiblee. No, Chiblee is
Chiblee. You know, one time I raided Chiblee within the past like few months. I raid him and he's playing some game. I raid him. He doesn't notice he gets raided. He doesn't have a notif, so it's just silent. My chat is dumped in there. They're watching his stream. He just turns and goes, "Can you kill the dog?" and tries to kill a dog in the game. And goes, "Oh, I guess you can't," and keeps walking. And then a minute later goes, "Oh, I got raided." And my chat will never forget.
Was this Chiblee or Vinny?
It was
Vinny's always
Chiblee.
killing dogs on his stream, apparently. That's
Yeah,
like
no, it was Chiblee, but you know, they're two peas in a pod, I guess.
All right, I'll check out the Chiblee. I'll check.
Yeah,
him out.
you would like Chiblee.
Put him in the house.
Yeah, that's my nightmare
Northern
house.
Lion, Northern Lion would be like if the house needs an adult, which it probably would.
He would just
need an
avoid
adult
everyone
person.
because he'd probably get frustrated with them and realize it's not worth trying.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, he'd
I
be
think
like, I don't care.
He'd
He'd
just
be like,
close
I
the
don't
door.
care. Put your finger in the electrical outlet. See if I give a shit.
Yeah, he would close
And then
the
he would go
door.
on his Peloton.
He'd lock it, right, and he'd just stream from there. And he'd be like, "Don't talk to me."
Yeah.
That'd be it.
I think the Asmongold thing would be interesting if not for the fact that like you would just
The roaches move in with him.
yeah you're getting
Yeah.
like several hundred roommates, probably several thousand roommates when you go with Asmon. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking insane, dude. I can't like I just can't understand what's going on there.
It's unwellness is what it is, straight up.
It is
Right? It's
like
nothing else.
Like he's just not good. Like he's just not good. He's just not good.
Yeah, and
He's not
most people that have those issues don't have cameras on them. So people see that and they're like, "Oh my god, it's so crazy." And I'm like, "But there are a lot of those actually."
Yeah, you
Right?
just don't see it. Right,
Mhm.
right.
This is just the one with a camera on them.
But it's like, you know, a lot of those people, I would say, I don't know, you can't afford somebody to come in and clean that. Like that guy could arrange that in seconds.
People like that don't want that.
They don't want it.
Having someone invade your space
That's the fucked up
is
part,
like
yeah.
the thing that
It's like
you know.
freaks him out, gives him anxiety. Like, no, I can't have somebody in here. Are you kidding me? That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I'd. Nah, I
mean-
mean, I could have somebody in here. I wouldn't love it though. You know, I feel that like a tiny little bit.
There have been times like when I had like my whole health issue, I couldn't like physically clean like that.
Yeah.
So I did have people come in and clean, but I watched them the whole time. I was not about to have them like clean and then I just go, okay, and I closed myself in a room. I was just kind of standing around generally, and I wasn't staring them down. I was like, watch TV in this room. I had like my Switch, right, and play on my Switch in this room, stuff like that. But I was still hovering. I was hovering. I couldn't do it. Like
Yeah, you had to
leave
just
them
kind of be
alone.
like keeping an eye on them.
Yeah. And it's not even like
not
I think.
micromanaging, but just like being aware of what they're doing, right?
Yeah, I wasn't even worried about people like taking shit so much as I was like, are they doing a good job? Or am I gonna like afterward be like, hey, you didn't really clean this sink, and then they'd be like, oh, sorry, and never come back, you know?
Yeah.
So
I'm trying to think what I would do like if I was Asmon, and I think I've got it.
all right.
So let's say it gets to that point. I would simply burn that house down and buy a new one.
Mm-hmm.
And then just rinse and repeat that because I
That's
have the
what I was
money to
gonna
do
say.
that at that point. Like just burn it down. It's too roach infested. There's too many McDonald's bags.
Mhm.
Like just burn it to the fucking ground. I could buy a new house, burn down this one,
Yeah.
go into the next one, and
You
just
could
like
just
kind of
keep doing that
leapfrog
forever.
houses
Well,
forever.
here's what I'm gonna say. This is how I do it. You move to the new spot, Okay, you have a new house, you buy new clothes for it, you barely bring anything. You bring like a backpack's worth of stuff and maybe your computer, or you set up a new computer there. You set yourself up and you live there for 2 months. As you're living there, anything you think of that you want from the old place, that you write down.
Yeah.
Anything you don't think of is gone. So when you go back there, you go with the list and you're only allowed to take stuff you thought of.
It's like the spark joy thing.
Yeah, if you think of it, it's actually useful to you in that time, or like you can recall it, then you can go find it. Anything else doesn't matter. That you burn it down after that. That's how I would do it.
Because if you didn't think of it, you didn't really care about it, right?
Exactly.
You will notice this though. Like sometimes when you see an influencer sharing pictures of the inside of their home, that there is an uncanny lack of furniture a lot of the times. Have you ever noticed that?
Yes, I have.
What do you think that's about? Like, what do you? Because I think it ties into. This.
I think a lot of influencers don't do anything besides sit in one spot. If it's a streamer, their office is what they use, and they spend all day in there. They don't go room to room to do a lot of stuff. So they have that, and then they have like whatever room they sit and eat in, or they like watch TV in, and everything else doesn't matter. Yeah, it's usually
you
all
bought
in
a
one room.
massive fucking house in a lot of cases. I guess because you could, and I guess because maybe somebody was like,
location,
make
maybe
a
too.
real estate investment. You know,
That's true. That's true. I think overall, it's also easier to clean. If I'm being honest, I personally don't like to fill my place with stuff.
Yeah.
I don't really own a lot of stuff. I don't have a complete lack of furniture, but I don't have a lot.
You need more stuff. For example, a streamer backpack that costs $4,000. That's really.
I
expensive.
do have a room with nothing in it.
Okay. Yeah, like I feel like you could use more stuff.
It's got a really open corner.
But you're saying that the more rooms you live in, the more rooms you got to clean.
Exactly.
Right.
You're shedding your skin cells in 3 different rooms.
Like, there's
and
like
you gotta
stuff
vacuum them
coming
every
off
other
your
day.
body.
Right.
Yeah, that's.
But if I'm living in this room and I never leave this room, how often do I have to vacuum the other rooms? Not that often.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
Yep.
So again, that again raises the question of going back to the real estate thing. Like, why do I need a huge fucking house when all I'm gonna do is like plunk my ass down in this chair for like 12 hours a day?
That's why I was having a crisis trying to find a place too, because I just wanted, like I said, something small and nice. And I could, everything that was nice enough, like, or not super old, was just like huge. It was huge, and I couldn't afford it. So I eventually found a place, and the office I'm in right now is big. It's actually supposed to be the master bedroom. And I turned it into my office because I spend all my time in it. And then the room I sleep in is one of the smaller rooms because I don't do anything but sleep in there.
I don't think you're a mid boss anymore. I think you're like basically Bowser at this point.
Yeah.
Like, it's the way you're describing it is like that's the room with the bridge with the lava under it.
Right.
You know, I mean,
I think I've
graduated.
I've moved on up.
Well, not Vtuber graduated, you know.
Well, yeah. It's true.
Yeah. I don't know. I want a house. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to pull it off. I think we need to just like this is the part of the stream where you know, we start getting like legally actionable, but we got to just like we got to tear it all down.
I agree.
Sometimes we just got to go down there and we just got to I got like this I got this Davy Crockett hat and some deer antlers.
You're gonna cover yourself in pelts.
I don't know.
And march down there.
I want a house. I want what my parents had. This isn't fair.
Oh, I get you.
It's not fair.
Maybe I'll just go find some land that nobody remembers is there, and I'll like manifest destiny it, and I'll just squat on it, put a thing on it, and I'll be like, "This is mine." And if nobody goes there,
I feel like that's a hippie commune. Like hippies do that, right?
yeah, I'll have to use Starlink. It won't work.
Yo, we'll get Dan Clancy.
Oh shit! Wait, Dan would love it out there.
We'll get Dan Clancy.
Put
we'll be
Dan.
like, you
Actually,
can...
I changed my mind. In my nightmare streamer house, I'd have to put Dan in there because I think that would be like he'd be doing music streams from his room all fucking day.
And it's like, man, he's kind of going out of his vocal range and stuff, you know, like, Dan,
Yeah.
Dan, come on, man. We got thin walls here, Dan.
Yep.
Also, like cults. I mean, but I feel like, you know what?
Yeah.
Fuck it. You want to start a cult?
I think we should, because I've been really looking at it. You know what I was watching yesterday during the Super Bowl?
Looking at it.
During the Super Bowl, they
What'd you
keep
say?
having all these commercials, right? And one of them was a Scientology commercial, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, they do have commercial money.
Yeah.
They're onto
they got-
something.
Dude, I'm telling you, they make money. They
They do.
Okay.
They do.
They give
None of their members
people
do.
something to believe in.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? I mean, like we're kind of already cult leaders. Is the point that I'm about to try to make? Like we're kind of already.
Yeah.
doing
What
it.
What is the difference between a community and a cult?
How many people here would just die for GEEGA?
Yeah.
My hands up, by the way. How many
How
people
many?
here would just run into traffic for GEEGA because she said it would be funny if you did it? I mean, like, yo, there we go. Let's monetize that.
Mm.
You know,
Right,
we'll put you in
right.
we'll put you in a weird robe.
People
give
going,
you, like,
"Hi."
We'll put
Yeah.
like a horse skull on you or something. You know?
You're gonna
Then
love
we'll,
one of my upcoming outfits. You're gonna love it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're leaning into this?
You're gonna see. You'll
Is it
see.
a little like mysticism? That sounds awesome.
You'll see.
Do you have so what are you're working on some new outfits and stuff?
I have a bunch. I have a bunch on the way.
Wait, do you
they've
have
been-
any
Yeah.
you have any dates for stuff?
I will soon for one. There's one that's
Okay.
happening within this month, for sure. Within this month. Ooh. And then I don't know
wanna-
about the others, but they're being worked on.
I want to show chat that one with where it's like
Mm.
where you got that it's a sweater, right? Where you got the sweater on? What is it?
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's not a sweater. The one outfit where you look like you're a teacher or like
What are you
a
talking about?
secretary or something.
I don't have
Where you have the
one of those.
glasses? The glasses on?
I have glasses on like all my models.
No, not all of them. What are you wearing right now? I'm
I
coming over
don't
there.
ask me that.
Not what is I'm coming over there. Coming over there. Let me see this. Can you like swap them?
Ew.
Can you swap them out at will? Like you have
Oh, are you talking about this outfit, but I just don't have the jacket?
Hold on, it's got to catch up.
Hold on.
No, it was like a white or like a beige colored shirt.
Yeah,
and it had
yeah.
glasses.
It's this one. It's this one. And then
Is
and
it
then-
that one?
I think it's this one. It's the only beige one I have. It's this one. Right?
That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
And the sensible bun.
Yeah, that's it.
The sensible right. Like just
Yeah.
I feel like
Do you think this is right for a cult leader?
I think
Can I make it work?
okay. Here's my thing with this outfit.
Okay.
It is very domineering. Like this outfit commands
It's a shirt.
attention. Yes, and this is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like this outfit
Uh-huh.
is like you tell somebody something. You tell somebody you're gonna do this.
It's the shirt collar.
And
It's because
they're
I have
gonna-
2 shirt collars. I've realized this. The more collars you have, the more authority you have. Okay, so when I do this and I've got the jacket on, 3 collars,
Yeah.
people are like, holy shit. I've noticed this direct proportion between how many collars you have and how much people listen. It's true.
This outfit in particular is an outfit of like command.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're my boss or my teacher or like
It's the
you're
glass.
gonna-
I think you're just like
Yeah.
used to the glasses being that.
I feel like it's for some reason I feel like this shirt and glasses combo is like the one where
But then, okay, but if I
you're
take off
like-
the glasses, is it suddenly different?
it has less of the effect.
I think the glasses carry it. with that.
It definitely has less of the
I
effect.
think the glasses are like 75% of that.
A position of authority. That's what I'm saying. When you were wearing this, you have such authority. You could command anybody to like give you money, join a cult, move to like, you know, rural Utah and like milk goats and shit. If that's what you wanted to
So
do.
what you're saying is I should tell them like it's like an ayahuasca trip, right? Like a retreat.
Yeah, if you want to attract
And
like,
then-
like the Silicon Valley
Well, yeah, those are the best
boardroom
people to
set.
bring into this shit.
they do have the most money.
Yes. And then they get there and there's a spiritual awakening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the spiritual awakening is holy shit, I have to give GEEGA money.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's put it
There we go.
together. I'll provide the streamer backpack. It'll be at a discount price of $4,000. It usually costs more than that.
Okay.
But because we're friends, I'm willing to give you a discount. Chat's like, they're begging me to shut the fuck up about it.
They're like, stop with the backpack. Are they just tired of hearing
Ayahuasca
about your
trip
poor
fund.
purchase?
Yeah, I have been bitching about it for a long time, actually. I have been bitching. I've been
Rightfully so,
loudly
though.
bitching about
Rightfully
it.
so.
I wanted to use it, and now I can't use
Yeah.
it. So,
Oh, they started giving bits and subs. Oh. You know what?
you know,
Do we even have to take them out
it's-
on a retreat?
it's already working. It's already working.
Mhm.
Look, it's already working.
Guys,
God.
what if there was a higher meaning to life and it was just in you? Curious?
In me?
Give
Tell
bits
me more.
to find out.
How much does it cost to find out what's inside me right now?
Who knows?
To think this started as a question about
Just gotta keep
Grassman.
giving and hope one
Yeah.
day you find out.
Mm-hmm. Just keep, the more you give, the more you get.
The more you give, the more that the universe will reveal itself to you.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it just goes to show you, like, we're sitting here,
Is
Yeah.
it Grass Lord?
thinking we're innovating.
Honey in the
Fuck, Catherine Jones figured it out in like a year, like
Can we dance?
200. And just been running this scam since like
Dude,
the year one
I
or
was
something.
sitting next to my aunt, right? And that
Yeah.
commercial plays
Yeah.
right after the Super Bowl. And we're like, what is this commercial about? We were playing a game, trying to guess what the commercials are about before
Yeah.
it shows the thing. Because so many of them take you for a loop, and then at the end you're like, I don't know what the fuck this is. So we're trying to guess, and I look at this one and I was like, this has to be something religious because it was starting to get like, I don't know, the vibes. And it says Scientology. And I was like, oh, okay. And we start like on that topic. I say something about, they have it all figured out. They really like the whole thing. We should make one. And my aunt just looks at me and goes, what do you think the Catholic Church is? And she's like very Roman Catholic. I was like,
Yeah.
oh.
Oh, so
You're not wrong.
Oh, so you're aware of what's happening.
Yeah, she doesn't care.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
you don't
where-
have to buy into that part of it. You could just walk
Wild.
into a church for free and pray and leave, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. You can. I mean, yeah, you technically can. You could do that.
It's very doable with
Well,
Roman
I think
Catholicism, but
God definitely loves you more when you give him money like that. They definitely like,
Yeah.
they make that clear, like
the
for sure.
tithings,
Yeah,
eat, pray, leave.
Have a little snack, a little wafer.
Yeah.
Right.
Little wine.
Man, I always wanted to just like dig into a whole box of those, right?
you
Just
you
to-
can buy them.
I saw. You know what it is? I'm afraid that if I buy it
Hmm.
and I just kind of like eat them like a fucking wood chipper and I just go to town on them,
Right.
like a bag of potato chips, I'm gonna go to
Honestly,
hell.
No. But they're not blessed. They're
I know.
not
I
the body of Christ
consecrated.
until a priest sits there with it and says that
Yeah.
that is what it is and
Yeah.
reads out a thing and does the whole ceremonial thing. Then it is
Yeah.
the communion. But
I
until then,
know all that. I know all that, but
Mhm.
why is my brain still like freaked out by it?
kid memories.
Where it's like,
Kid memories of
I-
eating that shit and being like, oh my
yeah.
god, it's literally his body.
yeah,
Yeah.
what a messed up thing to tell a kid, by the way. What a fucking indulge in a little bit of casual Sunday morning cannibalism.
You're eating his body.
Welcome to life.
We all are.
Like yum yum.
Now tell the priest everything bad you did. Isn't that messed
I
up?
can't believe I used to do that. I'm like
Yeah.
cringing that I used to do that. Like it
Mhm.
was so cringe.
Yeah.
Like I remember going in there and be like, I touched my pee-pee. You know, like, oh yeah, that was fucking cool. That was
Oh man. And poor
It was-
Freeze.
like that was necessary. You know, like good that lot of good that did. Glad I did that.
And the priest is just like, all right, 2 Our Fathers and Hail Mary, and there you go. You'll
And
be
this is why
forgiven.
they should really this is why these people should all be ashamed of themselves. Okay, because you're taking a child and you're telling them this convoluted fairy tale,
Yeah.
and then you're making them feel ashamed about their own body, and you're making them, and you're like,
And then they have to go up to you and tell you all about it.
it's bad. You're putting them in a situation where like it's embarrassing and it sucks. Like you think I wanted to do that? No, but they told me if I didn't do that I was gonna get poked with pitchforks and set
Yeah,
on fire.
yeah, you thought it was gonna be
and get
so
my,
much
like,
worse.
Nipples twisted off and stuff. You know, and I'm like, well, like obviously I don't want that happening, so
Right.
I got to go down there and tell the priest that I don't know, I kicked my sister down a flight of stairs.
Yep.
Which, I mean,
Did you?
I did, but that was between me and my sister.
Well, you don't need to
he
do that
didn't need to
anymore.
know
You can
about
just tell your chat about it.
Now I just tell my chat. Now
Exactly.
I
You
just
just get it off
then.
your chest.
No. And I think I did tell Chat about that at one. Did I not, Chat? I did. She deserved it. She was kind of being a bitch.
I think the earliest one I remember, I was trying to come up with what to tell the priest. Now I was all in all pretty good.
Yeah.
And I was trying to come up with what to tell them. And I made something up because I couldn't.
Because you wanted to have something to tell him.
Yeah, because I didn't think they would believe me if I was like, I genuinely cannot think of anything like bad that I've done recently, especially that I haven't told anyone already. Like, because you have to think of something that you haven't already served your time on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I couldn't think of anything, so I made something up, and I told them that I tried to poison my dad's food by like going outside and grabbing grass and putting it in his food.
Where did you get that from?
My kid brain was like, this is a good one. Attempted poisoning with grass.
So in order to have something
Yeah.
to tell the priest, you told
I made that
him
up.
Well, did you think grass was poisonous? Like, where did that come from? Like, why grass?
I just
Chat's gonna spam
figured...
Grass Lord now. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Grass Lord moment. I think I couldn't think of anything, and I was like, I went outside and tried to grab some stuff to poison him. Some plants, but I just grabbed grass.
What did he say?
The priest said absolutely nothing, and was just like, I see. He was like, he didn't say, I don't know why you would do that, but he was just like, there is no need to be upset. There is no need to resort to such things. All punishments will be carried out by God, and you do not need to take that into your hands, is what he told me. And then told me how many Our Fathers or whatever to say. Yeah. And I was like, thanks. Now, all in all, our priests were like pretty good. Like they would say things like that, like, like, hey, you don't got to do that, kiddo. But like,
that's so weird.
Yeah,
I mean, well,
he
it sounds like
nothing.
you were trying to punish your father for something, right? In the guy's mind.
Yeah.
Like you were trying. Well, it sounds like you. The sin was you tried to get your dad to eat a salad, like a weird salad.
Yeah, I tried to put something. I wanted to make him sick or whatever I said. Like, I tried to put something bad in his food. But I didn't give the priest a full reason why. So I just went up there and was like, I tried to poison him, but I didn't know how. And that was basically what I told the priest. And the thing is, I never did any of it. I didn't do any of it at all. I was just trying to come up with some shit because I couldn't think of anything bad I had done.
The intent would have been there though, right? Like even though you did not, grass wasn't going to do anything.
Yeah.
Like what do you think like he would have said? Because I'm sure kids go in there all the time and they're like, yeah, I didn't do anything. And then the priest is just going to be like, yeah, you did. Come on.
Yeah.
You don't want to go to hell,
tell
do
me
you?
something. You know you
What'd you
done
do?
something.
What'd you do?
Yeah.
You did something bad.
I had priests that were very like, they didn't seem to care if you said anything or not, because I learned that later in life, like later on I realized you could just say, I haven't done anything. I have nothing to convince Father, and they'd be like, very good, child of God or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know why I did that. I was pretty young, but I was just making shit up.
I wish like my kid brain was smart enough to figure out like it was all bullshit. Like
Yeah.
I remember like when I was in grade school, there were kids that were walking around. I was in Catholic grade school. There were kids walking around like they were like, yeah, that's bullshit. Don't go. I was like, they were like, where you going? I'm like, go to confession. They were like, what are you doing that for? God's not real.
I was one of those.
And I'm like, don't. I was like, don't say that. And they were like, just get out of here, loser. You know, like I wish I could have. I wish I was smarter. You know.
Yeah. It's not always a smart thing. It's more like how much you believed your parents
Trust
thing as
adults.
well. Yeah.
This is
yeah.
the same reason why if I ever have kids, I'm not telling them about Santa Claus.
Right. Yeah,
What do you think about that?
I never believed in Santa because from the
It was like an
earliest
insult to
memories
your
I
intelligence.
have, the earliest memories I have are of my brothers being like, yeah, he's not real.
They just straight up told you. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was just very, very aware.
I think I kind of like for me it was like I'm gonna give myself a little bit of credit with this one.
Yeah.
I think it was when I was like 7 or 8, and I got a Sega Genesis, and I was like, elves just didn't make that. Like that's not what happened. Like that was made in a factory in Japan.
Right.
Like that's not. Elves did not make that. That was not.
No, they
like, my
weren't like
child brain-
programmers or anything.
Yeah. Like I couldn't verbalize it at the time, but in my brain and in my heart, I knew that I was just like the North Pole, based on the way it's been presented to me, where you kind of have these little wooden houses in the middle of fucking desolate tundra. It's not tundra, but it's just ice sheets. Okay, there's no shot that they have the infrastructure to like mold plastic and like manufacture microchips and shit.
You were thinking
It's just-
too much.
They didn't do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no way they did it. And that was when it hit me where I was like, yeah, this is bullshit.
And the thing is, I think a lot of kids nowadays, people have come up with more clever ways to trick them, but they also see media that looks very realistic. You see like any modern day Keebler commercial of like the Keebler elves and their whole factory inside a thing, whatever. Like stuff like this, I'm like, it's just portrayed so believably.
They got better at deceiving children. That's what
Yeah. You ever see, oh my God, you know what I fucking hate? What I can't stand?
What?
Elf on a Shelf. You ever
Oh,
seen that
little-
guy?
That little piece of
I don't
he's
like
so
that piece
smug.
of shit. I don't like him.
Yeah.
I don't like his
he's
face.
creepy. It's creepy.
It is creepy. It is creepy.
Yeah.
And I've seen people take the elf and like I don't know why kids love it so much.
They love it. They love it.
Don't get it. I do not get it at all. I think
Love
if
it.
I were a kid, I would have hated that thing. It's the side eye that I can't stand.
Well, I think the idea of the Elf on the Shelf, like with my nephews and stuff, like it was wild how Elf on the Shelf came out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? Like I'm assuming
No,
you have
this
like
wasn't around. This wasn't around back then.
like when I was a kid, this didn't exist. And then one year, I remember I'm at my brother's house with his kids and everything, and somebody Elf on the Shelf, and there's a fucking elf on the shelf.
Yeah.
And I said, what are you talking about? What elf on the shelf? And they're like, Elf on the Shelf. You don't know about Elf on the Shelf? And it was one of those situations where it's like I became the last. I felt like I was the last person on earth to find out what Elf on the Shelf was, and everybody was like, it's Elf on the Shelf, and I'm like, stop saying that. You just keep repeating Elf on the Shelf doesn't tell me what the fuck it is.
Yeah.
And now,
yeah, they think
okay,
you
it's
just know everything. Like this is a thing.
Right, like a new tradition that came out of absolutely nowhere. Nobody ever explained it to me. I didn't get eased into this or anything like that. It was just like, boom, one day, one Christmas, Elf on the Shelf existed. And the conceit of it was the elf is on the fucking shelf and it's sitting there and it's watching your every move. It's voyeurism. It's voyeurism.
It's literally voyeurism. That's the thing is, I remember when I was a kid, okay? I remember what I was like. I would have hated that thing. I would have taken that thing and put a plastic bag over its head. If somebody told me that thing was watching me, I would have been like, take it down right now. Kill it.
That's disturbing.
I would have
It's
ripped its head off.
He's watching you and he's reporting back to Santa. And if you do bad shit, you're not going to get the... Guess what? This is an invasion of privacy.
Yeah.
And I don't give a fuck. You know, if Santa is the arbiter of who's naughty and who's nice... He's been doing that for decades. Why now is this necessary suddenly? Why is this? You know what? How about you take that elf okay, and you put them up your ass.
Yep.
Because I'm not gonna. I would panopticon.
Find the elf.
dude. Surveillance state Santa Claus. Like, no thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, like
He's like one of the birds.
he's a bird. Yeah, like birds aren't
He's
real.
just like the
They're
birds.
gonna know. Santa's gonna. He will know if I've been good or not, like by my deeds.
Yep.
Okay, because, and one of the things too is like what's the crossover with Christianity? What's the crossover with God, Catholicism? Like is it like you know what I mean? Like
Because that
am
is
I
a
not
very
allowed
well.
to do that stuff?
This is the thing that God is always watching, right? Like if you're religious, He sees everything. Everything you do will be judged anyway. So I think personally, one of the
got some
things that is
redundancy
the
here.
best about religion is that it teaches kids to try to be good when no one's watching, right?
Yeah.
It teaches
Be a
you
good person.
morals.
Be a good person.
Right. And a lot of kids don't really have good morals. It's something you develop as you get older. So by inserting religion when they're younger, there's something to be afraid of. And it's not your parents watching you, you know? So I think this is for people who maybe aren't religious. It's a good way for them to insert that type of lesson. That's what I think.
Basically, the elf on the shelf is God.
Yes.
He's like a god
He's the
on the
arbiter of
body.
God.
He's trying to come up with one of those elf on the shelf memes, but it's hard. It's harder than it. It's hard.
Yeah.
They make it look so easy on Twitter.
I don't know.
I don't care for the elf on the shelf. It just again, I was annoyed at the fact that they were again acting like a tradition that started again. Someone in chat said in 2016 had been around forever.
Yeah, it's some new thing, and I don't like it. And you know what? Every time someone, like I meet someone in person and they say something about the elf on the shelf, I act like I don't know what it is every time. I refuse to accept this into reality. Therefore, I will
That's so
stubbornly
based.
always pretend that I don't know what it is. And I'll make them
That's so
explain
based.
it, and then I go,
Oh my
that's
God.
stupid.
I feel like you should
You
do
mean
that
God?
with everything. Do that with everything you don't like.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, income
Oh, I
tax?
do.
What's that? I don't know what that is.
I already
Like,
do that with stuff I don't like.
You got to explain that to me.
Yeah. I make people explain it so they have to listen to themselves explain it, and then I tell them I don't like it.
Oh, that? I don't care for that.
I don't care for that.
I don't care.
Or I
for
go,
elf
I don't
on
know
the
why
shelf.
anyone would like that. That's my favorite sentence.
I don't know why anybody would like that. It's ugly, too. The least they could have done was made it look cute.
Yeah,
like a little
it's creepy. I think if it
Yeah,
were
it's a
really
little
cute, I'd be like,
freak.
oh my God, I'd feel so differently, but it's creepy looking.
Yeah, just throw something on top of him so he can't see the sins. Right.
Yeah, exactly.
He
That's
do-
what a lot of kids try to do, apparently. They take the elf and they just cover its face so it can't
Yeah.
see anything.
Yeah, blind. I poke his fucking eyes out with a pencil.
Yeah, oh, I'd cover them with Sharpie. Yeah.
Yeah, go go report back on this. Yeah, go tell Santa I poked your eyes out. Yeah, good luck getting
Exactly.
back to the North Pole when you're fucking blind.
That's why it's supposed to be up on the shelf so the kid can't reach it. Because they think if they can't reach it, they're gonna fucking fuck it up.
That's exactly it. Like they're too short to reach him.
Yep.
Like that's why he's got to be on the shelf. It's like, oh, everything about it is like, I would rebel. Yeah, I would rebel so hard.
I would be throwing stuff at it to knock it down.
Defenestrate the elf chat. Do you know what that word means? Pop quiz.
Defenestrate.
Defenestrate.
I have a vague idea of it's like to oust, in a way.
Trivia segment. It's what? To oust?
To oust, sort of.
It's specifically.
But I don't know the specifics. I don't remember.
It's specifically throwing someone out a window.
The window. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was.
Hold on. I'm looking it up.
Yeah.
1, rare. Throw someone out of a window.
Yeah, it's
2, remove or dismiss someone from a position of power or authority,
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was just the window.
which is to oust. Chat,
Oh yeah.
will you accept my answer or no?
Yeah, you're good. You got us on a technicality here. When I was in
Actually.
last year,
Yeah.
when I was in the Czech Republic, I went to a museum like Czech history museum or whatever.
Right.
And there was this whole episode in their history where they were like going through like a government like transition period essentially. I'm gonna try to keep this as uncomplicated as possible because I don't really remember what happened.
Okay.
But they would call it the Great Defenestration. and the entire thing was just like, I guess you know how the French Revolution just had the guillotine.
Yeah.
Yeah, their version of that was just chucking people out windows. Like it went on for like a couple of years,
and they
where
just
there's
kept
like
doing
hundreds
it.
of people got thrown out windows.
Damn.
They would like make a big deal out of it and be like, "Yeah, we're gonna throw this guy out a window. We're gonna throw you out a window."
Yeah, yeah.
It's kind of based.
Becomes iconic.
Yeah, yeah. Crayfish, you're Czech. They said we're proud
Yeah.
of it here. They're proud of it.
Oh.
It definitely had a character. Oh. So
Ooh,
you
are
watched
the
Super
Czechs
Bowl?
the guys who had a floor collapse and a bunch of senators drowned in poop? Hey, can that guy in your chat answer that?
Hey, Crayfish, was there an incident at the like I guess it was like Parliament,
Yeah, I
where
guess
like
so.
a bunch of your politicians fell into sewage?
Yeah, did they drown
That-
in the poop?
Did that happen? That would happened in Germany. They're saying. Oh, okay.
I
hadn't heard- That's news to me. What happened there? The Great Poopening, they said?
Yeah.
That was
Death
in the
by
medi-
poop soup.
Was it the Dave Matthews Band on tour?
Wait,
You know
wait,
about
that
that,
was
right?
with the tour bus.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, when the tour bus opened up and poured poop on people. They have a plaque at that location.
Commemorating the occasion. Do they really?
Yeah.
It's really there?
Yeah,
That's awesome.
there's a little thing commemorating it.
What is that emote you have with the shit clap? What is that?
Oh, it's caca.
Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
Oh, you've never seen caca?
No, hold on.
How do you
hold on.
not have caca in your chat?
I'm going to 7 TV. Is that 7 TV? What is that?
Yeah. So TV, just caca. How do you of all people not have
CACA?
Yeah.
He's clapping though. Is that
They're just adding clap after
they're
it.
combining it?
Mhm.
Okay. Look.
Do you have shit man?
No, let me see. Hold
Have you
on.
ever played
Shit
Hitman?
Man?
Yeah, we were playing Hitman and we put
Hitman.
shit man.
Oh, Hitman. Right, I remember you. I
Yeah.
remember you telling me that because you were like proud of the fact that you didn't get in trouble.
Oh yeah, because I
From
put
Twitch?
shit man in my title. It's because I
Chad,
wrote it in the title and I was like.
Chad GEEGA messaged me and was like, "Yo, look what I got away with for like two streams." And the title, her stream title was just "Shit Man." Holy fuck!
The filter didn't catch us, so they didn't care.
Guys, look at Shit Man.
He's got the barcode on his head and everything.
The barcode ties it all together. Yeah. Oh my God.
He's so good. I need to play more of that. They have the roguelike
Holy
mode. I need
shit.
to play more, man.
I never played any of them.
Oh, you should do it.
No, I never.
They're really
I
good. They're
never-
cinematic. They're really cool, but the gameplay
Yeah,
can be
but
really stupid.
Don't you have to play as a bald guy in that game?
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah, I don't think I can play that.
Just put. Okay, but you can mod hair on him. They have hair mods.
Can you really?
Yeah.
Toupee mods.
Yeah. They have hair mods.
That's fucking awesome.
Or if you're playing as him and you're like going in normal, you can actually put him in a clown wig, and you can
that's
just be
fun.
dressed as a
Alright.
clown.
That's like base game. That's yeah.
Yeah.
That's fun.
It's
So
pretty
you
good.
don't have to see that. I can see shit man, but not caca. Just refresh the page.
Yeah.
Uh,
Every time we say
refresh the
something bald, they
on-screen.
start spamming a balda. Do you see a balda? It's like a
Let me see.
boba.
a ball butt. Let me see it. Oh. Is that who is that?
It's Moon Moon.
That's Moon Moon?
Look at.
Oh, he's bald, that guy?
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
not completely. But you know,
I'm so sorry.
you know the way
man.
chatters are. If you're a little bald, you're all bald.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, the thing with me is they keep calling me like, I'm spiritually bald or like mentally bald. I'm just saying that this is just what Joel says. I'm just like
Okay.
pushing it onto chat now
Yeah.
because they just like mindlessly repeat everything that Joel says because,
Right.
they're brain rotted beyond all fucking help at this point. So.
hmm
But I want to ask you, did you see the Super Bowl?
I did.
The Super Bowl? Did you see it?
Super bald.
The Super Bowl.
Yep.
I forgot it was happening. Was it cool?
I almost did. It was fine. It was kind of a landslide. Like the first half was just watching one team have 0 points and the other team
So-
have like 20 something.
Boring.
It
But
was
you said the commercials were
the
interesting.
plays were actually pretty cool to watch actually this year. There were some good ones, but like
Okay.
it's like a lot of nothing and then one exciting moment. Like you could just watch a clip compilation and get a lot out of that, and you'd be like, "Wow, that's a cool match," and it would be like,
You basically just
10
saw
minutes.
the whole everything of interest and within like 10 minutes. But
Yeah.
it's a 4-hour game.
yeah, you could watch a compilation of like the cool shit, and it would be that. The problem
Yeah.
was they would do like 1 or 2 plays, and then it would go to commercial, and then they do 1 or 2 plays, and they go to commercial, and it was just so I forgot how many commercials normal television has because I just watch Netflix and YouTube all day now.
Uh-huh.
Oh
It's
my
insane. Isn't it insane?
God, it was so bad. It was so bad. And then, so the halftime was good, though. I don't know if you like Kendrick Lamar at all, but the halftime was good. So that was cool. But you know what the highlight was?
What was the highlight?
Do you know Kendrick's most famous song, "Not Like Us"? Do you know what it's about?
Oh, the Drake beef.
Yeah, it's a diss track
Drake.
on
Yeah,
Drake, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, he did it. He did that.
he performs that song. He turns to the camera, cheesing, smiling, but absolutely cheesing. He goes, "Hey Drake, heard you like 'em young." That's the line that he says, and then he keeps going. So
Wow.
there's so many little clips of him cheesing into the camera, and it was so fucking funny. His face is
why-
really good.
You know what can Drake like just sue this guy for like
He-
libel or something?
He's
Like,
tried to sue people a billion times. I don't. The thing is, like,
He is. He's tried.
I don't know if he is right now.
He can't because it's true.
That's the thing. Like, this is shit that happened.
I mean, that's not
So-
funny. I mean, it's not
Well, the
funny
thing, so
because yeah.
here's the thing. So Kendrick wasn't trying to drop a whole diss track on him out of nowhere. Drake was
Yeah.
poking him. They were poking
He
each
was,
other,
right?
and Drake
He
kept
was fucking
poking
with him.
back. And he was like,
Yeah.
"You shouldn't do that when you have these skeletons in your closet, but also all over your floor. It's very obvious. We all know it." And and he kept poking, and so then Kendrick made the song. You know what I mean? So like, it wouldn't be happening if he didn't keep poking. But you know, yeah, he brought Kendrick's family into it too, apparently, or something. It was just a lot, and he was like, "That's not a good idea," and then dropped the track on him. Good.
So that was a highlight for the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And how were the commercials?
They weren't that good, and I feel like every year the commercials do more and more of this where I don't know what the fuck the commercial is about. And then at the end they show a logo of what the commercial was about, and I'm like, "Oh," and it makes some sense, kind of, sorta, but it's like it's just like shitty plot lines where they're trying to be funny, and then out of nowhere there's just like a thing at the end. So there was one that was so emotional. It showed like a baby right after being born. It showed a mother. It showed family, kids hugging their parents. It was like all about family, and it was so emotional. And you know, a bunch of like the older women in the room were like, "Oh my God, the kids!" You know, you could tell they were like, "Oh," they were getting sentimental for seeing a kid for 2 seconds, and
Yeah.
then right at the end, it was a mortgage company. It was just the logo of a mortgage company. And we were doing that thing where we were trying to guess what it was before it happens. And I went, "Mortgages." And it showed up. And I was like, I knew it. Evil.
That's kind of infuriating because it's
Yeah.
it's like unearned emotional manipulation, and
Yeah.
it's just like a big middle finger at the end of it, and it's just like
Like, it's obvious, isn't it? Like, I think everyone sees it and they're like, all right.
at least try to tie it into the product. Like,
Yeah,
I don't
and
think it
they
takes
always
that
have like
much effort.
they have
Like,
one bit of dialogue. They're like, "A home for your family," and then mortgage, ooh, right? Or
And
I
then
think
that
they were.
cost-
I think that one might have been. I don't know if it was that one or a different commercial I've seen, but it was basically saying like, "Don't make them go into debt."
Oh, it's like a threat. It's like a yeah. It's
It was like a
fear-mongering,
veiled
yeah.
threat.
That kind of advertising is, yeah, just infuriating.
Yeah.
Can I show you something like real fucking cursed?
Mm-hmm.
What it? Hey, chat. What was the Logitech earbud commercial? Remember that? So we're doing a new segment, like our newish
Okay.
segment. a new-ish segment on my channel where instead of you laugh you lose, because you laugh you lose is like it's I mean I love it. I'm always gonna keep doing it.
Yeah.
But I wanted to try to put a fresh twist on it, so we tried to do you mold you lose.
Oh,
And
okay.
We
Okay.
had chat send in things that were gonna like try to piss me off, and I want to just share. I'm gonna share my screen with you. I don't know if
Okay.
you want to show you.
I can.
If
I
you want
can.
to like show you chat this commercial, but like I think this is a great example
Hold on,
of
let me
like
pop
advertising
it
that
out.
just
Let me pop
doesn't
it out.
advertising that kind of doesn't sell you anything. It's just like trying to get your attention really hard, and it's like doing it in a way that like insults your intelligence, kind of. I don't know how to explain. I don't know how to explain. There's like a just there's something that's pure evil about this, and I can't put my finger on it. You ready to see it?
Okay. Okay.
You ready? Are you locked in?
Yep.
Strapped in? All right. It's gonna. I don't know. I don't know what your threshold is for like annoying things. So.
I already hate it. What the?
Okay.
What the? What is happening? Huh?
You might eventually figure it out if you watch it like 5 times.
What is this a tech demo? Are these VTubers?
Now you finally find out what's happening.
Oh my god, it's the earbuds.
Yep. But you notice, like how much of that?
Okay.
That was such a shitty commercial. What?
Be honest with me. Did it spike your cortisol a little? Like, did you feel yourself getting like pissed off while you watched it?
Yes. I hated it. It was uncanny as hell the whole time.
How hideous are they? Like,
They are
what were they
ugly
thinking?
as fuck.
Like,
They don't look in any, not even close to good.
I like.
What is that? Like, what is that?
I'm like, I'm physically ill from it.
It looks like the alien emoji. Alien emoji with a shitty wig.
It's bad. GEEGA, I hate this commercial so fucking much. I can't. Chat keeps saying this looks like Anya Taylor-Joy, but like I feel bad. A little bit. Okay, yes, I told you a little bit.
No.
It looks like Grimes.
Oh, you know,
listen.
Grimes vibes. But at least Grimes is like real.
And like how much of it? Okay, like yes, so they do show you the headphones,
Right.
but like look at this craziness. Like you're not even looking at the headphones. You're looking at the crazy glasses.
It's just,
and you're like, oh, is that what they're selling?
I just feel like they threw a bunch of shit at a wall. Also, what's with the Elden Ring jump scare there?
Yeah. So
Why?
these are being marketed towards gamers, and here's one of the
Okay.
things that absolutely does not come across in this ad, and this is another reason why this ad is fucking terrible.
Yeah.
But what you're actually meant to be watching
Okay.
is all of these people are actively playing video games. Look at that. That's fuck. This reminds me of the
Why
the Pokemon movie.
She's got that
when Mewtwo-
bombastic side eye.
It's really,
Oh.
really upsetting. Yeah,
I was gonna say it's just upsetting to look at.
she's got
They're
fucking
okay, so they're
tentacles.
supposed to be playing video games.
Yeah, like look
Every
at-
single show and commercial that tries to show someone playing video games gets it wrong. His is the only maybe believable one because you can see the reflection of the screen.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, watch her real quick. Like, watch. She's. I think.
Okay, I saw
they're
the arms
trying
move
to-
for a second.
Like, she doesn't look like she has a controller in her hand. Because do you hold
Yeah.
a controller like this? Like, who holds a. You're not looking at me right now, but Chad is. Well, who holds a controller like that? Like,
And
you're
like
not
in
doing
your
it.
like
It's
in your
front of
lap.
you, man. Like, it's in front of you.
And the thing is, like, they should have characterized it more and had her hold it up a little too high and be like, ooh, and like doing the struggling face or whatever, so that you could see, like you said, see the controller.
And then it's.
But,
you
like-
got, like the logo. Okay, I
They're
think
saying
they
it's
put the
mouse and
logo-
keyboard potentially, but so
Yeah,
pan
maybe, yeah.
down and show the mouse and keyboard. Do a shot where you show it.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
They could have done
This
anything
guy.
else with this commercial.
What do you think of what this guy's wearing? Check this out. What is this?
I don't know what the fuck this bubble wig is. This looks like a pool floaty
Yeah.
that I just put on my head. It reminds me of that video where what's his face? This one YouTuber found some random old guy. He like auditioned old guys and then pretended he was some important person and made a rancid outfit for him for like $50 and brought him to Fashion Week and saw how many parties they could sneak into. And he wore like a
that's
pool
awesome.
floaty on his arms like that. It looked like this, but he wore it like it was like a little vest.
And everybody was like,
Reminds me
"Oh,
of
it's
that.
so avant-garde, right?"
Yeah, people were taking pictures of
That's
it and they were like,
awesome.
"We want you in our magazine. It's revolutionary."
Oh, that's fucking awesome.
It reminds me
like,
of that.
Like, you know, like, oh, I'm going into an art exhibit with like a broken toilet.
Yep. The banana
Like
taped
half-
to the wall
Yeah,
kind of thing.
Yeah.
The,
Oh, I think
the
the banana.
chair.
I think the banana tape to the wall wasn't like even wasn't subversive. I think that guy was like actually like, no, this costs like $250,000 if you want to buy my lay banana lay taped to lay wall.
Yeah. No, it was
I think it was unironic. Yeah.
something like that. I don't even know. God,
Like
this is really
know.
upsetting to look at, this
I know.
commercial.
I know. You ever do like you ever like intentionally piss yourself off?
I try not to, but
I feel like I'm doing that right now for some reason.
it's so bad.
I don't want to make you look at this anymore. I'm gonna turn this off. Look. I know I'm not gonna make you.
I can't.
Yeah, I'm
Ugh.
done now.
I just
Oh my god.
ew.
It's so gross.
So nasty.
The song
Also,
sucks.
People in my
Everything
chat are saying
about
they
it.
think it's AI generated. Is it?
I said the same thing.
It feels like I would believe it because it feels really
Yeah.
uncanny. But then also the fact that they have the perfectly modeled earbuds in there makes
Yeah.
me think that like
Well,
it's at least touched up after.
it could have been that this ad is 2 years old. So
Okay.
they would have been working on older models than
Mm-hmm.
what we have now. But I feel like you might have been able to do generate some of it, but then touch it up afterwards. I think you might. There might be some AI in this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's impossible that there's some AI in this.
Yeah.
I would leave room for that as a possibility.
I'd say
Absolutely.
to some extent, yes. Maybe the models could have been made using AI and then they animated however or whatever. Either way, it just looks terrible.
Rancid. I'm still looking
so
at it. I'm
bad.
still looking at it for some reason.
Don't.
Listen,
Now I'm looking at the product too.
the earbuds. I
just-
don't know if the earbuds are good. I don't know if it. Have you seen this? I want to share more like cursed things with you right now.
Yeah.
It's kind of relevant.
Okay.
I guess this is a real tweet. I don't know. It's from iFunny. You'll have to excuse the funny. It's 2028. Your husband comes up and smacks your butt as you're unplugging the crock pot full of buffalo chicken dip. Your friends have turned the dining room table into a beer pong tournament. The kids are laughing from the playroom. It's Super Bowl Sunday, and your heart is full. This is ancient, chat. What is? I only saw this for the first time the other day, like yesterday.
What? Someone tweeted this?
It's from 2018. You can see it right there in the.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it ironic or what? Because it's like it's really pissing me off.
20K likes.
Oh yeah, people. This is the scariest tweet I've ever seen. It makes me feel like I'm in a
I
Twilight Zone.
hate this.
Don't you hate it?
I hate it a lot. Yeah. What the fuck?
It's like trad type shit, I guess. Is that what the fuck they're going for? Like.
I have noticed that. Okay, I've noticed influencers doing this more and more, where there's like a sect of them that, yeah, they go for like the trad thing.
I don't
And they're
get
like,
what's
this
wrong
is
with it.
happiness.
It feels
It feels performatively
weird.
traditional.
It feels disingenuous and and fucking. I just
Thing is,
you know what? I don't have a good
I know
answer
people. I know people who live that kind of like trad wife life. I know
s-
some.
You know somebody who would like unironically like smash like on this tweet and be like, yeah, hell yeah, vibe with that.
No, because my friends, I have a couple of friends that have gotten married and are just housewives because whoever they're with makes enough money,
Yeah.
and they're home
they
with the
cringe
kids.
At this.
They cringe at this. They're
cringe
like,
at this,
yeah,
yeah.
family is happiness for me, but like, what the fuck?
Yeah, the
Like,
family's
who's
happiness
writing
thing
this?
is fine. I'm not judging that.
Yeah.
I'm just judging like the way this is structured
It's
and
crafted.
presented.
Yeah.
And fucking and
I-
what's buffalo chicken dip?
I don't fucking know. You know what? You know what might scare us a little extra about this? This feels Midwestern.
Yeah, because we're like city folk.
Yeah, I think I'm getting a suburban jump scare a little bit.
Yeah, and we're like, we don't like this Iowa shit is like
Yeah.
flashbangs us, and we're like,
Yeah.
what is that?
That's
It's like
scary.
my God, pickup truck, like that type of shit. Where
Someone
we're like,
said
what is that?
spicy
I
dip.
don't
There's no
understand that.
way buffalo chicken is spicy. That's not.
I'm gonna be real. I think buffalo chicken dip sounds like a thing that could go hard. All right, so hear me out.
Could be good, yeah.
You take the like shredded chicken,
Okay.
like buffalo sauce, like hot sauce, then like some
Right.
heavy cream or something, and then you just smash all that shit in. Maybe like I don't know, some seasoning,
Mm-hmm.
garlic powder, onion powder, stuff like that.
Right.
Smash it all in a crock pot. Let the slow cook that shit.
Mhm.
Now you have really, really soft, like shredded chicken with a bunch of stuff that you could just actually
Yeah.
like eat it like a dip with like tortilla chips.
But why? Okay. Thing is, why would you make it into a dip to eat with tortilla chips when you're now eating like 80% of what you're eating is just sauce? That's horrible for you.
You're saying just
Make
do buffalo
more
wings?
chicken. Yeah. Have
Just do
more meat.
buffalo wings?
That feels like I don't know.
Your sauce to meat ratio is going to be higher with the buffalo chicken. With
Yeah.
the dip. No,
Yeah,
that's a good
dips
point.
and things, like I get it, but I was never that into
Yeah.
them because I feel like it's just like it's a weird soup.
If you have it, it's crack. I would try. I want to try this. I want to try buffalo chicken dip.
I'm sure it tastes good. I just I don't know. I would want more. I would get pissed off because I'd be like, "Where's the meat?" Like I know it's in there, but this should be a meat dish. That's what my problem would be.
The only way for me that this would be acceptable if there was
Mhm.
such volume of chicken where it was like every bite is going to be a mouthful of chicken.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm
Where
saying.
it's
If
like-
it was like a lot, like if you did the same
Yeah.
thing, but it was a lot of
a
chicken,
lot
I'd
of
be
chicken.
chill with
It
that.
is.
But there needs to be a lot.
All right. I would check it out.
Mhm.
Bun Time said it's not unhealthy enough. Bun Time, do you want to make this? Can you
Make
make
it.
this?
Send the review.
Can
I
you-
want to know.
Bun Time, can you make buffalo chicken dip? Bun Time said, okay. Wait, seriously? Guys, she's gonna do it. Can you do it right now?
Right now.
I want to eat this like right now. Can you do it right now? She's gonna do it for real. Wait a minute. I was joking. You're really gonna do it? I was like being.
I'm on my way.
I don't have the supplies. She would have to go buy. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, don't worry. Yeah, maybe don't worry about it. But it's Super Bowl Sunday and my heart is full.
Right.
We got to have buffalo
Your husband
chicken
just
dip.
slapped your ass while you unplugged the crock pot.
Oh, man, I want to get my ass slapped by my husband so bad. Look at you. That's what it is, right? Where it's
That's
like,
the
what are you
problem.
talking
That's
about?
the
Like,
problem. The thing is, like, let me be honest.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that, right? Saying that
Wanting
you
to get your butt slapped by your husband?
nothing wrong with that. The
No, there's nothing
problem
wrong
is
with
that
that.
you
In and of
tweeted about it.
2028, I
Yeah,
have shit my
yeah,
pants.
yeah, it's
You
weird.
tweeted about it. And the way I feel is, again, there's nothing wrong if you're sitting there talking to your friends about it and you're like, I like when my husband does this. Fine. But you're
So-
publicly tweeting about it. And maybe I'm a bit, Catholically raised. but for me, I'm like, no matter how anyone around me is raised, I don't know people that just say that like publicly. It feels like it's done for the sake of the tweet.
Right.
And it's performative because I'm not used to anyone wanting to like say that out loud to people they
No.
don't know. Right? It's very different
No.
if you kind of know them or that's the topic, right? And you were asked. But like when no one asked, I feel like
You know
It's
what?
performative.
Who asked?
Literally, no one asked, and then you're like, I'm gonna tweet this.
It's fucking weird.
And then the fact that
I'm
it's
gonna-
performative, but it's supposed to be about happiness, that's what makes it icky, right?
I think you just hit on the actual core of why it's
Yeah.
weird.
Like there's an icky feeling you're trying to like narrow it down. That's what it is for me, right? Like they're trying to say this is what happiness is, but they just like
there it is. There it is.
like it's a little uncanny, and I'm like
That's it.
you are, and you're sitting there tweeting about it for your 20K likes tweet, and also it's 10 years prior, and you're not even in this situation.
Well,
Right?
I think it's like a fantasy she has of the future. Right.
I can't wait
Like,
to
she
make
hopes
buffalo chicken dip
She
for
hopes
my
that's,
husband.
that's where she is in 2028. But
Yeah.
I haven't even gotten to the interesting part yet, believe it or not.
Okay. Okay.
Because
Yeah, there's more. This is a long image.
yesterday, well, I wasn't even looking at the replies anymore. Oh, well, there are more replies to this. It's 2028. Alexa informs you that a radiation storm is rolling in from the eastern wastes as your food replicator slowly prints a plate of soy protein wings. Your wife holoprojects from work to tell you she has another 9 hours at the Amazon warehouse and she's got to go before she burns her unpaid 5-minute lunch break. The 7 friends you're sharing a studio apartment with are huddled on the floor, each jacked into VR rigs. The Super Bowl is endless and your heart is a yawning void. God, that's fucking beautiful.
That's good. I like that. I like that.
It's 2028 BC. Your husband comes up and smacks your butt as you're reading the Sumerian clay messenger tablet. Your friends have domesticated the horse. The kids are laughing from the mud brick ziggurat. It's Super Bowl Sunday, and the spirits of the dead have been sent to Eshrikigal. So
That's true happiness.
So yesterday, apparently, like an AI. I don't know the full context of this, but I think it's amazing.
Oh, wait.
I don't know if somebody fed it into an AI or if like the AI was just picked it up on its own and was like, I'm gonna try to
Yeah.
do something with it. I'm assuming the AI was involved with this.
It seems generated, yeah. This
It's
one's good.
2028. Your husband comes up and smacks your ass as you're unplugging the crock pot full of buffalo chicken dip. Your friends have turned the dining room table into a beer pong tournament. Your husband comes up and slaps your ass, and the kids are laughing from the playroom. And your husband comes up and smacks your ass. It's Super Bowl Sunday, and your heart is full. And your husband comes up and smacks your ass. And your husband comes up and smacks your ass. It's Super Bowl Sunday, and your husband comes up and smacks your ass.
It definitely feels like AI, and it just started like throwing up into its own mouth.
Cause see, I saw this first, and you wanna know what my fucking assumption was? That the entire thing was an AI's attempt at like a fucking like right wing like trad kind of a like engagement post.
Tradfluencer. Yeah.
Like a tradfluencer like social media post. Like but then it like shit itself and started like collapsing in on itself like a neutron star or under its own fucking gravity or something. I didn't know that there was a tweet, like an original tweet, that it was riffing off of. Like I thought this was it, and it was believable this way. You know what I mean?
Interesting. Yeah. And that's the thing is like, I've seen people make AI models, right? Very simple ones to tweet like they're someone else, and some of them are so fucking funny. But when
Like
it's
deep
something like
laughing.
this, I'm like, ugh, yeah.
Because sometimes, yeah, like those can be really funny, but sometimes it's gonna have a little oopsie and it's gonna put out something like this. Right?
Yeah, that's why a lot of the popular ones, somebody generates like a whole spreadsheet of tweets and then they pick out the good ones and post them. So it doesn't
not
just
like,
post it like automatically, because if you automate that, it will say crazy shit.
Yeah, it's hand-picked. They
Yeah.
say the one. They're like, oh, you know what? Yeah, Jabroni Mike would say, come. Let's go ahead and put that one. Let's put that one on the Twitter.
Let's
on the
put it everywhere. Yeah.
Jabroni Mike AI Twitter account. Right? Yeah, I don't know why I wanted to show you this. It's kind of been haunting me for the past couple hours. I don't know. It's 2028. Like, what are you talking about?
What are you going to be doing in 2028?
My plan for 2028 is to be dead.
Mm.
And just, I don't know, like feeding plants. I want to become
Mosquitoes feeding on your body.
I want to become nourishment for the grass lord. I want to be killed. I want to die and be buried in the yard and have my meat nourish grass lord as fertilizer.
You want to nourish him with your meat.
Yeah, I want to nourish
Yeah.
grass lord. All hail grass lord.
Mhm.
Maybe he's the mascot for our cult. Like maybe he's the god. Well, I mean, you want to be the god, right?
I think I'd like to be a prophet.
Okay.
So I'm not the final blamed individual. Right?
When we get raided by the fucking alcohol, firearms, and tobacco federation, whatever the fuck it's called.
Yeah, and
When
then
we- when we get raided by
I'm
the feds.
sorry, our God said.
I was just a prophet. I was a victim. I didn't know. It was Grass Lord.
I heard the voices.
Grass
I looked
Lord was-
into the special hat, and when I looked into the hat, I saw the message. You know,
Yeah, that.
I want to be John Smith.
When I gazed into the morass, right? When I spread apart the weeds.
Exactly.
He's got everybody lined up at the ranch.
Yeah.
They're pouring out cups of Miracle Grow and like Roundup. We got to drink cups of Roundup.
Yeah.
We're going to the great driveway in the sky.
All together.
Round up. We're gonna round up your souls so we don't miss the comet. Let's go. That's actually really dark. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
And buffalo dip. We'll have buffalo dip.
Yeah,
and,
a little crock pot up there.
anybody who comes to the cult and joins the cult, free bowl of buffalo chicken dip on the house. Gratis, no questions asked.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
With
50 people
lots
just
of
joined.
chicken.
50 people just joined.
I got so many follows just now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's gonna be chicken. We're gonna it's gonna be mostly chicken. Don't worry.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what do you got planned for your stream tonight? What do you got? What do you got on the docket? What are you
I got a
doing?
little sponsored game, and they only wanted an hour.
Oh my god, just an hour?
Isn't that rare?
That is
They always ask for
on
two.
the rarer side. I
Yeah.
have seen that before.
Yeah, they negotiated for 1 hour, and I went, okay.
Did you did it already, or you're about to?
No, I'm gonna do it.
You're gonna do it. They again just it's their money. They spend it how they want. But in my opinion, you need like two. You want 2 hours.
Yeah, though this looks like a lighter weight game, like a little thing. Where
depends on the
I feel
game.
like we'll see a lot of what we need within that. So I think that'll be okay. But some games, sometimes I'm like, we kind of needed 4. Sometimes you don't
Mike-
even get into it, you know?
Well, someone's asking me, do you ever do the Twitch bounties?
Not really. I was thinking about them when you
Twitch
mentioned them the other day.
bounties are free money. They're just free money.
Yeah.
They're literally just free money. Like I genuinely
Yeah.
I feel like yes, your audience is being, and I'm doing air quotes right now,
Mm-hmm.
advertised to. But
if
here's
it's
the
stuff
thing.
you would just do anyway, then
Yeah. Sometimes it is, but like your audience, like all right, so you're gonna do a sponsored stream tonight, right? You're gonna do a sponsored segment. Your
Yeah.
audience is gonna watch it
right.
because they know at this point, because you've been doing sponsors for a while. Like your audience at this point knows they're like, okay, GEEGA's gonna do a sponsor.
Right.
I'm literally just gonna it's gonna be like any other stream. It's gonna be like any other stream
Mm-hmm.
because you're not doing anything different. You're not being like, oh, now I'm sponsored GEEGA and I don't say fuck. Like you're not doing
Right.
that.
Yeah.
Like,
No, I don't change anything.
it's the same. You're streaming the same. You're the same person making the same content, doing the same shit. And that's again the same deal with the Twitch bounties. Like
Right.
you're not gonna make as much, but like
But it's something.
it's just free money. It's just
Yeah.
again what we do is I bribe my audience to stay by raffling off games whenever we do one.
Oh, that's good. I try to, when I take sponsors, I often ask them directly. They don't always give it to me, but I always ask them
Yeah.
if they have extra codes. I
Yeah.
do that every time. And I'm like, if you're willing, not all of them have it. Not all of them can
No, they
afford to
don't
do
always
it. But
afford it.
if they do, then, all right.
So what's the game? What are you gonna do?
This one is called Border Pioneer. It's a Yogscast published thing. Yogscast
That
games.
is insane-o mode because I just did one for them on Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah, You're gonna like it. You're gonna like it.
I think I would like it, but when I looked at it, I was like, this looks like something I would play.
Yeah, you're gonna,
You know?
you're gonna like it. You're gonna like it. It was cute.
Yeah,
It's fun.
yeah.
It's pretty fun. There's gonna be like opportunities for you to yug max. Do you remember yug maxing?
Oh, I loved Yug Maxing, dude. When we
It's
were
not
playing
that kind
fucking...
of game.
Okay.
You'll be able to max other things instead of yug.
Okay.
I think about that all the time for some reason. Yug
When I was
maxing.
trying to max out my Yug stat, that game
The
was
word
cool.
was funny. It's just a funny fucking word.
Yeah, Yug.
I only played it once. Like I didn't go back to that game. What was that game called? Do you remember the name of it?
Fuck was the name? I played it a bit. Hold on.
Did you
I
beat
can
it?
Find it. Yeah. It was solid. The ending was a little weird. It didn't make me mad. It was just like the game was already so abstract.
It was trippy as hell. Yeah.
It was bizarre, but it was supposed to feel like a trip. So, like that was the whole point of it.
There's not
fuck,
a single
scrolling.
person in chat that remembered the name of that game.
Chat, none of you remember the game where we Yug maxed?
Chat, it was the
It's a
game
Metroidvania.
where it was the Metroidvania, but it looked like, and it was like a very beautifully illustrated kind of like
It was all
almost
it was all
60s looking
hand drawn.
psychedelic.
Yeah, it was psychedelic. It
Ultros.
was hand drawn. What was it?
The game's called Ultros.
Ultros. Thank you. I was
Yeah,
scrolling
yeah.
to the bottom because I'm like, I know it's like Ultros. That game was cool.
It was very obtuse in the fact that you had stats
Mm-hmm.
for your character that you could augment with certain like upgrades and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But instead of the game telling you like attack, defense, stamina, it was like yog, grong,
Yeah.
and like they just made up words. It was made up words. So you
Yeah,
had no
yeah.
fucking idea what you were doing the whole time. And I guess the idea was you were just supposed to like fuck around and find out,
Mm-hmm.
which was interesting.
Yeah. No, the game was really good. The only thing I didn't like were there were some parts where I really had to like backtrack a lot, and I didn't want to.
Well, I think that's the genre, right?
It kind of is. Yeah. Yeah.
But I
It
guess you
kinda
could.
is.
There's games in that genre that maybe do it better.
There are, but this one wasn't a bad one at all. It was good. I liked it.
What these games really need, what's important for those games is having the like teleporter system, like a waypoint system. that you can fast
Yeah.
travel and-
I started playing one similar genre, Metroidvania, Nine Souls. It's a little bit of a
haven't
Souls-like
heard
as
that.
well, but it plays like a Metroidvania, like combat-wise, but it does have the Souls kind of system where you like beat something, get souls. If you die, you go back and you have to go collect them again, right? It has like that little element. It's really good, and it
Have you
has
played Blasphemous?
teleportation. The first one, yeah. I've been
Did you
meaning to
like
play
it?
the second one. I liked Blasphemous, yeah.
Because I loved it.
I loved
Going
it a
back to
lot.
that Catholic conversation before, it was like just the vibe of it was so immaculate.
Yeah, yeah. No, it was really nice,
The second one
hmm
is cool.
but not like the first one at all.
The first one had a lot more spectacle, is the way I want to put it.
Okay.
Like, do you
okay.
remember like the first time you'd see like some of the characters and some of the enemies and stuff, and you'd be like, or some of the bosses even,
And it was
and
just
you'd
so
be like,
cool.
and you'd just your jaw would hit the floor with how fucking insane it was.
Yeah, yeah.
That's not gonna happen in this game. That's not gonna happen. In this game.
Oh, okay. And that's part of what made it cool too, was like
Yeah.
the different characters.
Yeah, there is that stuff is in there, but not even close to the scope of like the way the first game felt and presented itself.
Okay. Okay.
Also, the first game, I feel like I like the music better in the first game too. Like the first game does atmosphere way better.
I was gonna say the
believe it or not.
vibes of the whole thing. Yeah.
The vibes are better in the first game.
Okay.
What the second game does better is the gameplay. The second game actually has.
You know, I was watching who was it? Barbarous King was playing, and I was watching him play it, and he just kept talking about how it plays well. He was like, just the
Yeah.
levels were designed nicely. He was just enjoying playing it.
The devs learned a lot from the first game in the sense that the first game had a lot of honestly kind of unpredictable, I'm going to say like janky hitboxes, for example,
Okay.
and like some slippery, weird things happening with like the way the character controls sometimes.
Right.
It's
Do
not
you-
the worst. It doesn't like ruin the experience of playing the game, in my opinion. The second game addresses all of that.
Do you think they put so much time into addressing that they just didn't do the other stuff that made people like it?
Maybe. Like, I think you should play it.
Yeah, no,
Like, if
I
you
probably
like the
still
first one-
will because I loved the first one.
Yeah, You got.
Yeah.
If you like the first one, you got to play the second one.
Mhm.
But you're gonna see what I mean. You're gonna enjoy it, but you're gonna see what I mean while you're playing it. You're gonna be like,
Yeah.
it doesn't like smack you the way the first one does. Because the first one is
Okay.
like just such a fucking like.
It was gorgeous. It was just straight up
Yeah.
gorgeous. It was cool as hell.
And you will see gorgeous pixel art and stuff like that in the second one. But there's something.
I think it's just not impactful.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't carry. They lost something between the two games. You're gonna you when you play it, you tell me
Okay.
if you agree.
Will do. I was thinking of actually replaying bits of the first one because it's been so long. So I might
played
do a
through the
little
first
bit
one
of it.
like 3 times, and I almost never do that with games. That's how much I
Yeah.
love that game.
Wow. Holy. I don't do that either. So that's yeah.
But
Noted. Noted.
yeah, they are working on a new game. It's Ninja Gaiden, right? The Ninja Gaiden game, a new Ninja Gaiden game.
I think they're on that. I think that's them. Is it them? Let me see.
They're called what the fuck are they called? Team 9 Studio. Well, that's the publisher. The Game Kitchen is
The Game Kitchen. Yeah.
the publishers, I think. Right, chat? Am I thinking of a different?
Team 17 is the publisher, but the Game Kitchen
That's
is
the
the
publisher.
dev.
I said Team 9. The Game Kitchen. Yeah, they're from Spain, and that's why, because they,
yeah.
you know.
Oh, they were
they're
the ones that did
surrounded-
Stone of Madness. I was gonna play that.
Stone. I don't think I know that one.
That's a new one. So it's an RTS stealth game. You're in a Spanish monastery, and you're like
my God, I
slowly
haven't seen
trying to
this.
make your way through the place and stealth your way out of it.
Oh
One of my
God.
friends
No, I
played
haven't-
it. He was like, I don't know if he was sponsored for it, if he just played it. He might have been sponsored, but it looked cool.
This is them.
Yeah. It's the same. It's listed on their website.
Oh, this came out this year.
Yeah,
oh,
it
this
just
came
came
out
out.
last month.
Mm-hmm.
This is like a couple weeks ago. Oh no shit. Oh, I haven't.
Yeah, apparently they made this.
Oh.
I didn't know it was the same people. Mm.
It looks cool. The art style is kind of
Yeah.
awesome. Look at that. And it's
Some
all
sort of-
like that Roman Catholic Gothic type
They
shit.
love
right?
that stuff. Yeah.
Well,
The
again, they're
Spanish
surrounded by
monastery,
it.
people are going insane, and you have to yourself not become insane as you go through it, or something like that. I don't know.
Look at the cutscenes.
Looks good.
Oh, the animation's like legit. Yeah, this looks really
Yeah.
good. I might want to play this. Tactical stealth.
Yeah.
You don't want to
yeah.
get pulped. I can already see the memes. Oh god damn it! I got pulped.
Yep. You can get pulped.
I got pulped and pulped. So,
Well,
when
I'll
you
try.
when you gonna start your Border Pioneer thing?
Whenever. Probably soon.
Whenever
I
you feel
probably
like it.
should. Probably
I have
should
no
right
plan.
now.
So today was a day where I had a bunch of shit to do, and I had no time to like plan out my stream for tonight. So when
Yeah.
I went in the title, I just like key smashed through the title and went live and was like, well, here it is.
I was
Here
wondering
I
because
am.
normally if I say something and you're streaming, you're like, yeah, I'm doing this segment. Like you usually have your day
No.
planned.
Oh no, I had nothing because I didn't have time to come up with it, and I didn't have
Right.
anything. I mean, I might stream this game that. What was it? Joe's house shit. Do you really want to see that shit?
Hey, if they
Like,
want to
imagine-
see it, they want to see it. I'm probably gonna do this game, and then if I still feel like streaming after, I'll do Kingdom Come.
Oh yeah, how is that? Everybody's going crazy for that game.
I love it because it's scratching the itch that I want out of like Oblivion.
Okay.
It's like a better Skyrim is how I feel so far. It's giving me what I want.
I wanna.
The combat is terrible.
It's ass, but that's
But
what
it's
everybody
funny.
is enjoying about it, right?
I'm liking it even though it's really bad. Yeah.
It's Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one.
Yep. It's
Yeah, let
it's
me-
fun. So I'm just gonna play that. Unless something else comes out that I want to play, I'm just gonna keep playing that.
Take a look at this. All right, this is not gameplay footage. Show me gameplay footage, Joe.
They never fucking do on Steam, and it's really pissing me off.
It's Steam. Come on, how are you gonna get away with not showing us
I
gameplay
think you would
footage? Like, what
I
are
think you
doing?
would like this because a lot of it is about dialogue options.
Okay.
So there's combat and it does all the things that these types of games do, but there are more dialogue options, and the storyline stuff is pretty funny. The voice acting is good.
Okay, but I have an important question
Yeah.
regarding this. Do your choices matter?
It seems like yes.
Yes?
It seems like yes. It seems like some of them you're still gonna end up in the same, like you're gonna get pointed in the same direction each time. But I'm not far enough in to know.
So this combat blows, you're saying? Like the sword, like the melee combat is shit.
Oh, doing it on mouse and keyboard, like the whole game plays well on mouse and keyboard in every other way, but doing the combat, I keep getting my ass kicked because I think I'm hitting a thing and I'm just not. I think I'm blocking and I just don't block.
Are you gonna play the game where you're
Mhm.
like a guy with a gun and a truck in medieval times? Did you see that?
I did. No. I'm going for mostly speech. I'm going for speech and
Oh,
stealth
in this game.
in that game.
Oh,
Yeah.
you
Oh, you meant the
'cause
other game. I thought
so
you were
it
saying
has
that kind of build because there is a weird gun thing.
in this game they have guns?
Oh, kind of, sort of. There's a
It's like a
thing.
front-loaded musket.
It's like a matchlock.
So,
And I don't know if you get to use it though. I wonder.
so this game, it sounds like it has extremely similar to a Bethesda game, like a skill training. like, skill
Yeah,
system.
yeah. Skill system is very similar. Yeah, you're talking about
So you're-
Kingmakers.
You're trying to be like a silver-tongued, kind of a wheeler and dealer,
That's what I'm hoping for.
like a Riz master. You're going for a Riz master.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you're gonna
say
riz 'em-
things, then they
riz
go,
up the-
okay.
Riz up the competition.
I know. I see what game you're talking about. By the way, it's the one by Tiny Build, Tiny Build
Yeah.
Publishing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna
That's
play that one.
Kingmaker. Yeah, I can't wait to play that.
Oh yeah.
If can you do something for me? If you play Kingdom Come tonight,
Mhm.
can you defenestrate some motherfuckers in the castle?
Ooh, I might be able to.
Defenestrate some clowns.
If
for
I'm
me?
if I'm able to, I
In
will.
in my honor. Someone in chat gifted a sub to somebody
Mhm.
named GEEGA, my Fent dealer.
Yeah.
GEEGA, you dealing spicy Fent darts?
You'll see. You'll see.
The Fento?
Well, people don't know until they tier 3 sub whether that's true or not. That's all I'll say.
I am a good lad who has no need for drugs, especially fentanyl.
Right.
But it might be useful to know where to get some if I end up needing some for some reason.
I might know a guy. May or may not.
Your deal. I'll trade you one 8-ball of Fent
Okay.
for the $4,000 streamer backpack.
I'm not. Get out of here with the fucking backpack. No.
It's the same street value.
Oh my god. It's the same as one brick, one little tiny mini brick.
one brick of Le Fento. All right, so listen, I'm gonna let you go do that sponsor.
Yeah. I gotta do my thing.
It was awesome hanging out with you. We should do this more.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell Fred that.
I want to
gonna-
do the real estate thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell him you're gonna call him,
100%.
and he's gonna say
be like,
"Moo."
moo.
Yeah.
I have that clip. Literally, as soon as you hang up, I was gonna show it to them.
All right, show them that shit. I'll see you later.
All right.
Have a good night. Have fun with the sponsor. You're gonna like it.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Bye bye.
Bye. Guys, I've been wanting to show you this move since he mentioned it. Oh, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. I'm gonna find this stupid. Okay, there we go. You're gonna love this stupid video. Okay, hold on. I gotta make it, it's a short. I gotta make it, you know. Okay, are you ready? he was saying that that's what Frederick sounds like. He was saying that that's what Frederick sounds like. Oh, it's so funny. Moo. I'm putting this in the Discord. I'm putting this in the Discord. There you go. Oh, you found your moo. Now I want to know, like, what other cute baby cow moo? That's what I imagine, right? Baby cow moo? Like, I don't know. I feel like they sound a little bit like a vuvuzela. Moo! I can't. I can't, dude. Anyway. Let me go get my water refilled, and then we're gonna play this game. Okay, we're gonna play this game. Your cat's name is Moo? Oh. I had a friend who had a cat named something along those lines. I can't remember his exact name, but he had cow spots on him, right? A white cat with black splotches. He was so cute. He was so cute. All right. I'll be right back. There we go. Ta-da, BRB. Oh man, my cat. My cat. He tried to, I have food on the desk that I closed very tightly. Okay, I closed the container of very tightly. And he tried to, get into it. So he just knocked it off the desk. But it was closed very tightly, so nothing happened to it. But he really tried. Like, he really tried. Okay. You see the perpetrator? Okay, let me move some stuff around. Get this game going. Alright, let's turn off the BGM as much as I like MF2. Turn off the BGM and we're gonna try this game.